until you turned me around. Used to think I was nothing. Look at this love we found. So give me that hand, if you take mine, I don't ever wanna see you cry. No more tears, no more tears. Take that chance, we'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. No more tears, no more tears. Never really saw you coming until you turned me around. Used to think I was nothing. Look at this love we found. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. No more tears. No more tears. Take that chance, we'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. No more tears. No more tears.
Good morning. Time
What's
to wake
up,
and
Sam?
bake. Wonderful Sunday morning.
Oi.
Oh, how goes it, sir?
Same old gravy, man. Just heating it up.
That's it. Nothing like reheated gravy.
That's all we
Sunday
serve
morning.
here.
For Sunday morning breakfast. There we go. Fix up the banners and shit.
Fantastic.
So, did you see the thumbnail?
The
I
what?
couldn't help myself. The thumbnail.
Thumbnail. Oh, okay. No, I didn't. It didn't show the thumbnail when I clicked on it.
Okay. It maybe praising the flood, eating the babies.
Is it? Nice.
I had to. I mean, we're going to be reviewing him, so I had to give him some sort of shout out.
Yeah, I saw some of that. I saw Gur go in there and talk to him.
Right. I haven't seen it. I didn't even know he did it. So
Yeah.
This will be my first viewing. So praise that I am, that I'm not.
I appreciate what you did. I appreciate what you did with that song.
Did it? You find it?
Yeah, I found it in StreamYard.
Ah.
Yeah, I didn't know it. I went
it's in
into YouTube.
StreamYard.
Yeah, it's in StreamYard.
Oh, okay. I set the destination as your channel, but maybe it just saves in StreamYards.
Yeah, I think I'll have to do something with it on my channel.
Yeah.
I guess record it back over.
Well,
I don't know.
I can show you an easy way to upload it. I just thought that would have saved you, but yeah, obviously.
I maybe will just do a quick live stream of it later, and then end it as soon as it's over, and then just save it
Yeah,
that way.
well, you could do that, or you just go into your studio and upload and literally just drag it,
Okay. All right.
and it'll get you to name it and stuff.
All right. Cool.
So, was it the one day ago live poll exposes Darth Dawkins as a slanderous piece of garbage?
No, it's go to live if you're looking for the one that he did last night.
Why I'm done with fundy Christianity?
Yeah.
This should be fun. And do you know what sort of point in the stream? Oh shit! Because it seems to be a long video. 6 hours, in fact.
Yeah, you don't want to do all that.
He always starts with his Bible.
Love fest stuff, but it's during this is where he decides that you're from California, or at the end of this, I think he decides that you're from California.
So, I mean, it's so much more though. I'm just, really the tip of the iceberg. So,
Around here, you think?
now I want to talk about extrinsic Christians, people like
maybe
Matt Bond.
Yeah, here we go, Bond.
People like William Freeman. So these are extrinsic Christians. I have a study specifically for these people.
Oh, here you go, Will. This is for you.
So by Kevin S. Masters, Extrinsic Religiousness, Religiosity. So I say they feign their beliefs.
So we could speed him up a smidge.
Bogus conversions.
Yeah. Also, if you go down to where you type in the chat, there should be a little gray circle says all. If you click on it, you can choose just you, and then you'll just comment for you.
Oh, very cool. Thank you.
Playback speed. So we don't want to hear his fucking advice. So I'm going to skip
People are
this.
converts and the idea of grace, the doctrines of grace. That it's not by our word.
I can't. Honestly, like I'd like to pick it apart, but I can't stand his fucking voice. God, that was a big long fucking spiel.
Yeah.
I don't know how they can watch him, honestly.
Well, another
it's
thing
almost not worth
from...
it. It's almost not worth it to cover it.
I just want to see what he says about us.
Yeah.
Because it's funny.
I think it was back during the Love Fest when they're going over Veckel's Love Fest video.
Oh,
being nice to me.
Right.
Yeah, like while that's going on, no, it's after that. You'll see he'll be streaming the stream of us streaming a stream or something like that.
Oops. It just seems to be him.
Keep going.
Oh.
Keep on cruising. Keep on cruising.
Cruising.
There we go. Wait. Yep. That's our
Wheezing the juice. Wheezing the juice.
Wheezing the juice.
Legitimate. The guy was a fake, a fraud.
I'm guessing that's you.
I'm a fake fraud. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. How'd I know? See, I don't even need to know his contact.
Or he might have been talking about Bond, too, because me and Bond are now the same person.
That's right. I forgot Bond. Bond's a filthy heathen now as well.
Yeah.
Look, flames. The Christians love the fucking hell-themed shit for some reason. It is so odd, bro.
It's because they feel helpless to do anything, and then they kind of feel like, oh, well, don't worry, you'll get yours for not agreeing with me or making me look stupid. You're going to burn in hell forever for that.
See, I'm going to do the Christian thing, and I'm going to lump it all in, and I'm going to say, no, it's actually they just don't realize they're worshipping the real Satan.
You want to go there? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I went there.
All right, we'll finish up there after this is over.
And so is William. They deserve each other.
It was Bond and you. Love it.
So this is why we're going to show a little clip here by Veckel to show you how the atheists were more than welcome to receive them of one of their own. Whoops, that's not the right one. Whenever the world speaks good of you, you're an enemy of God. You're an enemy of God, William, you disgusting reproach of a human being, a disgusting roach, verminous troll. But I still pray for you that you come to fundamentalist Christianity on your knees.
God, this is sped up.
Yeah. Well,
There
can I
you
go ahead and
go.
answer that? I've thought about it in the last 3 seconds since I heard you say that, and hard pass. Thanks anyway. Moving on along there, praise.
And I'm going to speed you up because you're fucking talking shit.
You're not. I don't believe that you were ever a fool in believing. I think you were really honestly seeking and wanting to see something that you thought was genuine, and I think.
Whoops, hold on, because I lost the.
Oh,
Here we go.
poor
I lost the
Halsey.
spot here.
I hate
La la
listening
la
to
la 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 la.
these fucking idiots.
And they get really bad in this one. You can feel that Christian love.
I can.
They
It's just
actually-
started already.
They hate the idea that people that aren't Christians are loving towards each
Yeah.
other. They can't explain how that's even possible.
And towards Christians that are questioning and stuff. Well, any Christian who's nice, actually. You know what I
Right,
mean?
but I'm the fool, or y'all are the fools. It's one or the other. Either
Yeah.
I'm the fool to
Yeah.
think that y'all really like me, or you're the fools to think that I was ever some sort of victim and needed your coddling.
Yeah. That there's anything to save you from.
This was fantastic, Veckel. Great job here. Great job getting
Actually, let's just listen to that lovely sound again.
this.
Believing. I think you were really honestly
Jihadi.
wanting to see something that you thought was genuine, and I think.
Whoops, hold on, because I lost the. Here we go. I lost the spot here. La 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 la. This was fantastic, Veckel. Great job here. Great job getting this. Come on, man. Why is this so laggy? Here we go.
I don't believe that you were ever a fool in believing. I think you were really honestly seeking and wanting to see something that you thought was.
Oh, sweet. I've got my Demon Queen avatar up.
genuine.
Perfect for the
I know-
occasion.
I know who my friends are because I put on a William Lane Craig video and you all stayed, so I know.
Look at the ass kissing face
And see Prometheus torch up in the corner there.
Yeah.
It's just to stir them a bit. They probably don't even know what it is.
last year. We love you, William. You were never a fundamentalist, those pigs. How could you ever be with those ugly people? They're disgusting. They are not one of us. Us progressive libtards. Be one of us, William. Wait, you already were one of them.
I know there's no virtue signaling amongst
Wow.
you. This is real love.
Absolutely.
I don't think I'm going to focus too much on the Christians anymore, just because there's just nothing to be gained. I'm spinning my wheel.
Yeah, you're spinning your wheels with the real Bible, the real.
The music in the back's a nice touch.
That's Veckel's work.
Loving you.
Yeah.
I know.
That's all Veckel. That was a great song choice by Veckel.
Fucking love that song.
Good job, Veckel.
You know, the real experience, the real religious Christian
Well done, Veckel.
experience. You don't want anything to do with it because it triggers you. You hate it. I wonder why that is, William.
I wonder why that is, Praise.
Could it be because you are repelled by God?
By God, not so much. Maybe Yahweh, but by you, my friend, abso-fucking-lutely.
That you yourself are a disgusting person, immoral, evil, dark person?
Oh, it's just thick with irony.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not
Isn't
going
it-
to deny that I do have a very dark side.
Mm.
Yeah.
Are you saying he doesn't?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm
a
not
different
speaking-
kind of darkness, though, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not done with him yet. I thought I was,
Different-
but now I'm not.
Different kind of, different kind of darkness, mate.
I need to be like I've been advised, moving on to what is true, try to figure it out. But go ahead,
So
Richard.
much.
Oh, hence the la 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 that he did earlier.
So much to know and to learn. Just that's what you've got. You have a lot to look forward to.
Well, look at them all just welcome William into the secular camp. Wow. It's so wonderful. And like, why is then we have
Hey, Will, how long have you known people like me, Halsey, Richard, who's there, Pixie, Hillary, PJ, Brojo? Are we welcoming you into anything? It's like,
No,
hi,
we've
Will,
all-
I'm Sam.
No, I've known all of you kind of different times, but yeah, but much. It's not like we just met. It's not like we just met
Mm.
right about
I'm
this
probably
time.
one of the newest people. And
Yeah, you
we're
and
at least,
Pixie.
what, 6 months or something?
Yeah, you and Pixie and Hillary's are my newest friends, I guess, on here, and probably Richard too. I guess the people that I've known the longest would be Heretic, PJ, Brojo. Yeah, because I've known them a lot longer, like 10
Yeah.
years.
Through being a fundy and everything.
Right, through being a fundy, a legalist, a Seventh-day Adventist, no less, and then kind of moving away from that, and like these guys have been with me through divorce, through all kind of stuff, friends, like yeah.
Wow.
Richard here. Richard, this does not make you look good, buddy. Wait a minute, because you're anti-fundamentalist anyway. But at least Richard, I mean, will there be a day will Richard actually say that I went, or has he already done that? Yeah. He already rejects Christianity anyway, outwardly. So Richard did it smartly. He did it more wise than these other two idiots. He already knew that really fundamentalist Christianity is really the most straightforward position. That is the most parsimonious understanding of Christianity. So if you want to come in as an outlier and even accept that you are a heretic, then be Richard. So I actually give credit to Richard here because he has more brain cells than these dumb idiots.
And remember what Heretic said before? I think that was a really powerful point about you already know, but the hardest part's going to be realizing you're never going to know. You're never going to have that definitive truth.
You're never going to have that affinity like with you, with us. We're going to be happy until we die.
He didn't even hear me.
No, you said definitive
sucker.
proof. You said definitive proof. He said affinity. I don't even know
You're
what.
never going to have an
Mongolian-
affinity like you do with us.
He's going to talk. He's going to tell you where you're from.
Awesome. Where am I from, Praise?
It's always going to come down to that.
Well, that's between him and me, the way I look at
Well,
it, or her and me, or whatever it is.
Revelation or something.
Yeah, but I mean,
if you're looking for hard
This is so funny. This is a perfect song, Michael. Love it.
physical evidence out here in the real world, no one else has found it yet. So that's all I'm saying.
Buddies for life, buddies forever.
Fuck yeah.
well, I appreciate everybody being patient while I.
I appreciate
Gang.
everyone kissing my ass. I never had that from the Christians. At least the atheists kiss my ass.
wallow in this. I'm trying not to be in the funk.
I don't think I would.
The funk. You are a liberal wacko. The funk is you. And you don't get it yet, William. You're the funk. You've always been the funk. Your ilk are exactly
dude.
what the
Who do we know? We've got heaps of artists, but who's the music person in our community? We've got to chop that up. Praise going. You are the funk. You are the funk.
I think I know just the person.
Excellent.
We'll have some fun with that.
the fundamentalists are against. We speak out against your ilk, your kind. We despise what you have to offer. You're detestable. What do you not get about that?
I don't say what any of us are doing as patients. I think we all genuinely care about you, right? We're not here to wait. We're here to go through it with you.
We're along the ride. That's exactly. We're along the ride.
We're here for you, William. We'll kiss your ass more and more just as long as you reject the Bible like us.
We can go down too. Up is always waiting.
In their beliefs and thoughts.
Wait a minute. I seen her face. I want to see what this pixie looks like. I've finally seen a face reveal. Veckel. Oh, man. If you get a pitch, let me see. Hopefully Veckel got it.
Ooh, I like
Oh. I got to see this face reveal. Hold on. Where did it go? I was just there.
He's obsessed.
I want to see what this pixie looks like.
Yeah.
I think she's a midget. I think she's the midget wife of William. This is what I'm suspecting anyway.
Yeah.
I'm
Is
gonna
your
see if
midget wife?
my prediction is
Fuck
true
me.
here. Give me a second.
In me, the way I look at it, or in me, or whatever it is.
Personal revelation or something.
Yeah, but I mean,
If you're looking for
Oh,
well, I appreciate everybody being patient while I wallow in this. I'm trying not to be in the funk.
I don't
yeah, the irony. Yeah.
think I wouldn't say what any of us are doing is patience. I think we all genuinely care about you, right?
We love you, William.
We're not here to wait. We're here to go through it with you.
you're along the road. That's
We have the true love, Christianity's hatred.
Exactly.
You're along the road.
Right? We can go down too. Up is always waiting.
Look whose face shows up. What an evil, disgusting cow. Look at this face.
Oh my god.
Now I see your face, Pixie. She talks like she's like 120-pound, 20-year-old, 18-year-old, teenager in college or something. Now look at her. Ugh.
Hold on.
Like, I mean, if you're gonna,
Wait,
this is the
pause,
thing too. Like,
pause. How desperate was that he sees the bit of her forehead and her
Yeah.
eyes, and he's talking all
Yeah.
this mad shit like he knows everything about it.
Look how old and
I
filthy
mean-
and wrinkly she is.
Look, she has eyes, and they're very close together, so she must be small. She's very tiny. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Bray?
Everyone who knows Pixie thinks she's attractive and
Oh yeah,
very beautiful woman.
She doesn't need your validation. She gets hit on constantly. But the other thing is that I would be careful is if you think that we're rough, you think that we're raw, you fuck around with that Thunderdorf and
You
you
haven't
will
met
find
Pixie.
out.
Exactly.
Give it a fool.
Yeah, Pixie can hold her own. Absolutely.
if you're gonna insult me and try to,
Oh,
caricature my face,
he's upset because of all the image.
Now he's
stuff.
asking for it. All I hear is he's asking for
yeah.
it. He's like, you want to do something with my face? I'm like, I didn't until just now.
Sir, challenge accepted.
Have you met Plastic Jesus? I mean, we can make you look any way we want. Don't fuck around.
We'll have you given 5-cent blowjobs in no
Hey,
time. Don't
Hey,
worry.
wait! Before you go further, I see that we got Lauder out there in the side chat. I just want to say that video you did where you spliced in the narcissist stuff was so spot on, dude. I really appreciated
man.
that. So
Good fucking job.
yeah, appreciate that,
job.
man. He's on top of it. He doesn't miss much that goes down over there. I don't want to judge
Well,
or something.
Speaking of PJ, oops,
Where'd he go? That was my bad.
Hey PJ, good to see you, buddy. I'll let you decide if you at any point want to open it up. I thought we'd just start the two of us so we can actually get somewhere.
Yeah, we'll get a little further into this because you and I alone are stopping at every 13 seconds because Praise
Yeah,
says stupid
exactly.
shit. So let us get past this little
bit.
yeah.
you better be prepared that your own face will be caricatured too. I'm just letting you know that.
Awesome.
Ew!
Awesome.
Ew!
I'm looking forward to it.
Ugh.
in their beliefs and thoughts. I think we're all
It almost looked like a midget to me. Maybe. I couldn't really tell. Maybe midget.
Waiting.
in their beliefs and thoughts. I think we're all in the same position as you. That's why we sort of get it. We feel it. It's like,
I wonder what 420 atheist looks like too.
Oh my god.
Go.
I'm on camera right now. I'm always on fucking camera.
That's how you know he
dickhead.
doesn't watch.
I was
these
thinking
things.
Yeah. He's even been in on streams though when I'm on. Like that's
Right.
just how.
Simple. Yeah.
But it's probably because I'm like usually looking like this. Let me see. Stop cam. What have I got? There you go.
He's like, this guy probably looks just like me.
Oh dear.
that you've got fat shit on there. Praise. I
Well, I
am
knew
fat
it.
shit.
I knew it upset him. So
Maybe Bill or Ted's Bogus Journey or something, like one of those dumb.
Why we got to get it. We fail for it. 'Cause, like,
I wonder what 420 Atheist looks like too. I was thinking maybe Bill or Ted's Bogus Journey or something, like one of those dumb Californian, like, yeah, dude, yeah, man, like totally, pass the weed, bro,
Yeah, we all, I don't think any of us liked you any less when you were
Can
born.
you stop because that, like, where have you been in your life that you don't recognize an Australian accent? I mean, I can understand confusing you with someone who was British or
British.
South African or something like that, but
Kiwi,
right.
maybe.
But yeah, I could see that because Americans, we have a hard time with that particular line of accents. But he just went to California, the place with no accent. They have none. It's a very dry. They have no accent. It's a really dry way of speaking. But it's nice. It's pleasant. It's easy to understand. But
rather than accent, he's trying to attack the stoner side of me.
Okay, well, if that's all he's doing,
I'm really stoned.
Well, that's true.
That's
all
what
of that
I
then would be true, and you do look like you could potentially, have been a surfer or something like that. Yeah, you do any surfing?
I'm Australian. Fucking, we get put on a surfboard as soon as we can walk.
Oh, fucking fantastic! So he might be close a little bit. He might be. Yeah, he could.
Right. I get mistaken.
But you don't look like some fat shit that's just stacked up behind a computer.
I don't think I look like Ted and Bill, but I appreciate the compliment. But
more Ted than Bill, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait a minute. Which one was Keanu?
Bill.
Oh no, he
Ted.
was Ted S. Preston Esquire.
God.
Yeah, I can't.
Ted,
yeah, you look more like the Keanu Reeves than the Bill.
Really?
Yeah. The dude, the short dude. Yeah, whatever.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, well, we're married. I have to say things like that.
You do.
It doesn't have.
We always loved you, William. We're gonna kiss your ass as much as you want.
That doesn't have anything. I don't think this.
So this is. I mean, does this really prove to
Is he even listening?
people the extrinsic? Because I put a study up tonight. Extrinsic religiosity. People that are extrinsic religiousness. Hello, case example A, right here. William is an extrinsic quote Christian quote.
Show of
not anymore.
Dedication, whatever you want to call it, has anything to do with the fact of the question.
Wrong button.
You're being you, and you're going through a journey, and we're here for it.
What is an extrinsic Christian?
Someone who's just outwardly Christian for like the social gathering or something like that, who wasn't really ever a believer. That's just another way of
cultural saying. Christian.
You're right. I was never a believer. Is what it boils down to. Is what he's saying. But he couldn't be more wrong. It's just that the things that you hear about, if you really believe, you can't. Well, that's bullshit. You can. Ask Sammy.
Yeah. That's absolute bullshit, Praise. If you thought more than you spoke, or even just a bit more than you do, paid attention and listened, you've talked over Halsey twice, but yet your comment is, "Oh, we love you, William. We'll kiss your ass, William." No one's saying anything like that. He's not even listening to anything we're saying or trying to debunk anything. He's just trying to insult everybody.
Exactly. We were here when you believed.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we'll be here when you question, and we'll be here no matter what you decide. And us is always waiting, and I'm not afraid.
Just bend over. Just bend over, William.
Go down with my friend.
See?
She's offering help.
Yeah.
Every
review I've watched you do of their stuff is commenting on the theology of it, on their behavior, on their language. This is just flat out childish fucking. He's just mocking and copying what people are saying in a funny voice.
No, he doesn't recognize, and this is what worries me about him. And I guess you could probably assume he had a really rough childhood as far as like being neglected, because he doesn't recognize when someone, he's calling it ass kissing, but these are my friends. And when people have friends and they're really going through something that's seriously affecting them and changing the way that they behave, friends will try to help their friends. That's what they do. They support them because they recognize the behavior change, and they're like, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look like that's going in a good place. And so that's all these people are doing. And I think that it's safe to assume that Praise doesn't have anybody that's done that for him in his formative years, I guess, and now mocks people who do that. I mean, maybe I'm
now. No, I think you're really onto something, man. And I don't
think he looks for it now. I don't think he looks for it now.
No one, like, people would know not to give it to him because this is how he reacts to that stuff. Christians are the most toxic masculinity type people around. For a religion that preaches love, they are so fucking hateful. It's just beyond me.
Shall we?
Yeah. You say that now, but once I start throwing out those videos of that weird albino mutant talking about Iberianism,
I'll still be here.
This is pathetic. Maybe this is a circus, to be honest. Yeah, I think it could be a circus. So now we're going to go look at Matt Bond. You know, he's always been an extrinsic, quote, Christian. So he had some things to say about good old Praise and the Praise I Am channel. We're going to take a look at that. You two are just going to chirp about me with Matt Bond.
I got to say something. Hold on.
So, like,
do you notice the feminine way that he sucks his teeth constantly?
I do.
Now, I understand that he has that massive gap between his teeth, and that may be a part of it, but I think it's very feminine the way he does that. I think maybe Daddy's not in the picture or something.
Let's have another listen.
Say about good old Praise and the Praise I Am channel. We're going to take a look at that. Make sure, here we go. I think here it is. You know, I've lost respect for you too, Gur. You can't even.
Wow.
And why don't you just stand it like.
Thanks for pointing that out.
I'm going to fuck with you now, so that's all you're going to do. It happens so often.
Absolutely. Fuck me.
You're going to talk shit about me, at least say it in my chat or.
Did you say
Check
something?
it out. Read what Lana wrote. He knows more about him than I do.
He lived a childhood as an army kid. And Dad would have never been around either. No excuse, Praise. No excuse.
Or something, man. Like, you're just going to chirp about me with Matt Bond to, like, piggyback on his crap. Like, it's even beneath you, Gur. I've lost respect for you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay. So, how'd you get in here? I'm just kidding.
I hacked in, bro.
So, I like your avatar. Very fitting.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I was prepared.
Yeah, we have two peas in a pod.
Look, if you don't love Bond, I will fight you.
Like, case A. Oh, like, I noticed. Okay, better not say that.
I know, he's the nicest dude.
Right. You must be evil if you don't love Bond. So yeah, you must be dealt with if you don't love him there, because you're broken. You're obviously broken.
And if you're a Christian who claims that a person's heart is the most important thing, not their actions, you're a filthy liar. And if you're part of this crew anyway, because they do not give a fuck about condition of someone's heart. Look at their hearts. Look how they act when you're being shown love by people. Look at people like Bond and how they treat and react to them.
Say that again.
You do. you're a good dude. So, Bond, do you care to enlighten us and myself with the bullshit you faced since walking away from Christianity?
Walking away, that's so stupid. You know what? I'm going to pull a Kevin on this one, so I'm going to pull the Bible out.
He's triggered. Don't give a fuck about your Bible, dude.
Yeah, there's a lot of that babbling. What's interesting is when Gurr comes in too, because Gurr comes in to, but yeah,
or to use it as some type of power or something. This is what they do. There's one that's that even still after 10 years still talks about his deconversion. It's genetically modified skeptics. Anyone know who that is? Well, there's a guy that has like 500,000 followers, and literally 10 years ago he had a supposed deconversion, and he.
Hey, Will.
Sammy,
do Christians is it a thing to talk about your testimony, to give your testimony?
Yeah.
Is there a time limit on that?
No.
So you could give your testimony 20 years after coming to Christ, right?
Yeah. But see, the thing
But
is,
if you deconverted, you can't give your deconversion
That's
story.
right. Well, you can't give your testimony or your deconversion story after you deconvert. Because I still have a testimony. It just means that I can't explain it anymore.
Yeah.
Like I can't, it doesn't make sense the way that I thought that it did, but it still happened. So
yeah.
And he still props it up today and talks about it. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to use it as some type of power, like as some type of leveraging mechanism.
The irony. What is the testimony for, Praise? What is the testimony for, my friend?
Guilty or bad, or make them look bad. It's like a shaming technique or something. It's so worthless and it's so useless.
Most of because I'm up for it. I want to hear it.
Okay, so I have to be honest. I mean, I have brought on a lot of it myself.
That was powerful.
So powerful.
Praise saying that it's useless, describing the very thing that they do with their testimonies.
Yeah, but that's what they're worried about, because there's a lot of power in deconversion stories too. Because if the person deconverted, they had their reasons. You didn't necessarily have a reason to start believing in the beginning. That could have been part of your indoctrination.
You're right, and that's got to be like the ultimate sin to give people apostasy. Reasons. Yeah,
yeah, we're apostates now in their eyes. We're worse than atheists. We're hellbound sinners.
I'd rather go there than wherever the fuck they're going.
And he just admitted to it. So the whole thing was a sham to him. It was the whole thing with us. This is what pisses me off, is that I acted legitimately to him. I was authentic. I tried to be authentic with him, but he never was. He even admitted it. So the whole thing was false pretense. It was fake. It was feigned. He feigned. You feign your supposed belief.
Whoa. That is not Bond's story. That's not his testimony, dude. I mean, he's had doubts, but the thing is that a lot of the doubts about whether he was ever a real Christian come from you guys making him question whether he was ever a real Christian. He knows what he believed at the time. He called himself a Christian, which is not anything that you want to take on in life, because it comes with a certain, it's going to make you look like an imbecile to half of the population.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah,
he's just totally misrepresenting Bond.
Just like they did you.
Well, I'm more protective over Bond.
Yeah.
I have poked people a little bit, so I can't really say what's.
And Big Bang Mama says, "Why are you threatened by one guy leaving?" Well, the thing is, he never left anything because he never was part of it. This is what we're trying to.
That's exactly the thing I'm talking about. You just totally make the person go, well, maybe they're right. Like maybe I never was, because that's all you hear from every Christian you talk to, without realizing at first that they're just trying to save their own narrative. They're trying to justify what they're going to continue to do and why they're not listening to your reasons.
Yeah.
Have people realize that to leave something, you had to be part of it. But he was never of us. He was never a Christian. And I'm not. Why would I be threatened of him? He's an evotard. He believes that he's related to strawberries. Luke,
Do you believe in evolution?
No. Adaptation, but not evolution.
So many fucking assumptions from him.
K15. Let me pull this up. I'm going to pull this up for KBD. I want to see what KBD says here. So, Luke 8:15, let's read it.
No, I don't want to hear you read it. Those in the good ground, these are those who, with an honest and good heart, having heard the word, hold it tightly and produce fruit with perseverance. Produce fruit, praise. Those with an honest and good, what? Actions? Words? No. Heart, my friend.
Version out. And this is what I'm doing. There is no what I'm doing.
What are you doing?
So what I'm doing is I'm calling his fake deconversion out. And this is what I'm doing.
Oh.
There is no such thing as a deconversion with Matt Bond.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Whoops, I'm in my own stream here. Whoops, hold on. There's like 15 different tabs. Hold on.
Fucking idiot.
Here we go.
Just me leaving the faith, and what's me just trolling?
So there's no such thing
Even
as
he admits he's a troll.
deconversion,
Like, you know how
Hubby?
disgusting that makes you? What kind of person you are, Matt?
So
What's that?
I don't know what they call you, what you did. I guess they think you didn't do anything because he
What do you
said
mean?
there's no such thing as a deconversion.
Right. They don't
I said,
think that
I don't know what
deconverted. They think that I was never a Christian. But let me say something real quick. I don't know. If
So
this is
what are you going through to them? Nothing. It's all pretend, is it?
that's what they're saying over and over again, that I'm just doing this to get views and stuff like that. But anyway,
Does he want to address something?
yeah, Lauder put in here, and this is true. Bond fought for Praise and Company when they did this to other people. That's true. That's a sense of tribalism that's kind of in there. But what I'm going to say is, yeah, he also, when it wasn't convenient, when all this was going on, stuck up for me and the way they were treating me, and took on like every one of those fake ass Christians, including that horseface Cheryl, and who would really can just make your life hell in the side chat. But he did all that, so he showed that he's got like integrity, and went against the grain. So I salute Bond, and that was, I think, was even before he deconverted officially. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, yeah, go ahead.
And I see he's saying he was just saying that he stuck up for them, and Will was a full-on fundy too, and was probably a bit of an asshole to people that.
Oh, I stuck up for Praise in the past too. I mean, I didn't know who all he was making fun of, but like, I mean, I stuck up for him against a few atheists and stuff at the time, but I feel stupid about a lot of that now.
Yeah, exactly. People change.
That I went out of my way to even defend you with Smokey several times. When Smokey called you out, and Smokey's the bottom of the barrel, by the way, but he called you out as a false convert, a false Christian. And I defended your pathetic bitch ass. I'm salty over it, yes. Because you manipulated me. I hate fakes and charlatans like you, Bond. Because you manipulate people's emotions. You distort and twist them around to your own little, whatever you're trying to get off on it.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to point out what Pixie said here is really insightful. And that was one of the things that I noticed about them when I was looking for the Holy Spirit. So it says, what does it say that he can't produce fruit as the fruit that he touches falls? Like every time that he's repugnant to Christians. There's two of us already that listening to him talk has just been like, they're just full of shit. And it makes us look further into it and go, oh, they're all full of shit. Not the Christians, but the orthodoxy. You know,
That's why he has to react like this. Because if he acts in any way honestly, kindly, he would not only realize himself that whether he meant to or not, he stumbled his Christian brothers, but so would everyone around him. So they have to make you the devil.
control.
Yeah.
What a despicable person. I'm saying, man, I really, with him, as far as this community is concerned, he's done. I hope he doesn't ever show his face, appear in my chat ever again. And also, it looks like.
So apparently, Praise speaks for the whole community. As far as that community, whatever that is,
Does Jill know?
Done.
Does Jill know? Because I think Jill speaks in the we. So I don't know who's actually speaking for Christianity anymore. I'll have to ask Beckel.
It looks like you blocked.
Hey, that's probably the YouTube Trinity right there.
Trinity, yeah. I was sitting here as soon as you, yeah.
Somehow you or Olive on Veckel's channel, somehow, like, you're an infiltrator. You're a despicable pest. You're nothing more than a pest, and you're just showing the fruit of what William Freeman is too. You two are two peas in the pod, as well as Gurmania.
Oh, he's shitting on Gur. Oh,
I mean,
now he's
gosh,
shitting on
like,
Gur.
why do we have to? I guess.
Oh man, he just didn't know how to put a sock in it, does he?
All Gur's done is just bring him on to talk to him.
He's been really he hasn't tried to push him. He's just asked him questions, and they've talked very civilly. And Gur showed a lot of love.
Yeah,
that's the one thing that Praise doesn't have to offer anyone.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because that's just natural. Like, there's going to be oppositional. Like, Satan is always going to be oppositional to the fundamentalists. So, birds of the same feather. Birds of a feather flock together, and that's what we're seeing here.
Struggled.
You jackass.
Yes.
Evil recognizes evil, and that's they enjoy it. They enjoy each other's evil.
I'll give you credit for being honest about that, because some of the stuff you've told me and some of the criticisms that you faced, I'm like, well, was Bond being a dick?
Yeah. I kind of have been a little bit.
It's kind of like when Christians come to my side chat, they be complete douchebags, and then they complain that they're being silenced because they get timed out. It's like, well, don't be a douchebag. You won't get timed out.
But I will say, I mean, it does come.
Matt Bond is offended that God created nature. You are a.
No,
what did he say?
What the fuck did that come from? Gur just made an excellent point that I hope Jill heard. You can say that you get banned because you demolish people's arguments, dude, but it's because you're a fucking douche. A giant bag designed to hold liquid to clean out the inside of somebody's rectum. You're a douche, my friend.
Wow.
Offended by it. And yet, you hide out and you won't even defend your evolutionary view, as well as Basement Dweller and these other theistic evolutionists, Jesse Camping, you guys are cowards of the lowest order. You guys are cowards, the worst kind of coward possible. But now Sparrow's in the house, who made me feel better already. So thank you so much, Sparrow, for coming at the perfect time.
Also, that intonation in his voice. You guys are cowards of the worst kind.
Yeah, it's all
It's
like
so
that.
feminine and like whingy.
It's whiny. It's very whiny. That's the tone of someone who's complaining about something.
Yeah.
He's irritable.
Fucking drives me nuts.
He's a little fussy. He hasn't had his nap. He hasn't had his Cheeto bag.
Or his juice box.
Just needs to
Amen. Our beautiful girl. It's about time.
I'm here. A little late, but here.
God, we were all missing you.
Well, thank you. I love you guys.
We love.
We were all missing you.
All right, but wait. Like Sparrow, out of all of them, is the nicest and the least. I mean, I've said some harsh stuff about Sparrow, but Sparrow, for the most part, is really respectful and pretty nice. I think she's probably a little catty with the side chat Nazism, but yeah, she's at least quiet and doesn't really push that bullshit that the other two are pushing most of the time. That's almost like, I may not know her that well though. Then I may have missed some things about her.
I know we shouldn't, but you can't deny that the people you hang out with say something about you. That's all I'm going to say.
Love you. We do.
And how's everyone?
Really
It was wonderful. I did a little April Fool's.
I missed it. I was out. I'm sorry. Did it go well?
As far as, I thought we showed some good things exposing them, especially extrinsic Christianity. And what is a fundamentalist? We went into that and how the fundamentalists actually show that they are the most healthiest, happiest, and long-living people in this world.
All right. Wow. That's awesome. Hello, everyone. God bless.
We love you, honey.
I love you
Everyone
guys.
loves Sparrow except for the
I love everyone. It's fellowship.
except for the little.
I believe this is where we're meant to go. Oh, we love you, Sparrow. We kiss your ass, Sparrow.
Hallelujah.
What else did he say?
Oh, I don't know.
When we were trying to be nice to you.
There's just a bunch of ass kissers. Just a bunch of kissing that ass.
So is that what's happening now or what?
Yeah, sure.
Fucking hypocrites.
Having some delicious ass.
Well, it's not what I meant, but let's go with that.
Little gremlins out there. So there's always going to be a gremlin.
Yeah, except those. But everybody else is so awesome. Hello, Cheryl, Patrick, Erica, Centurion, Big Bad Mama, all you guys, Doki, everybody. The dude. Wow. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm just looking at the ones that I can see.
And then there's Stephen Black too, honey.
And who? Oh, Stephen Black. Hello, Stephen Black.
Here, Chance. I tried to be sincere and authentic with the the little troll, but the whole thing was a scam.
Oh goodness. Yeah.
I've known Bond at least for like 3 years now. So
yes, I've known Bond ever since I came on. I'm just shocked.
It's despicable, how he used us. But anyway.
Yeah, I don't know how long they're gonna. I don't know how long they're gonna go with this, or if they're even gonna get to the part where Bond actually talks about Praise's part in his bullshit. But I do know that Gurr comes in a little later on himself in the stream and kind of addresses all this with Praise face to face, which I thought was pretty baller. Gurr was looking to defend Bond and stir up a little shit, and I respect that hardcore. It's coming up.
Oh, there he is.
This is for you. I mean, but
that's fine because I have criticisms of you. You have criticisms of me.
Yeah.
It's the nature of the beast.
Indeed.
So I do have a question. Like as far as Bond goes, I like Bond. I did hear that you said that you defended Bond against people like Smokey Saint.
Yeah.
Was that do you still stand by your defense of him, or was this something different?
Well, I mean, considering the nature of his supposed deconversion, like he's even admitted he's a troll, I think he took advantage of our compassion, and we're trying to be loving to him and show him, respect and be sincere with him. Because I approach him with like the most sincerity as possible, and I approach him with being gentle. I was never oppositional to him, and neither was Olive or Cheryl and some of these other people that have been around the channel for at least 3 years now. So we just feel like we were taken advantage of, and he just used us for his little scam or his little ploy that he was doing. And I just feel like that's pretty disgusting, when you think about it. We just feel used and abused.
Well, I mean,
What scam? Tell us the scam, Praise.
How much money did he make off of this scam? What was the
I keep
prize that he
saying
won?
it.
I know. He waited all this time just to come out, and now he's going to start his own channel, and he's going to rival yours. It was all a scam. It's a scam. The fuck is he talking about? God damn it, Praise, get a
Like,
brain.
has Bond joined Avon or something? I don't get it.
At the time, whether Bond was a true Christian or not, he felt that he was during that time. Would you agree that he at least felt that he was a Christian, even though he may not have been a Christian?
That's a good question. You know, I heard him a lot of the time say, "I don't know if I really am, or I'm still seeking and searching." Like he was always seemed to be suspect. Like there was always something. Like there was like a hill or the hill to climb before he would become a Christian, and like to me, it was an emotional response because of his parents. I don't mean to like throw him on the bus or anything, but that's
So Bond always questioned and tried to be honest in his mind, and with his search and with his approach. So he was suspect.
He was suspect. He was suspect because he didn't just listen to what Praise said and agree outright because Praise said it. So in that way, he was always questioning, but it was more of a questioning what the fuck Praise was talking about.
I see.
that seemed to be the defining factor. It wasn't like a real legitimate conversion.
Well, because like as far as Bond goes, like, do you at least give him credit that he's not?
Says you, Praise.
He has rejected the atheist label because I wanted him on my side. I said, "So you're an atheist," and he made it very clear that he's not an atheist. So does he get credit for that at least?
Well, he's always been pro-agnostic though. Even when he was thinking,
he did say that agnostic, that label probably defines him best at this point.
Yeah, and he said that years ago too. Like that isn't anything new. That's something that he's always held to. So I think he's always been an agnostic, but what we call an extrinsic Christian. If you look at the beginning of the show, I have like studies on this that extrinsic Christians are only in for it for the, basically having some type of social pleasure. Like there's
I see, like a cultural Christian or something.
Yes,
like that.
exactly. Like it's a social club for them, and they get. They get some. I mean, it's not bad. I'm not even like saying that's a bad thing because no, it's good to socialize. I'm just saying, but it's not a real true conversion though.
Well, no, I mean, when it comes to the cultural Christian, quote unquote, that sort of person does annoy me because it's like, okay, you claim to be a Christian, but you actually don't believe in anything within Christianity. Right. You just do it because that's what you were taught. That's what you're raised around.
Exactly. So you even understand it. That's awesome.
That I get because that annoys me. I'm like, well, like if you claim to be a thing, then hopefully you are that thing that you claim to be. But then, like when I was a Christian, well, let me rephrase this. During the time that I believed that I was a Christian,
right, it
would annoy me when people didn't actually think about these things.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's fair. I appreciate.
You're on mute, homie.
Did I just kill everything?
Yeah.
I stopped sharing it, didn't I? Fuck. I hit the keyboard and it must be like a shortcut that killed the video. Reshare it.
Christian, because you are.
Sorry, it just. I thought for a second. I looked down when you brought that back in through the backstage, and I was like, what fat shit just showed up in here?
Version though.
Well, no, I mean, when it comes to the cultural Christian, quote unquote, that sort of person does annoy me because it's like, okay, you claim to be a Christian, but you actually don't believe in anything within Christianity. Right. You just do it because that's what you were taught. That's what you're raised around.
Exactly. So you even understand it. That's awesome.
That I get because that annoys me. I'm like, well, like if you claim to be a thing, then hopefully you are that thing that you claim to be. But then, like when I was a Christian, well, let me rephrase this. During the time that I believed that I was a Christian,
right, it
would annoy me when people didn't actually think about these things.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's fair. I appreciate that actually because you're holding more consistent to your worldview at least, and he's not.
I try to. I try to. Now, as far as Bond goes, somebody did tell me that.
Here's Halsey.
Yes, we've brought in an expert. We've brought in an expert to give an expert opinion on the situation. Halsey, what's your theory?
So my theory is that, and I think I said this when your situation was a little more fresh with them. is that they have to return to the idea that you were never, or that Bond was never a real Christian, because your questioning in their eyes cannot be legitimate. It can't lead you to a legitimate place. And so they have to like delegitimize everything by saying that you are like an imposter, you're a faker, you're just trolling, because that it does two things. It allows them to, think of your questioning and your possible answers from that questioning as like not legitimate, and to dismiss you as someone that they can't trust, that is altogether corrupt in some way. And it lets them think of you as, very much kind of like mostly bad, if not all bad, So that's my theory. And that goes for Bond, I guess, as well, since they're kind of saying the same thing about him.
Yeah, I have to say that my theory is very similar. I was saying to Will before, they can't to do anything other than what they're doing, to react any other way, would allow the chance for realization of, not necessarily that they're to blame or anything, because Will's never said that, but to realize their part in the bigger picture.
Yeah, and that question that
a Christian was searching for the Holy Spirit amongst them. And of course, instead of saying, well, shit, yeah, we could have been nicer, they'll say it was there, he couldn't see it because he's filthy and broken.
Right. Or he was never like sincere about anything, just like a liar and stuff like that. But, the question that Gur just asked about, like Bond saying that he was not an atheist. I forget what Praise's response was, but it seemed kind of like if he wasn't the kind of Christian that they specifically say is legitimate, then he must not be a real Christian.
Yeah. Which
kinda
is
like, Jill's the
what
same
fallacy
way.
is that one? It's not one we've been doing, but
Not the true no true Scotsman type of thing.
exactly. But I like to say no true Christian. It's exactly what they're doing. What do you think, Will?
I told you what I think.
On
I
Halsey's theory, I mean.
Well, I agree to a certain extent. I think a lot of their motivation is just it's damage control, and it's also they have to maintain their own faith, which is why they can't entertain any ideas seriously or for very long that challenge their faith, even to the point of trying to say that there were no babies during the flood. You know what I'm saying? Because the Nephilim ate them all. That's just the most gymnastics. So it's their own, to whatever length they have to go to, they have to preserve their belief, their idea. They can't let it be challenged. And so I think that's just that all of this is an effort of personal maintenance. That's what I think. Maybe for the group as well, but it starts with a need to save their own belief.
It's like keeping the image and ego intact,
Yeah.
And then now he's got a show, so for the pressure on him to keep this up, is much harder, because if he's going to come out and then say, okay, so I've been doing this for 3 years and I've been an idiot, none of this stuff is really true. I mean, that's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah. That's
and he'd have to bring Olive and Sparrow along with him on that journey, which they're not going to let him go. So he's really trapped into doing exactly what he's doing.
And I imagine there was a lot of pride swallowing involved, Will, for your deconversion, or whatever the fuck people want to call it. Am I right?
Well,
yeah.
And that is the thing that is the reason that these people will never do it.
All right, I'm
They
going to go
don't
ahead and
have
put.
the intestinal fortitude that you do.
We've got a build up of people here in the chat that might be interested in coming in. Do you mind if I put the StreamYard link?
Go
Or you wanna
for
wait
it.
a few
Yep.
more minutes?
No,
It's
we
up to you.
can.
Okay.
We
All right,
can
but we
open
are
it
going to
up.
get through this. If you come in, you got to be respectful and let us get through this shit. Or you shall be smited by praise's wrath.
Can I say one more quick thing before you press on?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the idea of realizing that, you know, like it could be the idea that you're wrong, right? Or that you were wrong for X number of years or whatever. But the thing is, it's not exactly like you were not wrong. You believed information that was not good. And you trusted the information, you trusted the people and the sources. And it's not like you were wrong, like you're wrong in a way, but it's not the same as being wrong. Like you say, I thought this person was a liar, but they're actually not. I was wrong about that. Like, it's not the same kind of wrong as that kind of wrong. It's like you were mistaken to believe the information because the information is bad.
Yeah, you're right. Mistaken is very different to actively denying the truth.
That they knew Bond when he was not a Christian, and then he became a Christian, and then now he's not. I don't know if all that's true or not, but whatever the case may be, there was this point in time, which I would argue was recently, where he was a Christian, and then he saw questions that he saw that the answers to these questions were not satisfactory, and so he was like, okay, I don't know if I can continue being what I believe to be as a Christian because some of this stuff doesn't make sense to me. But but he's still not an atheist. He still doesn't say, yeah, there's no God and stuff that I want him to say. Don't get me wrong, I want him to say that. But he hasn't said it.
Yeah. Even when he was thinking about converting to Christianity, he says he was an agnostic back then. I don't think he's ever really got out of agnosticism. I think he went into more of a social Christianity, what you called it. I think it's a pretty good characterization of it. Yeah.
I do know.
So do these guys deny being agnostic in any way, shape, or form? Like, do they philosophically claim to know?
Yeah, Holy Spirit, Bible, truth. Yeah, they know.
Yeah, I think they equate strong belief and faith with knowledge.
So they're not even the Christians who will say, yeah, we can never know. But they just say, we do know. Wow. I thought that was just Jill and Veckel. I thought that was like Calvinists, really.
Part of their questioning with me was, if my God can't know everything, how can I know anything?
Oh, that's so Eric Hovind.
Know that like he did like he would make crosses and stuff because something with wood or something, and I asked him if he ever made a cross, and he said, oh yes, that he would. So but I remember Bond back 3.5 years ago when he was not a Christian. Mm-hmm. And to be honest, he just seems like the same Bond that he was when he was in the beginning. But I took him for his word when he said that he was a Christian. I did.
It's so bad. Shouldn't
damn sea lion, man.
You know, my question still is, why do they care? Like, if they're just trying to be righteous and say, oh, we care about the soul of our brother and we're trying to save him, that's just so arrogant to me and like vain to think that you're in that place, that you're even able to do that. You know?
Well, I believe it's 2 words, but this is just my opinion.
What's that?
It's a guilty conscience. If they honestly, if Praise honestly thought you were just some filthy heathen who was never a Christian, now you've just shown your true colors, he would have done a video on it and never spoke of you again. You live in his head now, you and Bond, because he feel like yous have gone publicly and said these guys' behavior has added to me wanting to walk away from whatever the fuck they call Christianity.
It multiplies doubt.
Yeah, there you go. And that's what they have to, that's what they're desperately trying to quash in the only way they know. And they're not intelligent enough to know how to do it well. So they're just acting like high school kids.
Yeah. Okay. I get that. I think you're right about that.
Hey,
sure.
I gotta say something to Halsey real quick since Louder's out there.
Mhm.
Olive poop poop poop. Olive poop poop poop. That's what I'm gonna say. It's an inside joke, but I just brought it outside. Lauder
Halsey
knows what I'm
wonders
talking
what
about.
is the motivation of YouTube streamers. I wonder about people's motivations in general, Popes. I mean, yeah, people are sometimes kind of hard to figure out for me. So,
To me, this is a virtual pub. Like I'm just coming in and hanging out with my friends and family. You know what I mean?
Is our boo boo poo poo pirate out there somewhere?
Oh no, you're trying to figure out what we were talking about. How about
my
how
God.
about we share the video
No.
at the end of this?
You just reminded me of the boo boo poo poo pirate.
I don't know what that is.
That is the name Praise called PJ. He's just a boo boo poo poo pirate.
Whatever that means.
Yeah. I don't
I
know,
feel
but
like I
me and
gotta insult
PJ
some
love
2-year-old
it.
if I hear that.
And I said to PJ, you know, that's what I'm going to call you from now on, right? It's like, yeah, I know.
What's up, Clockwork?
Heyo.
You're dying for a bite of this, aren't you?
Oh man, look, the hypocrisy of these people knows no bounds. I'm just saying. I'll just throw that out there on the table and you can have a look at it.
Oh, that's a nice one. Oh, well, you're talking about your statement, yeah.
Oh yeah, that too. That's nice too.
Whichever you want to look at, you know.
Yeah, it is truly astounding.
It is. It is almost beyond belief. But I've heard it before, so not really. So
yeah.
At his word, and that's why I supported him with others that would constantly say that he was a fake, because there was a few of them.
Do you think that when he said he was a Christian, do you think he truly believed that he was, or that him saying that was him just him faking it?
He probably thought he was at the time. I mean, he seemed like that he thought that he was.
Okay, yeah. So
he says poo poo as in POOH. So you're poo pooing things. It's an old English term. To poo poo is like,
yeah, I've heard that.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So
like to dismiss it, right? Yeah.
He was saying that PJ just poo poo stuff. He's a fence sitter, but she left. But he looks like a pirate or something, like just trying to insult him, but it come out so childish.
You know, I wonder why the insults, you know, I understand when people turn to insults, but why do they have to go to like 7-year-old in like second grader playground insults? You know, like where does that come from an adult that's trying to like make a good argument for something?
Oh yeah, I've had people throw kindergarten level insults at me all the time, and I'm like, "Is that the best you've got? Is that all you can do?"
It's really sad. I'm looking forward to what he does with our logos and stuff, because
I'm gonna get with PJ on that, just in case. We'll go ahead and have a few ideas on the table. It'll be fun.
It's gonna
be
more
great
fun. Yeah.
I'll say a quick thing. I'm not sure if you guys heard it, and I'll probably get attacked for this, but when they were commenting on the whole day that Veckel's picture was all over that one hangout, you know, the day that they made this weird accusation that putting makeup on the picture through a filter was akin to making fun of trans people.
Oh,
Well, how do you know Beckel's not trans?
That's a weird reach for me.
Yeah. I never even thought about that.
I'm just throwing it on the table.
The whole reason for it was
Yeah,
that there was a whole bunch
exactly.
of boy Beckles, and I thought there should be at least one girl Beckel since there was.
Well, you're a girl, exactly.
Right.
You were just fuck them.
Hey, Bond's here, and as it seems to be typical amongst the godless, we have to kiss his ass and coddle him. And by that I mean be very friendly. So welcome, Bond.
And also, I need to feel sorry for Bond. He's such a poor, pitiful creature. So
loving you.
Awesome. PJ was out there listening. He's fixing the mower. I got a listen in the barn. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Catch you all later. Poo, 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 poo.
He poo-pooed on it all.
Hey, I
You
pay a
poo-poo
guy to mow my
pirate.
lawn. I pay a guy. I don't have to worry about that shit.
you pay a guy to poo for you? Is that what you just said?
Oh
No, I pay a guy to mow my lawn. If I gotta go poo, I go poo.
Well, she thought you meant to have a guy poo on you.
Oh, no, I
no,
meant
no.
Okay.
to poo for
That
him,
was
so he
just
wouldn't
me.
have to bother.
Oh, that's
That's a
convenient.
service.
That's not my thing, man. I mean, everybody's got their kink, but that's not mine. Right.
Yeah, it's apparently a thing in German to lay under a glass table and have a person shit on the table above you.
I'm not into that,
Is it?
to be honest.
So,
Oh,
yeah, they
that's
call
bad.
it scheisser porn.
Scheitzer.
Yeah, so in that regard, he was being honest with himself that he thought he was a Christian, even though according to
Why is it every time I say that the worst thing I've said all stream is the time that poor Silver comes in? She just would have walked into me saying about people shitting on glass tables. She must think the worst of me. That's hilarious.
most of you, he probably was not a Christian.
But here's
I don't think he ever knew really what constitutes a Christian. Yeah.
Is this Bond that still? I forget if it was you or Bond.
They're still talking about Bond. But
Bond.
again, I can't get them to tell me what makes a real Christian from day to day. That changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, who are you to tell me that my beliefs are false? Unless you can actually point to something and say what you believe is fucking wrong.
Yeah, you're starting
Give
to sound
me
like
a concrete example.
idiot.
Oh, but that would make too much sense, right?
Yep.
the questions that were bothering him, to me, those questions, they would have bothered him in the beginning as why he wasn't a Christian. So those questions never got answered in a sufficient way.
Right, right.
So, so to me, he was never open and honest about the questions never being answered in a sufficient way. And I wish that he did, because we could have spent that time talking to Bond. There are a lot of folks that would have talked to Bond and would have tried to answer the questions to the best of their ability, instead of keeping it back and acting like he's your friend one day, especially to Cheryl, because they were like really good friends, and then backstab him the very next day and talk crap behind their back after.
That was powerful.
I think part of the thing is that they think that they should be the people that the questions come to, but we've heard how they deal with questions. They make it worse. They say shit that was dumber than the shit that we already thought the Bible was talking about.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't. They're not the ones to help. That's why we go elsewhere and they get mad.
Well, what gets me is they say you don't come to us. No, they people did come to you. You made it worse. You added to the problem. You didn't fix it.
Exhibit A, guys, I'm having trouble with collateral damage. Don't worry, William. The Nephilim ate the babies, and God sewed up the women's wombs. Now come back to Christianity.
Also, hey, Bond.
Like, that is why any Christian that wants to keep their Christianity and is having doubts should steer well clear of these people. Just saying. Maybe we should send more Christians to them.
Huh.
Like, because we're all like a family here, and we always have been. 1 second, I mean, just one day he's fine, and then the next.
The absolute ever-loving Christ out of me. Was that
They're
on his?
greeting for Dwayne whenever Dwayne comes in. Dwayne Burt. They always do that.
Oh, fuck! I wasn't excited. I looked around then to see who the fuck was in me house.
He's gone rogue and he's talking crap, and and then he's blaming it all on praise. Weird.
See, there it is, house. There it is. Blaming it all on praise. I've watched
I thought
multiple
she said
conversations.
I was like, all they ever did was probe me. I mean, what? So,
I've watched Will on multiple occasions and Bond both say no. You aren't even, like, if you want to say you're the straw on the camel's back, maybe, but you were just a piece of the puzzle. It's not all your fault. But even like, so to not own their piece of it, they carry on and say things like, "Oh, it's all Praise's fault." You're part of it too, Olive, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, I get that, because I did ask him. I don't know if y'all got to that point or not in the stream, but I did ask him if it's praise or praise is a base of, you know, viewers and fans, subscribers, whatever you want to call them. Do people, like everyone in the side chat, are they enticing you to go back to Christianity, or do you think it like dissuades you from going back to Christianity? Now, Bond said, he said, if anything, it doesn't persuade me to go back. And now that doesn't mean y'all are right or wrong, but that was what he said. That's how he feels. And for me, you know, I'll be honest with you. Whenever I see Christians like fighting about, you know, OSAS or you know, young Earth creationism versus old Earth creationism, none of that stuff matters to me personally, because I'm just like, well, I don't care about the messengers. All I care about is their validity to the message itself. But for Bond, as far as I know, as far as I can speculate, yeah,
But
he's like,
now, can I say something? To me, it wouldn't matter a person's behavior when you're doubting the resurrection of Christ, right? Because there was a stream done by Jill, and William, he was in that stream, and William was trying to give a video, right? He wanted Jill to play a video on a refutation on the 500 witnesses of Christ. And when, I believe it was the book, I forget what book that they were talking about, when the book...
Hang on, let me push the 3 dots. Yay!
Hey, Hubbles.
It's Hubby.
Hillary.
Hello.
Hello.
well, now wait a minute. Let me circle back to what was just said. It doesn't matter how a person behaves as long as they believe that Christ was resurrected. What the fuck kind of nonsense is that shit?
Wait, could you repeat that, Clockwork?
Hang on, let me play it. I'll just let her say it.
Yeah, just listen to what was said.
and now that doesn't mean y'all are right or wrong, but that was what he said. That's how he feels. And for me, you know, I'll be honest with you. Whenever I see Christians like fighting about, you know, OSAS or you know, young Earth creationism versus old Earth creationism, none of that stuff matters to me personally, because I'm just like, well, I don't care about the messengers. All I care about is their validity to the message itself. But for Bond, as far as I know, as far as I can speculate, yeah,
But
he's like,
now, can I say something? To me, it wouldn't matter a person's behavior when you're doubting the resurrection of Christ, right? Because...
So it doesn't matter a person's behavior when you're doubting the resurrection of Christ, and then went on some weird shit about a video of Jill's.
Is she trying to say that someone could be like a perfect Christian in every way, but if you're doubting the resurrection or questioning it in any way, then you no longer matter? Okay.
That's what I think she's trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus said, "Ye shall know them by their fruits," and she's saying, "Nah, don't listen to that."
Yeah, it's all about the doubts. And see how that's where that verse that they looked at before that said about a person's heart, that's what it's been twisted into, is it's not about the heart or the kindness or goodness of the person. It's about their fucking faith. How much do you believe?
Well, it's that, and it's
You know, if you have doubts, you're what, weak or evil? Which one? Or both?
so that, and it's extreme denial, right? It's just like they're like, well, why didn't you come to me with your questions? That's just denying that you did and they failed, right?
Yeah.
It's this whole, they keep saying you'll know them by their fruits, but everything they touch falls. They're not producing any fruit, right? Like, but they have no self-awareness about how the things they're saying apply to them.
Yeah. Spot on.
And by Jill and William, he was in that stream, and William was trying to give a video, right? He wanted Jill to play a video on a refutation on the 500 witnesses of Christ. And when, I believe it was the book, I forget what book that they were talking about, when the book was written, they were trying to say that it was after a certain point. I was busy and I couldn't fully hear. And Bond, I remember seeing him in the chat, and he was going against the resurrection of Christ. Okay, so that's a big one. Okay, like, so a person's behavior.
Sorry, did she just do this whole big 2-minute spiel to get to the point that Bond said something against the resurrection? She didn't even say what. So that's her comeback to...
If you doubt the resurrection at any point, you were never a Christian at all.
So Gur's trying to say that he says he did come to you, and he says that the audience, your audience in the community, didn't help his doubts, and your response was that. Bond wants in.
I got the StreamYard link 2 comments above him, and he might be on my page.
Okay.
Let me go put that on my page.
So he might be mine. Yeah, I'll put it on both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to go to Will's page to get the link. So.
Okay, yeah, it's in mine now too.
Okay.
Pixie's back. Yeah, so fuck. What, like, they never address the things that are said to them. It is so frustrating.
You know what's kind of interesting
exactly.
is there's some parallels.
Fucking question. Yeah.
There seems to be some parallels between if you doubt and like the desire for the fruit of the tree of knowledge. You know, like, you're not supposed to have that knowledge. You're not supposed to eat of the fruit. And if you do, you know, it's all over. If you have doubt, if you doubt certain things, same thing. Like, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to have, if it leads to knowledge, you're not supposed to have that knowledge.
I think they doubt what research, like, I doubt that they know what research and searching actually is, right? I think they have a lot of confirmation bias, and they search out information that supports what they believe, and they think that's research, right? And I think that kind of attitude carries over into a lot of other things, like big things, like religion, and stupid little things, like earlier, like, I want to know what Pixie looks like. Here's the face reveal. Well, how many videos have I been on camera in? Quite a few. Like, not hard to find, but that's your face reveal? Really? Like, they have no concept of actually digging.
No, same as me. I wonder what 420 Atheist looks like. I bet he looks like Keanu Reeves. I'm like, thanks for the compliment, but fucking way off, dude.
Or your non-American accent means you're from California.
That cracked me up. I'm like, wow.
Because the whole world is America, apparently.
We are all living in America. Oh, sorry.
Bond.
I love that.
How's it going? How's it going, everyone? Hopefully my audio is
Welcome,
okay.
Bond.
Because I am driving, so hopefully the audio is fine.
I'll turn you up a touch.
There's a little road noise, but it's okay.
Okay, I'll try to mute when I'm not talking. So
If Sammy looks like Johnny Depp, he looks like a younger Johnny Depp than now Johnny Depp. I don't really get that comparison, but
Oh, thanks.
Keanu,
I'll
yeah,
take
that's like
that.
a Hawaiian name, isn't it?
Young Johnny Depp was hot.
It is a
Isn't-
Hawaiian name.
For sure.
Looks like shit now.
He may be originally from Hawaii, but I think Keanu grew up in Canada.
Johnny Depp. I don't know. Maybe more River
No,
Phoenix.
not Depp. Keanu.
No, I
Reeves.
was responding to the chat.
Sammy looks more like Jude Law.
I was gonna say River
Yeah,
Phoenix
yeah.
would be a better fit than Johnny Depp, but that's fair.
Like
All these hot dudes.
rough and tumble outdoorsy mature Jude Law though, because Jude Law is kind of pretty and delicate.
That's true.
Guys,
Like
you
a
make
handsome kind of guy.
Halsey, what program?
Manly but beautiful. I could say that.
Halsey, what program do you use to make that background or to have the background visible instead of just a little circle?
So in StreamYard, there's an option to have a virtual background.
Okay.
And if you have a camera that has a cover, all you do is put the cover down and say, turn my cam on, and it shows the virtual background without you in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
I see Jude Law now. I can see that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Prosecution rests.
Like
you.
the AI version of Jude Law. Yeah. Yeah. With
I
a
can go with
beard.
that. Yeah. Yeah.
So, what you do is you go into settings.
I don't have a camera
Virtual-
problem. I'm in the virtual background, but I don't have a
and
camera.
there's a
So let me show it.
Okay. Yeah. This webcam is new for this system, and I've never had one with a little flip down cover. And I kind of discovered that it did that by mistake. But I was like, oh, this is a cool little feature. I get a cool background picture on top of my icon. Yay.
Yeah, so virtual background. Choose, there's a few generic ones, but you can add your own.
I have, but it won't let me show it,
And-
even though it's selected
well-
because I don't have a camera. Is there a way I can install a virtual camera just so I can trick it?
Are you on a phone?
No, I'm on my PC, but I've never had a camera.
Oh, well, wait. Yeah, I don't know about that whole virtual camera thing. How does that even work?
That's the same way with mine, Hillary's, because I don't have a camera.
You should.
Because
You should, because when I go into camera, see, I'm actually coming through an app, Snapcam.
Right.
So
He doesn't have a camera on his.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like it's feeding from the app, so he could get an app that like a virtual one.
That's true. Snap camera is cool. I think they just made it unavailable though, at least for the Mac.
Yeah, but it's still there. It's just all blank, and you can still click the blank squares. And
Okay, I'll have to try.
I've saved my favorites, so I can still access them. But yeah, when you're in there, virtual background, you just use the fade bar here, turn it right up, and fade you out. And then instead of having a little
very cool
video
Oh,
logo,
that's nice. I didn't know the fade feature. That's awesome.
see, and now when I come back into here, into where we are, make myself large screen, turn my camera off. Oops, no. Oh, it's because I'm in a different StreamYards. Yeah, but you do what I just did in StreamYards, and that's how.
And that is something I will probably never use, but yay.
Yeah, this is your nifty tech tip for the day.
Yeah.
I'm always on my phone, so, and I don't use filters.
And then there's
I don't
Geo with even more advice on top of it, OBS. So
Yeah, OBS
options.
has some cool effects.
There are options.
Yeah.
Hey, no
So
worries.
there,
Vaughn.
and you can be like me and Halsey and have cool pictures.
No, I am
I mean,
sorry,
I got mine by
Vaughn.
mistake. So. Oh no.
We love you, Bon.
Hopefully that gets better and you can come in a little bit.
And I'll just
Fingers
read.
crossed.
Well, you know, you get dropped when you're driving. You go through cell towers and shit.
So you know the fire and hands picture. Obviously, like I mean, I don't know, maybe it's not obvious, but that reminds me of the Prometheus. You know, giving fire to man.
That's what it is.
Okay. You know what's interesting about
We're
that
slowly
whole like
forming a Promethean gang.
we're leaving Leviathan behind.
Yeah.
It's
the
it's like
Leviathan Prometheans.
ooh, with a hyphen maybe. So it's like that was the thing that set off the potential like of the future of mankind, you know?
Yeah.
That was like the trigger that activated like the furthering of mankind.
Yeah.
So it's like really
Well,
big.
I love it because it's kind of what we've been doing is going back and back, you know, past Christianity, seeing where Christianity come from, seeing where that coming from, and seeing the ties and connections to it all. And I mean, it doesn't go much further back than the onset of fire, does it?
I just noticed that Small Wonder was on your thing.
Oh, has anybody seen that movie, The Quest for Fire?
It's been a long time.
I know of it. I never watched it.
Clockwork wants to do
Well,
a movie night.
it's got Ron
Yes.
Perlman in it, and he's the guy that's the fire keeper. And they
Must
get
be-
fire from lightning. Yeah. So,
It's been a long time since we did a movie night. We should do a movie night.
Got
Yeah,
the H.P. Lovecraft movie thing that we're gonna do this summer, I think. So that'll be
which
fun.
one?
Revisit the list and decide on maybe the first 3 or 4. Or
I was gonna
something.
say 4. We could.
Although
we could-
Sammy's the only one that finished the first movie with me, and it's a really good movie. So everybody else missed out. People were there for part of
Memento.
it, but me and Sammy are the only ones that finished
Memento?
it.
Did you say
Mhm.
Memento? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've
Memento.
seen that movie like at least 10 times. It's one of my favorites.
I love that
Same.
movie. That was our first movie night movie.
Nice.
That's probably how most of you, well, at least you, Halsey, I'm sure, as Space Cadet, met me as Remember Sammy Jenkins. I'm sure.
Although in the movie it's
yeah.
Jenkins,
Yeah, I know.
but I remember
And
it
that,
was
I
Jenkins.
did that on purpose too. And
Yeah.
I always knew true fans when they would correct my name. And I was like, yeah, I know.
I didn't bother correcting it. I understood the connection and I appreciated it.
Yeah.
I figured maybe you made it different on purpose, but like
Yeah.
connected. So I just left it
Yeah,
alone.
I did.
But you got bonus points because as soon as I saw your name, I thought of Memento.
Yeah.
It's just like
It's
I
very
have that
underrated.
weird. Well, it's weird, right? Like how little things like that connect you to people. Like I remember being on vacation one time, and because of the hotel we were staying in, we had like all these drink vouchers, but I was the only one drinking, and everybody was giving me their drink vouchers, and there was no way in hell I was using all these damn things. So I'm looking around this restaurant trying to figure out who I'm going to give my drink vouchers to before I leave. And there's this family sitting at a table, and this toddler starts like crying, you know, and the mom pulls out this little lunchbox, and she's like, "What's in the box? What's in the box?" And I was like, "That's it. She gets all my drink vouchers." And I did. I gave her all my drink vouchers.
What's in the box?
The 7 reference? Never mind.
Yeah.
If that really happened, that's bizarre. That the mom made that up.
Well, I mean, the kid, it was a
Real
toddler. The
story.
toddler had no idea what she was saying. And when she opened the lunchbox, it was just like, it was like a little coloring book and crayons and stuff, you know.
Right.
But her and her husband knew what the reference was to because her husband started laughing. And I was like, that's hilarious. They get my vouchers.
You know, I saw Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Has anyone here seen that? Anyone? Priscilla?
Oh, is that the one with Patrick Swayze in it?
No, that's the Tu Wong Fu or whatever that is. I never saw that one, but nobody here saw Priscilla, Queen of the Desert?
Oh, yeah. I'm Australian.
Sammy, of course. It's like a national movie, right?
Yeah.
Practically. So anyone else? No?
No.
I don't think I've seen it. I've seen
Okay,
the
so-
two one.
Do you know,
It's got the guy from Memento.
Mi-
It's got the guy.
What's the name of the agent
Which
from?
guy from Memento? Guy Pierce or
Oh
the
my
Teddy
God!
guy?
This
Yes.
entire
Guy
chat
Pearce.
needs Ritalin.
It has Guy Pearce. It has General Zod from Superman 2. Okay.
Yeah.
What's
It
the
has
other
Guy
person?
Pearce. It has the agent from
Agent Smith, right? Hugo
Agent
Weaving.
Smith
He plays the lead
from
character.
yeah.
It's fucking amazing. It's one of the best movies. But anyway, I'm so surprised that not more people have seen that.
Yeah, and they all go in drag on this bus through the desert and put on drag shows.
Right. And he's on his way to meet his son that he didn't know he had, remember?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's good.
it's pretty funny.
Is it like a Little Miss Sunshine kind of thing?
You would have to be off the air.
Is it like a Little Miss Sunshine kind of thing where it's darkly funny? On a journey or
Not as dark.
Or something. It's pretty cheerful.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Little
very
Miss Sunshine, if you watch it, it's a cheerful, funny movie, kind of, right? But there's enough like little hints or innuendos that when you put the story together in your mind, you're like, wow, that was kind of dark.
I don't think it has any of that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty much face value, but it's a great movie and it's lots and lots of fun and it's just like I can't say enough about it. It's got a lot of ABBA. Anyway.
Yeah, and I loved ABBA at that point.
Oh, what I was gonna say though is that like I saw that a long time ago, and then I saw Memento, and I was just like, wait a minute, like those are the same people? Like I really couldn't. They became their role so much. I didn't even make the connection at all.
I thought Guy Pearce did fantastic as Leonard.
Oh, I love that movie so much. Yeah, the whole cast is amazing. Lenny.
Trying to know if the resurrection of Christ actually, if it happened. I mean, that's the entrance into being a Christian, right? And then the second is on the creation itself. Like you have the evolution and that kind of stuff. So to me, there's kind of a double talk going because it cannot be both ways. So it would be the resurrection of Christ and how the creation of God came into existence. To me, those would be the two biggest things. Now, if he wants to blame the behavior, that's a cop-out, especially when you're going on the big one.
Well, I mean, as far as like young Earth creationism versus like evolution or even old Earth creationism, that's not a salvific issue, though, is it? But I understand.
Halsey, what fallacy is it when you say, if you want to say the reason for losing your faith is people's behavior, you have no right to say that because you have no faith?
It's an ad hom, I would think. It's like a character.
Yes.
Attack, and it's also
with
motivation attack. Say it again.
He
if
thinks
you
there's one
say
more.
that, yeah. There's what you want me to say the phrase again. If you think that faith, you're losing faith is because of people's behavior, you can't say that because you don't have any faith.
Circular.
It's also circular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 in 1. Good
the
work,
conclusion
Ollie.
is the same as at least one of the premises.
Yeah, as the original
Like
premise.
a restated premise, basically.
I understand and
No,
I
it's
agree
not.
that the
To me,
resurrection
it's
of Christ
on.
would be for sure.
No, it's
Amen.
not. Yeah.
But as far as like, you know, the timeline of events, that's probably not really all that relevant. Although I will say it may not be relevant to salvation per se, but I think it's relevant in a lot of other ways. But yeah, because like I think Bond did tell me in that stream that he was not, or maybe never was, a young Earth creationist. To which he gets, kudo points from me, the evil atheist. But he still did believe that Jesus was the Son of God, died and rose again, yada yada yada.
Well, that's not what he said in Jill's stream. And that's not what he was implying in Jill's stream.
Was Jill's stream that he was saying this in? Was this
If you
a
go
long
back
time ago, or
and
was
look
this
at the
recently?
comment, no, it was just the other day.
Okay, so
I'm not like the others where I take screenshots of everything. Like to me, that is lame.
But what was he saying? He never believed it, or
well, no, but no, he never said that he never believed it or that he did. It was the comments implying that there is a big issue with the resurrection of Christ. Okay, it was definitely against, and like he was trying, I guess, to speak in defense of William. So I took it as the way that I interpreted it is that he was going against the resurrection of Christ by how his comments were being said.
No, yeah, and I would agree. I do agree because he's not a Christian. So him saying that now would not be surprising to me. But if he was saying this like a year ago or maybe even 6 months ago, that would be surprising unless he's.
It was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. It's on Jill's stream.
Well, I'll pull it up. Is it? Was this like recently? How recent was it?
It was.
Again, missing Gur's point. You're just saying he was never a Christian, but now the example you give is from a fucking week ago.
Of course
After
they
the
miss
fact.
it. Of course they miss it on purpose. They're trying to redirect to avoid having to answer it. They're hoping they chase the rabbit trail long enough that they don't have to answer it and a new question comes.
So
you're giving them way too much credit. Seriously, it's just that they didn't understand where he was going with it.
Are you serious?
They don't understand it.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're that dumb?
Back it up 5 seconds and listen again, or 10 seconds and listen again. She doesn't get it.
It's not even strategy. It's just the lack of comprehension.
Right. That's what I'm saying. She does not understand where he's going with it at all. None of them do. So they're saying that, and they feel like that strengthens their case.
Let's listen
That's
again.
how. Yeah.
He's not a Christian, so him saying that now would not be surprising to me. But if he was saying this like a year ago or maybe even 6 months ago, that would be surprising unless he's.
It was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. It's on Jill's stream.
Well, I'll pull it up. Is it? Was this like recent?
He is not son of God.
Okay, they did. They did just completely miss the point.
In Jill's stream.
And was he saying he never believed it, or
well, no, but no, he never said that he never believed it or that he did. It was the comments implying that there is a big issue with the resurrection of Christ. Okay, it was definitely against.
So there's a big issue with Christ's resurrection.
It's like if you
he was trying, I guess, to speak into.
It's like if you question it, you go into like a mode of zero, like as far as the 1 and 0 scale of Christian or non-Christian. You know, you doubt, you were never a Christian, you're always a fake. Like,
well, but to me, I mean, there was a deep assigning of motives there, right? Because if somebody I considered a believer said something like, there are issues with the resurrection, I would not assume, oh my God, they're doubting the resurrection, right? I would assume that somebody saying that is allowing for reasonable doubt, allowing why people could have reasonable doubt, not saying I don't believe. Like, those are two different things. Like, if you're saying, yeah, there's some issues in the evidence for this, that's not saying I don't believe this. Like, I don't understand how they make these giant
That's
leaps.
right. And to say, oh, he never believed, and say, okay, what's your example? Oh, well, he says, he has doubts in the resurrection and this and that. When was that? A week ago.
Defending William, right? So just saying doubts can be reasonable because there's issues with with the evidence we call proof, right? Like that's it. It's not saying I don't believe this.
okay, and then there's also another thing. Like, let's say that a person, let's say your hypothetical person who says there's issues with the resurrection, goes ahead and tells you, yes, I believe this, right? But these are the issues, right? And they just lay it out. That's also like presenting unrestricted information, like without a slant, without like if a person does that, then it allows the other person to like really understand the situation and what they're choosing to believe, from the evidence. But like for him to just say like there's issues and then maybe present information about that. That doesn't seem like doubt or invalidating to me. It just seems like a fair-minded person.
Yeah, like maybe these are things that need to be addressed.
Yeah, letting other people see everything so that they can make a good assessment instead of restricting some information so that it looks only a certain way, you know?
Yeah.
In defense of William, so I took it as the way that I interpreted it is that he was going against the resurrection of Christ by how his comments were being said.
No, yeah, and I would agree. I do agree because he's not a Christian. So him saying that now would not be surprising to me. But if he was saying this like a year ago or maybe even 6 months ago, that would be surprising unless he's.
It was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. It's on Jill's stream.
I'll pull it up. Is it?
You're
was this
right.
like recently? How recent was it?
It was recent. Right?
You're right. It keeps repeating it, and they just keep missing it.
Yep, over and over.
So
They just miss it every time.
According to evidence of a week ago, that means never. He was never a Christian.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
I love it.
So it's not that
I
he's
love
suddenly entertaining doubt. He was never a Christian at all, even though all that time he was asking questions and trying to understand and defending praise. I mean, they're
Hey, you're supposed to act like a child or be childlike and lean not on your own understanding. So you shouldn't be bothering with all that knowing stuff and finding out stuff and researching.
Then why do they want people to come to them to answer questions?
right.
So
And why do they answer it in ridiculous ways?
Because what they're going to do is they're going to point us right back to the Bible and then tell us their interpretation again. And when we question it, they're going to get mad and say that we don't have the Holy Spirit.
They don't just tell you their interpretation. They make up ridiculous shit that isn't there.
We should map it.
The babies.
Really, we should write it down. Like every time they make a weird jump from one question or one argument to the next, and ask for proof. Prove that there was agriculture there. Oh, prove that there was farmers.
He said prove there were farmers.
Remember that?
Yes.
Yes.
Prove there was farming, not just farmers, but farming happening.
Yeah, he said prove that. No, he said prove there were crops.
What? Why
Right,
would
exactly.
they go to Egypt?
Prove there were crops.
William?
Yeah.
And William said because that's where the food was. And then talking about the
food was
plagues.
there in the
Imagine
Nile.
you're just a farmer, just doing your thing. Prove there
Sammy.
were farmers.
Sammy, I think your microphone's going in and out, unless it's me.
Oh.
It sounds good to me.
Yeah, it sounds
Oh,
all right
shit.
to me.
Oh God, it's me. I'll refresh.
I'm not doubting this at all. Like
I'm just curious. I want to hear it myself because I think he's doubted the resurrection before too. Yeah.
But all I'm saying is, if he is saying all this stuff within the last couple of weeks or however long he's come out as a,
I just don't get how that's the ultimate sin. Yeah,
It's like
I
forbidden
swear I've
thought.
heard him doubt the resurrection.
It's like forbidden thought, you know?
Yeah. Don't you dare doubt the resurrection.
as a non-Christian, that would not surprise me because if he believed it, like if he was saying this stuff like a year ago,
Yet claim that you have evidence for your faith. How did you get evidence without any investigation, which is like a form of doubt?
No, I
Being
really,
able to-
I really like that
okay.
you guys have been studying that logic, like knowing what the different logical fallacies are called, so that you can kind of, as a game, identify them. Because I'm kind of learning from you guys as you're doing this. Like I know that it makes my brain itch when I hear something that doesn't fucking make sense to me. But it's neat hearing you guys put a label or a moniker to it.
It's nice to know that there are definitely common forms, and that once you know what they are, you're like, I know that one. It's this.
As you guys are making it a game to do this with the arguments, I'm making it a learning process to listen to you guys debate it and then pick up on it. So this is becoming fun for me listening to you guys.
Cool. And believe me, we just butted our heads up
I
against
did.
the iceberg a little bit. We didn't really chew it like properly. So that's to come.
There's a lot to learn about it. I
Yeah,
didn't realize it was such an in-depth.
That's what I
Think
call
about the advantage.
formal / classical, critical thinking and logic as like a method and like a because it's almost scientific in a way. meaning like you have these definitions and they don't change from book to book. Like if you're talking about, you know, classical critical thinking and logic, fallacies, all this stuff, you know, it doesn't just shift around. It's very dependable, and it's reasoning as a process.
If we're gonna find out, if we're gonna find out as much as we can about whatever is true, then having this kind of
this is part of it.
Yeah,
This is
this
definitely part of
device, this tool to kind of parse that out. This is perfect. So yeah,
Yeah, you should join in.
I'm
So
kind of
maybe he'll just
listening
go by
back in.
proxy right now, right? You're just riding along with proxy.
So I'd be like, okay, he
But
probably
these
wasn't
are
a Christian
things
a year
that
ago.
that don't just sneak up. I mean, these are huge things that a person ponders on. Okay, because when you become a Christian, that is like your faith is bearing witness to the resurrection of Christ. I mean,
No, I agree.
Like, that's
Like,
the beginning. So if a person is going to start to doubt the resurrection, that just is not something that just pops up one day.
Maybe
it's a
Olive,
process.
Olive, would you say that possibly, and I know we're all just speculating on Bond's mental states here in regards to his faith or lack thereof, but if this is something that he's been pondering, then maybe he tried to suppress it at one point, maybe a year ago,
he
maybe
did,
3 years ago.
And maybe he did. And I wish he would have went to a person, a Christian that he felt safe with, because there were a lot that he gets along with that are very nice to Bond, that have always been very nice. And they would have gladly talked to Bond about the resurrection of Christ.
What if Bond was here now, like, or anyone who is struggling with believing that not only did Jesus exist, which I believe he probably did, but not only that, but if there was someone here that was struggling to believe that Jesus also died and came back to life, like, what would you say to that person?
If they were struggling, well, for starters, I would love to talk to that person. I wouldn't be cruel. I wouldn't mock him.
Right.
I would go through all the evidence. Like, there's even Gary Habermas, right?
Dude. Oh, okay. She actually just started as I paused it.
Except that she said she wouldn't do everything she's already done.
Yeah. But he said, what sort of things would you say? And her answer was, well, I would talk to them and I wouldn't be cruel. He's asking, what evidence would you give? What would you say? And she completely missed it, but she's actually managed to bring herself back to the actual question now.
Well, not only did she completely miss it, right? She said, I would do things I have shown myself, like the opposite of what I've shown myself to do. And that just seems weird to me. She's like, I wouldn't mock. I wouldn't do this. I would talk. But did you talk or did you mock? Like, what are you doing now, right?
Are you going to say he's just sitting on this stuff for years and not talking to anyone about it?
Right. Are you going to go out of your way to discredit him and be cruel? Because that's what you said you wouldn't do. Or are you just sitting up there to greenlight somebody else doing it?
Oh, you're so evil.
To talk to that person, I wouldn't be cruel. I wouldn't mock him.
Right.
I would go through all the evidence. Like, there's even Gary Habermas, right? I mean, he's.
When you say evidence, you mean
I would go to Gary Habermas. Would that have helped you, William?
Who? Gary Habermas?
Yeah.
Nah, never heard of her.
Let's see. Who is Gary Habermas?
See the memo.
Gary Robert Habermas is an American New Testament scholar and theologian who frequently writes and lectures on the resurrection of Jesus. Let's see a little clip video just to see how old, mate.
Evidences for the empty tomb. Those are most readily on what they taught, what would say a loser because his theory is wrong, but theirs. And then I have a response of major conservative scholars at that time. And these guys taught that conservatives are not like the kind we might think of today. But these guys are from Oxford, Cambridge, Edinburgh, Aberdeen, Harvard, Yale. And they're writing and saying, you're all wrong.
Let's try that again.
people who give evidences for the empty tomb. If you get an article, and I can name them, but the articles, I know one article that gives 8 evidences for the empty tomb, according to critical methodology, or another one gives about 10. I've got 22 evidences for the empty tomb, all critically derived, not like, well, this verse says, all critically derived verses. So there's a lot of surprises. I'll give you one more. I do a minimal facts argument, and I use basically 6 minimal facts. Well,
yeah, minimal facts. I knew it.
Fuck you, Gary. So there you go. He has 20. I have 20 something proofs for the resurrection, and I have 6 minimal facts. We'll have to check him out sometime.
Do you mean evidence for like Jesus existing, or evidence for
Both.
Jesus resurrecting from the
And there's
dead?
both. Like there is both. In fact,
What evidence is there for Jesus' resurrection?
There's several things. So we have multiple attestation, the criteria of embarrassment, the criteria of dissimilarity. We have.
How do you feel about those things now, Will? Do they still have as much power? Like this idea that it would have been embarrassing to be a Christian, so the fact people said they were Christians must be like proof of something? Because why would people want to be
It's
embarrassed?
nonsensical. Yeah, it's nonsensical.
Are you
Absolute fucking
sure they're
bullshit.
not saying that they're embarrassed because now they're going to be seen as like these, sort of low heathens that atheists are? They've just dropped down in society.
Perhaps, yeah.
So, could you ask that again, Halsey?
Well, if it's possible that they're implying that it's embarrassing to be an atheist because now you're like a godless heathen, you're like you're a lower rung on society, the order of it. So you lose status
Inside the bubble, inside their bubble, yes.
You gain practically criminal status as an atheist.
Okay,
Also,
atheist is
yes.
not as.
Well, it's worse. It's worse than criminal status. Earlier, they justified this, right? This extreme dismissal and going against everything she's saying now. They justified this by saying they were never one of us. That is evil, recognizing evil, right?
That's also
So-
called, we're called apostates.
othering.
Yeah.
We're apostates now because we had the truth and then denied the truth. So it's worse. It's
Othering
far
is
worse.
It's like it's not quite dehumanization, but it's similar. Othering is like you separate yourself from this other group, and then you feel justified in acting in a way that doesn't really consider the individuals at all. They're just, it's like very dogmatic, very tribalistic.
Nerdy's getting the most out of the fallacy thing. Look at that.
There's.
Getting
I don't know
popular.
when people want to do more. I have to do a little work today, but maybe later if people want to do a little bit. I got to do some homework though, so that I can understand what we're.
You're getting all kinds of props today. Look at this.
What's that last one?
I'm
The criteria-
digging
I've
that
heard the
people
criteria
are
for embarrassment
finding it
is
like
the
useful
I
and
think, but I'm not familiar with the other one.
I think we're being told to shut up.
Sorry.
I was muted. No, I bumped it. Sorry, guys. Carry on.
No, you can keep going.
No,
I
I
will say,
seriously
though,
bumped it.
I'm just glad that that people are into it. It's kind of like a favorite topic, and it's really not something that you can go, with like a random person in your life and say, "Hey, you want to talk about fallacies?" Most of the time it's what, like no, so.
Yeah.
Look,
Nice
you're doing
connection.
this. I used to think that the people that were preaching to people on YouTube were saving souls and changing hearts and making a difference. But I think that you're doing y'all's logic thing. You're helping so many more people be able to identify the bullshit of all, like from all sides. I think it's a greater good.
And
I think it's fun. I've
us-
always thought it was fun, and I'm glad you decided to go for it.
Yeah, and us hanging out, learning together, me learning alongside someone like Hillary's, who I look up to, their level of intelligence, and we're learning together. That is if that's not the fucking Holy Spirit,
Check
I
that
don't know what
fellowship out.
is.
And can we agree
Take
that,
that, Christians?
And can we agree that whatever the truth is, that's the direction we want to go? No bullshit, no bias.
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yep. All right, cool.
The other one,
That's a
I already
bold
Similarity
motivation.
that
A bold motivation.
Yeah, just like a bold intention, I guess I should say. I admire it and I
Yeah.
salute it and I will participate in that.
Yeah. Amen.
In our
Amen.
quest to defeat the Dark Lord. Oh, sorry.
That first episode, they really struggled to keep that level of humor up in the second episode.
Why?
But I'm sure.
Sorry,
Go, please. No. No, you go.
You know I'm not
Why
going
don't
to.
you go?
Please continue.
I was pretty well done. I think I was just going to say I hope the rest of the episodes pick back up.
I was just wondering
Oh, they do.
why do you think? Because he keeps saying things like, they keep saying things like, I wish you would have gone to a Christian you respected. I wish you would have this, assuming that he didn't, right? Which leads me to believe that they're offended at the fact that they were not the Christian he went to.
Nailed it. That
And
is
so
absolutely
by that,
it.
like, is that like I want to be a cult leader, or is that like I feel so self-righteous and I need validation that I am righteous from other people?
Yeah. I could have saved him.
There it is.
That they're the person for that job.
So it is self-righteous.
But do you want to?
And
Do you want to know
Yep, and vanity
what
and
makes
pride.
it
Got it.
even sweeter? The irony of the fact that William went to every one of them and went into panel after panel, was sincere, genuine, and even with a pleading tone. And these guys fucking mocked. He gave them what they're saying right fucking now. And this is why I don't respect them at all on any level. He
They
went
can't have
there
any
to do
self-awareness.
this, and they fucking mocked and scowled and said, you are just, you were never a Christian. You know, you just want to get into all your mysticism and whatever the fuck they said instead
there's
of
a difference.
actually.
You've been led astray.
To me, there's
Yeah.
a difference between people who like are brought in by that tribalism, and then they're like, whoa, wait a minute, this is not okay, and they work their way out of that, right? And then there are people like this who just have zero self-awareness, who tell you how compassionate they would be while they are bending over backwards to be cruel in the same situation now, right? The people who are doing the very things that they're trying to accuse somebody else of doing, right? Like, to me, at what point are you just like a lost cause?
Yeah. And to Christ, never. In the
You know what,
Bible.
though?
Wait,
That's the whole fucking
they're
thing.
They're not done with the blame game, though. Here towards a little later, they're going to blame me for doxing them. They're going to accuse me of starting this whole thing and doing all these despicable things, and that they were just defending themselves or something. So it
But
gets pretty rich.
That's just damage control, because people started pointing out that not only did he dox a random stranger in order to harass you, but he included a fucking child, a fucking child, a stranger's child that he just threw all over the internet, and now he's got to justify that.
No, he really believes it's me for sure now. Like
Even if he did, why put the picture with the kid in it?
As far as he's
Why
concerned.
put the minor
Yeah.
there? Even if he thinks it's you, why put the minor there?
Yeah, that would be really easy to get rid of, but nope.
Dissimilarities in the gospel show that there was no collusion. Like, they didn't collude. These were true eyewitness accounts. So it gives credence and validation that these are true, authentic reports of the resurrection.
And okay, so there's, according to you, Praise, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is verified evidence
So how doesn't the true authentic report still just say that yes, this is true? Like what authenticates it exactly?
Wait, we gotta give him a chance to get into it and get a little further
Okay,
in.
does he actually go into it?
We'll give him a chance.
Okay, sorry.
Evidence that Jesus resurrected from these accounts.
Yes, we have eyewitness accounts, but also oral traditions. Like Paul even mentioned, there was oral traditions that in 1 Corinthians 15 that goes back to 33 AD, just like 2 years after the resurrection, that early, that over 500 people, witnessed and attested to his resurrection. So he's even mentioning crowds of people and groups of people in oral traditions. So it's pretty rich evidence. Have you ever heard of Gary Habermas?
I've heard of him. I'm not too familiar with it, but I've heard that name before.
Yeah, so he did a poll or a survey of the total scholars academically. This isn't like a poll like going to Wall Street and like going, or to New York Street or something and asking people. But no, these are true academics that have PhDs and viable degrees in that field. And he says over 80% of them, it's up to 85, I think now, 85% say that it was there was an empty tomb and there was a legitimate historical resurrection.
Now, well, let's when it comes to the 500 witnesses. Can we agree that somebody said that there was 500 witnesses? I think we can all agree that it was said there were 500 witnesses, right?
But no, they can corroborate that these.
Muted.
Earbud fell out, so it pauses the video.
Oh no.
That we have evidence that these people were Christians at that time, which other reports of these people were in Roman reports and stuff too. So it's not just like Paul just saying it's true, therefore it's true. No, we have external records of these witnesses and other accounts of that. And even one was by a Jew. I forget his name now. Josephus. Josephus did too. Yeah.
Josephus, I do remember some of his documentation about Jesus and stuff like that. And listen, I am not a Jesus mythicist. Like as an atheist, I do think that Jesus more than likely existed. It could have been one Jesus, could have been a couple, whatever the case would be. It doesn't matter to me, obviously. But if Jesus existed, I'm fine with that. But when it comes, I think the scholarly consensus is more than likely accurate that there was a Jesus or maybe more. But there's no scholarly consensus that Jesus came back from, died and came back to life.
Well, no, actually, Gary Habermas it's been for the last, I think, since 2002, he's conducted a survey of the top scholars. You have to have like an accredited degree. So these are not like idiots. These are the people in their respective fields. And a lot of them are Hindus. A lot of them are Jews. A lot of them are atheists, secular people.
So there are some Hindu scholars that believe Jesus came back to life.
Yeah. Or they say it's historical, but what they would say was, well, no, it's their Hindu god or something that would do it. Like they attribute it to their.
So they say Jesus did come back to life, but then they insert reasons.
Their own belief, right? So the secular, I guess, would say aliens. I think some people said that. So there's different theories, but they do say it was an empty tomb. But see, how we address the empty tomb is the issue. They attribute.
Are we getting into the fucking Nephilim ate the baby type territories here? Aliens stole Jesus from the tomb?
It's been ruled out.
Secularists say that?
I asked them this. He's used this with me before, and not very convincingly either.
Attributed to their own beliefs and stuff. The people that reject.
Sorry, that they beamed him out or whatever.
Yeah.
Nice.
And the Hindus he's trying to say the whole world accepts a historical Jesus, that they all just have different excuses for it. Fuck me.
Reject Christianity.
Now, let's just say, Jesus not only did live, but he died, and then there was an empty tomb. I mean, there are some logical, natural explanations for an empty tomb, though, over a triune God resurrecting that body back to life.
Well, the most famous ones that have credence or that has any validity. So it's the swoon theory, somehow he was taken off the cross or something, and they ripped him off the cross and they saved him there.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, but according to the Gospels, he was taken off the cross after he had died and then put into a tomb or entombed. But then 3 days later, they come back and the tomb is empty. And now I can grant all of that and still be an atheist. Yeah, okay, Jesus lived, he died, he was entombed, and then a few days later they go back and there's no body in the tomb, and still be an atheist, because I don't have to say, well, there must be a triune God that resurrected this dead person's body named Jesus. It could have been that it was stolen or it was a fabrication, whatever the case may be.
Right, there are different, there's different propositions.
The reason for an empty cup, nerdies, you don't have two girls.
positions of how it became empty. But the problem is the attestation by the other people afterwards that he did resurrect, though. So either there was some type of conspiracy going on with all these for thousands of years, even after the Christians started the Roman Empire, or it was an actual legitimate resurrection. So, I mean, a lot of people, I mean, to me, it's pretty clear case that the best explanation, the most parsimonious explanation was he was supernaturally resurrected. So I think it outweighs the other ones, the other alternatives.
Real quick, this is a sidebar, but servant of Christ is like a lot of background noise coming from your end. Okay, yeah, that's good. Okay, but like here's my thing. So if Jesus existed, which again he probably likely did, died and came back to life, that's where I get really skeptical.
Yeah.
To me, it's just more likely that either his body was stolen and hidden to make it look like he came back from the dead, or possibly that the story of his resurrection was just this fancy myth or something created to promote dogma. Whereas the last scenario that I would believe is that he was resurrected, and especially if on that same day whole graves were emptied and like people came back to life. Like if there's evidence for Jesus's resurrection, shouldn't there be evidence that there were dead people that came back to life on the same day or close to the same day? I can't remember what the exact timeline was.
Well, a lot of scholars, they attribute that to only a specific vision for only the people in the town, that God only let the people see that. So that's what scholars are saying with that. It wasn't like a citywide universal spectacle or something.
So okay, I see. So it wasn't this like global event, but maybe this specific area, the small area on the earth. But if there's evidence that one man arose from the dead, it seems like there'd be evidence that multiple people, or at least one more person, rose from the dead, other than just Jesus. Though.
He's the only one that that stayed alive for eternal life. So,
well,
he's
even
wait a minute.
To life and then died, say 5 minutes later, it just seems like something would have been documented about such an.
Did you hear what Praise just did there?
Tell us.
Well, it's not a very big thing, but it's just certain language choice. Gur says there has to have been at least one other person that resurrected from the dead, and Praise said, yeah, but he's the only one that stayed alive. So that implies that there were others that resurrected but then died afterwards.
Lazarus.
He's trying to explain it. No, he's trying to explain it away because that's. It depends on how you interpret the Bible. There are people who believe that only Jesus rose, right? But if you read the story where the veil gets torn, right, and the temple destroyed and all of that, it talks about it was likened to a graveyard and blah 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 and like empty graves, and so there are people who think that
of old rose
exactly,
from the graves.
Exactly, the saints of old rose from the graves, right? So there are a lot of Christians who interpret that to mean that Jesus was not the only one who rose, but Jesus was the only one who transcended, who arose without dying again, right? So he's saying that if you take the belief that these saints also rose, and you say you have evidence of Jesus rising, why would there not be evidence that these other people rose, like any of them?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, let's go on. Sorry to interrupt.
A miraculous event is all that I'm saying.
Well, we do have Josephus. Remember, though, like the Romans and the Jews were hostiles to Christianity. They didn't want it to be. They didn't want the Christians to be there. They didn't want Jesus. They killed him for crying out. They killed him. They murdered him. I mean, that's indisputable too by scholars. Is that he was crucified on the cross? I mean, that's indisputable as well.
The Jews did it. Sorry if you think that's anti-Semitic.
I believe that it's more than likely that, he was probably crucified. Well, Cheryl just said in the side chat, Lazarus, is there any good evidence that Lazarus came back from the dead or that he was a real person to begin with?
Yeah, they have his tomb in Israel. They've excavated it.
They excavated it and saw that it was empty?
Lazarus, yeah, he died. Eventually he died again, but we found his tomb. We could actually prove that he existed.
Right.
We actually have the empty tomb of Jesus is still in Israel to this day as well. There's a church that's been built around it.
Yeah, so there's a tomb that was Lazarus's tomb, and it's empty, therefore he came back to life.
No, I wouldn't say it's the box of bones for him and his relatives were still in the tomb. So he eventually died and was buried in that tomb, but it's evidence that the biblical account of Lazarus is accurate, that he existed.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would imagine, I don't know, but I would imagine he probably existed. But again, for me, like I'm okay.
Go
seeing
to
Jesus
Expedition
exist.
Bible YouTube channel, and you could actually watch the video where they found Lazarus's tomb. I can prove to you it existed.
Oh yeah, and I'm fine with that. But again, what I get really skeptical about is the coming back from the dead part.
Well, let me ask you a question. So you know that the rock on the tomb was very heavy, that it took at least 10 or 12 Romans to move it. So you're aware of that, right?
Yeah, according to
Wait a minute.
So I mean, yeah. So that's at least historically that would be something that you would have to address. Like, how would that?
So because it's heavy, they other people couldn't have moved it. Is that what he's trying to say?
Therefore, God.
And
Heavy
there's
rock, therefore God.
only one of the Gospels even mentioned a Roman centurion or a Roman guard being put there.
And he didn't say one. He said like a whole bunch of guys would have to move it.
Can I just tell you, I've done a bit of research on this, and the only people that say it is Christians who do debates. No scholar believes that a Roman guard would have been put in guard of a Jew that was crucified, because part of the whole process of crucifixion is humility, is
Leaving them up there?
embarrassment. It is ripping their clothes off and making them nude, beating them to within an inch of their life, leaving
And
their
leaving
body
them
to
there.
rot so they do not get the proper burial, because the Romans knew how important it was to the Jews.
And speaking of the church built around the tomb, isn't there more than one site claimed to be Jesus' tomb?
Yes. There's like 3 or 4.
That stone get moved naturalistically, and why would the Romans do it to make
Naturalistically.
I was just gonna say
the resurrection look true? Because according to like even records show that Romans were hostile to monotheistic gods because they were a polytheistic religion. So there's no way they would like be in some type of scam or some type of fraudulent exercise to make Jesus look like he resurrected. So what would account for that huge rock being moved and being unsealed? So it was a sealed rock. A huge boulder was put there.
Sorry, there's no way that people wouldn't have faked it. I'm glad that you said that, Praise. We can all just take it. We'll take it on faith, shall we?
I thought the whole like Roman guards was because of, well, I don't know. Maybe somebody made up a story to explain the Roman guards. But apparently, like somebody was saying there were Roman guards because something about they were afraid that his followers would steal the body or something. But this person may have been out there too. They also went into like a decoy, like the tomb was empty because Jesus was never there. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is if I'm granting that every single sentence within the Gospels is true. But if I assume that, at least for the sake of argument, then I mean, I could see people saying, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to pay these guards some shekels or whatever it was back then to just what they put in place of the tomb to cover it. Go ahead and remove it." I mean, I'm not saying that is the case, mind you. I'm just saying there's a lot of natural explanations that would not require that a triune God resurrected Jesus.
But you see, you're going into conspiracies though. Like you have to go outside of the Bible to do that.
Hey, Praise, may I add something?
Sure, go ahead.
To this. First of all, hello, Praise, and everyone else.
Good to see you, Jared.
Hail, Praise.
Here's a question to really ponder on. The disciples claimed that Jesus rose from the dead. Okay. Do you know of anyone to die for what they know to be a lie?
Muslims, actually.
No.
Yes.
For what they know to be a lie.
Oh,
not,
know to be
not,
a lie.
not that they're deceived or that they were hoodwinked, but that they know it for a fact that it's a lie and they choose to die. So for example, the Romans, when they told the Christians, "Hail Caesar and deny your Christ, or we'll feed you to the lions," and they chose not to deny Jesus Christ. So it doesn't make sense to die like that in that manner for what you know to be a lie. It doesn't make sense.
Oh yeah, I agree.
So you can't just say like, oh,
So primitive thinking people didn't do crazy shit for their gods all the time. Okay, good to know.
Well, it's not even that. He said Who would die for something they know is a lie? Every cult leader. Well, not every one of them, but a lot of them. A lot of them know it's bullshit, but they'd rather go out with everything than keep going with nothing.
Yeah. Well said. Elina. How do you say that name in the chat there?
Maybe Eloina.
Eloina.
Oh, that's a good way to say
I'm
it.
guessing.
I was thinking Eloina because
could
the
be,
AE can be A, but I don't
Can
know.
be naturalistically.
Maybe she could, or he. I'm not sure which, but
They're funny.
Say how.
They said, "How did the rock get there?" It cannot be naturalistically, right? No, it can't be naturalistically. That's correct.
Just rolled
the
into
disciples.
place.
There was the Holy Spirit.
Could have probably just paid off this soldiers and this and that, and like praise was sinking into a whole bunch of conspiracy theories because it just doesn't make sense.
Well, no, I wasn't actually saying that the disciples did, but I'm just saying that be it the disciples for this case, or the Romans, or the Jewish people, whoever it may have been, I'm just saying that seems to me like a likelier scenario, if I grant all of it to be true, over, again, a triumphant God resurrecting a dead body. That's all I'm saying. It's just a more simple, more natural, more probable explanation over supernatural stuff.
I don't think so. I mean, I think you maybe look into the
Oh,
criteria
Will,
again.
are
Like,
you there?
so the criteria.
Yeah, I'm here.
We missed something good in the chat about Jesus' tomb. Ready?
Yeah. Special.
It's on the screen.
Geo.
Good work, Gio. Good catch.
The criteria of embarrassment, we have women. So this was a very man-centered culture back then. The it's patriarchal. Women were. I mean, usually it's like the man, like they're protecting the woman. Well, I mean, it's not like that either. I'm just saying, like, they're the ones that are protecting the woman. Like, they're the ones that need to be protected because it was a very like violent culture back then. Like, there was things that they would be defending themselves against those cultures. So, for women to pronounce the resurrection.
But this is the culture that dictates your morals.
Yeah.
You're bending over backwards to walk on eggshells describing it, but this is the culture that dictates your morals. This is your moral objective, right?
Fucking mind-boggling.
Would be an admission. I mean, that would go against a culture that is, very patriarchal centered. So the fact that embarrassment factor shows you the legitimacy of the resurrection, that's something you're going to have to account for. If it's been faked or fraud, if the resurrection is false, if it was under false pretenses, or if it was faked or something, you would need to explain, well, why are women the ones who are pronouncing the resurrection happened and declaring it and spreading the news?
Yeah, and in all fairness, when I was reading Frank Turek's book, Stealing from God, out of all the points that he made, I found that like 9 out of 10 of his points were really bad reasoning and a bunch of non sequiturs. But the argument from embarrassment was, to me, the better of all of his arguments, which is what he just presented, to be fair.
That is something you have to contend with if you think that it was all faked and it was all a scam. It was just a bunch of bogus hocus pocus. And I'm just saying this is something to think about at least.
And I do have to get going here, but I do have one last question. Like, as far as William Freeman goes, did you try to dox him?
No, I don't, because I mean his Facebook is out for anyone to see. I never put his name out there. I put a picture up of him out there, but it was free to the public.
Okay, and I'm not friends with William Freeman. I don't really know him all that well. I've had a few interactions with him, but I did see a post or a video that you put out. I think
Ask William.
He actually doxed their address.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, wait. Oh,
and
William doxed
first
somebody?
and last name.
Yeah, my address.
Okay,
He put
first and
what was it?
last
The
name.
yeah.
Okay, I
Offer
did not
with
realize
you,
this.
and then
With you,
he
yeah.
got snarky, and then he goes, "I may or may not put photos up of inside his house." It's fair
Okay,
game,
so-
William. It's fair game. You don't mess with people and then want to play the victim and play the violin. I don't think so.
Okay, so just for clarification, okay, so William doxed you or attempted to dox you, whatever the case may be, and then so you fought fire with fire, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
They're,
yeah.
they're
Okay. I was just
claiming you
making
did
sure
it first.
But not address. Nothing
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
I don't even think I put his. Maybe I did put his name out there. I think I did put because it's on the Facebook profile. So
Well, and here's my thing. To be fair, if that is his real name, William Freeman, then I mean he's doing it to himself. To be fair, But
Right.
I just wasn't sure if, because I know somebody had mentioned that, and I was like, well, I mean, if that's his real name, that's kind of his fault. But yeah, okay. But okay,
Did
so
you
if
guys
he was the
catch
one
that?
to strike first as far as doxing goes, then yeah, I think it's fair game. I don't approve of any of it, but yeah, I mean.
No, I know it's stupid. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be at war with have contentions with William. He can just go on his own merry way. Just leave us alone. We'll leave him alone. That's all.
But he's the one that came in here that night, Praise, prior to all this happening, making threats, saying he's going to be everybody's worst nightmare and all this and that. He already made his little threats, and that's why he did what he did. And it's shameful that everybody has this tunnel vision, that especially the one.
No, Seal, we don't have tunnel vision.
When did you
You
dox
have
him?
fucking tunnel vision.
When did you put somebody's address
Hang
on
on.
the screen?
He didn't dox anyone. It's
No.
bullshit.
They're
But
saying
he
that he
didn't
did
make
first,
fucking
too.
threats either. He told them, I'm going to
Make videos of the stupid things you say.
make videos of your public fucking videos. But instead of making people watch a 6-hour video, I'm just going to chop up all the stupid bits you say or review it, but not even chop it up because they try and claim cherry picking. So you play the whole fucking thing.
Exactly. He said they were like, oh, you're threatening, and he was like, I'm not threatening. I'm telling you, I'll just make videos of the stupid shit you say. I'll platform you, basically. And then they kept bringing family into it, and he was like, I don't care about your family. I'm just gonna make videos on you. And he said that over and over and over again. So I don't know what they're talking about.
They're being overly dramatic, I think. When Will was like, oh, I'm going to be everywhere. I'm going to always be watching you or whatever. Like he meant on YouTube. They're taking it as if he's, going to be stalking them in real life or something,
But
Yeah, he's going
to
make it his life's intention. Oh, did my earbud just die? Tell me no. Nope. He's going to travel around America tracking them all down. That's his new life's mission.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not like they thought that. It's that they want to think that, because he clarified over and over and over and over again. No, I'm just going to make videos. This is something they want to believe, and they want to believe it because it justifies their behavior.
Yep. They want to have excuses for being horrible people and acting in horrible ways and doing, terrible shit. So.
The ones that were in there by William when he did this, and they're making excuses for it, and then they want to make Praise like he's the bad guy.
Okay, yeah, well, I've always been. And this is why I asked to make sure that I'm getting the full picture here, because I was under the impression that Praise was just doxing him and looking up his Facebook and his personal info, but I did not realize that he was the one.
Yeah,
and
I want you to believe that.
Okay, but all right, well, thanks for having me on, Praise. I do appreciate it, and y'all have a good night.
I know you probably don't give a shit, Will, but can we fucking correct that with Gurr? Because that pisses me off.
That again?
I don't think Gurr just went in there and believed everything they said.
No, I know.
I'm really glad he asked those questions because they basically reported it, as in error. They intentionally skewed information and didn't correct when he repeated it back to them. They're dishonest in this whole thing right here.
Peace and respect. Good morning, everybody.
Yay! I like Gurr
and Richard.
Hey, everybody.
And Gurr prefers not to escalate the situation, but I wouldn't think I wouldn't think, knowing Gurr, that he left that thinking
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He may have been asking
he
just
was
to make them
really
explain.
polite.
He usually is, even when people are terrible.
He may have
and
asked
it makes
just
some of his
to-
viewers mad. They say oh, you should have gone harder, or why are you platforming this person? It gets to him sometimes, but he wants to exchange the information without the conflict, whether he agrees or disagrees, and I think that's fine.
So I didn't dox him.
Nope.
He actually doxed himself. He did dox some poor guy whose name is William Freeman.
And
that
he
guy,
did it first. Right?
Yeah, he did
That
it
was
first. And that guy, he's done that several times. The first picture, had the kid in it. So when I saw that, yeah, I found out where he lived. I mean, it wasn't hard. It took me 8 minutes to find out where he lived, what his place looks like, all that stuff, his name, because he has clues everywhere. Anyway, but all I did was I just used a road name and put it in the comment section, not the
A road
address.
name. Wait, see, and I might have read it, and like I never even would have known because you do some like play on words sometimes.
It was the
and I
title
probably
of a
would have,
stream.
and I probably just would have thought it was like a play on words because you do that sometimes.
Right. It was
Like,
it
I
was
never-
really only meant for him to know to stop doxing or trying to dox me. I was letting him know. Then he came on and confirmed what he shouldn't have, which was that was about him. I mean, he explained what I did and then confirmed that's his address.
Yeah,
Well, then that's his own fault.
Right.
He made inert information active and useful information.
That's correct. And then now he's
Yeah.
blaming me for doxing him, but he doxed himself.
And he said that was in response to you doing that. But if I remember correctly, that would have been after he did the doxing of
With the
whoever
midget fellow.
whoever that poor guy and that child is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was first. You did that first.
So that was my response to find out. All right, well, if he's doing this, I'm going to find out who he is, because I kind of thought about maybe giving that information to that fellow that he was doxing, like, finding him on Facebook and sending that to him, like, this is the video and this is where the guy lives. But then I was like, nah, I'm not going to do that. You muted?
I think we're probably getting close to the end of Gur's bit.
Yeah.
Likewise, man. It's good talking with you again. I enjoyed the conversation. Hope we can do it again sometime.
Likewise.
Take care, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, at least Gur, Gur's respectful. At least he can hold a conversation. Like some of these other atheists, like they hide out and then like they speak behind your back on their own channel. At least Gur has the balls to come in here and like confront you.
But William,
I've never hung out. I just don't enjoy listening to your content, particularly when I have to have everything on double speed, because if I don't, you start sounding like this, and it fucking pisses me off.
I've been in there once and I got banned within 5 minutes. So don't tell me fucking we hide out praise.
Yeah, if I was to type
Oh,
something,
come on,
they'd ban
man.
me the same way they banned William, the same way they banned Bond.
I would only speak via a text format because I'd rather read something that they have to say and respond in text, because I don't want to listen to their voices or hear how they say things. And when they misspeak, I don't want to think about having to correct them. I'd rather them type out everything and I'll just respond in kind, I don't want to talk to them though.
Wait, you couldn't. They'll just ban you. They banned Bond, they banned Will, they've banned Sammy, but we're the ones who are hiding,
Yeah, it's not really a priority for me at all. I'm just
Huge. That was a mic drop. Amen.
Lord, no, back it up. There
Let's
was
see
a
what the
mic
usual
drop.
suspects have to say about
Well,
our
I'm gonna
little
guys.
Would you say back it up?
Yeah, he just said they made a declaration of a mic drop, and I was just curious what they thought that was, but that's okay. If we missed it, that's fine.
It's so special. It's beautiful. So beautiful.
Powerful.
Amen.
It's so special and beautiful. So beautiful.
You know, it's like every Christian has a verse, and if you're a Christian and you don't have a verse yet, you will, trust me.
You will.
And there's a type of verse that you just cling on to, man, and for whatever reason, you'll have a song to sing.
Amen, Kevin.
Oh,
a song to
verse.
sing.
Okay.
I love how you said that. That was a mic drop. Amen.
Okay.
So let's see what the usual suspects have to say about
Well,
our
I'm
little
gonna,
stream.
guys, I'm gonna try to get some rest so I can get up for church in the morning. But God bless you, and take care.
God bless, Kevin. Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming in.
You guys know what
Hey, Ed.
you guys know what grace for grace means in John chapter 1 and then in Romans 1 where it says from faith to faith?
I've heard of that. I haven't really studied that. Like, what do you think it means?
Well, I don't necessarily get it completely. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into that. I've heard faith to faith. Yeah.
What about like where was that? John 1. John 1 here, yeah, John. And then the other.
JV light on. Yeah. From his fullness, we all receive grace upon grace.
He was gonna go and look at more.
And then Romans 1:17.
Yeah, I think we've gotten enough out of this. I mean, we've.
Yeah, but then got distracted in his Bible.
It's a bit of a spaz, that one.
Listening to him read is more painful than listening to him talk.
Lateral move. What's good, Ed?
Unfortunately,
So,
nothing.
Sorry. Hello, Ed.
No.
Hello, Richard.
Hello, everyone. Good to be here. Go on, Halsey.
For anyone that is going to go along with the next possible little portion, I was going to give people a link that they could preview for when we do that, and you could maybe take a look at it before we dive in. But for anyone that's here that's going to do that, I'm going to put it in the private chat, and I'll put it on the outside chat too, just in case.
I'm going to copy it and put it in the wheel.
Just the first page of many that we'll be dealing with. Sorry, go ahead, Richard.
You'd make a pretty good sister. You're very nice.
A what?
A pretty good sister. You know, like blood relative that you deal with on a regular basis, sister.
Or a nun.
Okay.
You'd make a great
that's
nun.
Nice to say. Thank you. A nun? Oh, I would. I mean, maybe the right kind of nun. That would be kind of cool, actually.
I'd be one of the weed nuns.
I don't think nuns exist at all.
Nuns are
Well, the weed nuns, the weed nuns aren't really nuns. They're not like religious nuns. I wouldn't think. I guess some of them are religious and some of them aren't. Have you ever seen the video of Aubrey Plaza smoking weed with nuns? We found out they're not really nuns. But anyway, you just have to watch that, and you'll know what I'm talking about when I say the weed nuns.
She's super funny.
I love Aubrey Plaza. She is awesome.
I'm waiting to hear what Richard's got cooking in his brain right now.
But I always have to meter these things because it's my aim to help people accept what I think reality is so that they have an easier life. So I work very hard at not being offensive most of the time.
When you say accept, do you mean that telling people what stuff is or why the stuff is like this?
Why or what? Oh, well, it's not so evidential as it is experiential. So I suppose it's why the things are rather than what the things are.
Yeah, but you languaged it into like telling people what to accept, and I have a problem with that.
I want people to accept things that are true because true things work in reality and result in success and ease of life and being well adjusted to self and surroundings and family and things like that. That is, society works better the more truths the general society knows.
Is a synonym for acceptance to be convinced?
Also, you could say personally persuaded.
Okay.
Look, Ger's gone into Jill's and wrote, "Have you talked about butt stuff yet, Jill?"
The objectively true answer is yes, he has.
Yes, that has been mentioned multiple times in the first 10 minutes.
We have records of it. We can show it.
Wonder how many times they've used the term liberal. I bet it's
That's
a
pretty
lot.
much guaranteed as well.
What, this sentence or?
I've never seen videos of her laughing before.
What? You've
I
never
don't
seen
watch.
videos
I
of
don't.
her
I don't watch
cackling?
any. I don't watch any video news or any like news reports or anything like that, like opinion shows.
I
I
prefer to
read all my
read.
news.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
I don't
That's
watch
what I
any
say.
videos.
I prefer to read, and when I do get news from like a video source, it's usually like I have to have both sides, and I prefer like not only a accredited journalist, but like just an average person on both sides. Like in the Russia thing, I follow some people who live in Russia and are pro Russia, but then I follow a lot of Russians who either left Russia or are considering leaving Russia, right? And so I try to look at both sides.
That's cool. I just don't like to listen to people talk, and I don't like the if the content is quality, it'll be quality on paper. I don't want to have the influence of the spoken word and how it's delivered. Not for news.
What's the chance, right? If I unmute for 1 second, that he's saying the word liberal. Let's see.
1 in 200.
In the 50, 75 years. The Trump administration. It was the Trump administration that
He's not
turned the
talking.
whole thing around and praised legal immigrants, made it easy.
I should have knew that if it wasn't liberal, he would have been. They would have been praising Trump.
So they're just like listening to a podcast or something?
It was Trump that turned it around. He did it so well that things are worse now in such a short amount of time. That one always got me. If he did so well, how could it be so bad now? Not that much time has passed.
I heard a thing about because Trump is going to be indicted by giving money to that woman or something. Is Bill Clinton going to be indicted for the same kind of reasoning as well?
Well, it's not because of the act itself. It's because he used campaign funds rather than personal funds as hush money.
Ah, that's a difference indeed, yes. I can see the problem there, yeah.
The problem was going after Clinton for his sex life instead of the perjury he clearly committed in not wanting to divulge his sex life.
Right.
Well, I thought that they kind of did. They went after the semen stain.
And also, he made him. I mean, they made him talk as well. I mean, didn't he recognize the stuff?
I'm not saying they didn't push him to say he was lying. I'm saying as far as like the official thing being considered.
Right. Sorry.
Everyone wants Ed, and Ed doesn't want anybody.
Well, it's 8 or 9 p.m.
I mean, have you asked Ed if he wants anyone?
Yeah, he's asexual.
But it's still evening time there. Everybody wants him to go out and party.
I don't even know what that means.
He's non-sexual. Doesn't want.
And I get it. I get it
respect.
as a concept. I just don't.
Oh.
I can't really relate to it in any fashion.
Understand it. I know.
Not at all. Not.
Dude, like I'm the opposite of whatever that is.
Yep. Yep. Now I just want to like bother him when he gets back.
Who can lip read?
trying to talk on the phone, guys. Seriously.
So has anyone else seen any nonsense lately?
Well, yeah, but like I don't know if we want to like do anything with it. There's some pretty weird shit in Kevin's chat the other night that you and I were in.
In Monkey's chat,
Yeah.
I like Monkey.
It wasn't his chat, it was his stream.
Yeah.
Remember with Kat and it seems like there was somebody else. Nope, it was just us, I think.
Just us.
It
and
wasn't his
Kat.
chat.
Oh.
Got a little weird.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know that we should do anything with that though, because we haven't talked to Kevin about using his material.
Yeah. No, that got real dark real quick.
Yo. Now we're just baiting the crowd, you know.
I know. They're like,
we're not going
we
to tell you
need
about
to
this.
know
We're
now.
just going to hint about it. Yeah.
So I don't
Might
have to
get
worry
Kev
about it
some
because I'm
traffic.
subscribed to Monkey. I went on his stream once. I like Monkey. He's very nice.
I like the scars that I have, but I'm not necessarily willing to receive more. So when someone says something is whatever negative, I'm already done.
Yes, but you see, Richard, scars are a sign of bravery. So you want more bravery than you already have.
And it's a sign of wisdom to know when you'll be scarred and avoid the scar.
I don't go looking for scars, but I like my scars.
Scars are sexy.
Oh, now I tried to resist, and then you said that. Then you said
I
that.
know.
Okay. All right. So asexual, is that a thing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how does that work?
I find you ugly, and I'm okay with it.
Okay. All right. So everyone is ugly.
Yes.
Are you ugly?
Yes.
It's unfortunate that you think that.
Your opinion means nothing to me.
Well, that's fair. I just can't imagine. I guess you're probably more focused on things other than pursuits of the flesh, right?
Like pursuits of the what other than the flesh?
Yeah, I guess what are your hobbies? What are the things that you're into since you're not chasing ass around?
Well, my hobbies are not sexual. Is that a problem?
No, I don't know. Maybe you feel like I'm attacking you. Okay, so
No,
I'm
no, no.
I'm not. I'm trying to understand what my life would be like if I wasn't interested in sex.
Well, would probably like mine.
Right, but you're not very helpful with that information. So if I'm trying to evaluate it, I'm like, is that good or bad or?
I'm not
collateral
asexual, by the way. I don't. I'm not like that. I'm just speaking like I'm trying to understand their point of view, and I can see a point of view.
Oh, you tricked me.
I know. I'm not tricking you. I'm trying to
cheeky.
understand, to put myself in the skin of others, to see if
Yeah.
I can. If it
I do
makes
that
sense.
too, and I appreciate that about you. It confuses people. I had somebody tell me once that it was really frustrating because they would be like listening to what I was saying, and then like we would be like 30 minutes in, and all of a sudden I'd be like, not that I believe any of this, but, and then I would keep going, and it'd be like, wait.
I want to critique the statement, that's unfortunate. I think that would depend on perspective. From the perspective of the person who is being asexual, if they truly are, and in their own will and being themselves asexual, if they have great genetics, it might be unfortunate to the general population and genetic pool, but it wouldn't be unfortunate to them because that's their natural state. That would be like, it would be saying to a rock, how unfortunate that you don't have emotions.
Perhaps I wasn't clear in what I said. What I was saying it was unfortunate is that he thought that he was ugly, and that everyone was ugly. I thought that was unfortunate that he thought
I
that.
haven't said that everyone is ugly. I said that I am ugly in the sense that I do not see attraction in any way about everyone. I don't think everyone is ugly or beautiful.
Oh, I thought you did say that you thought that everyone was not
He said
attractive.
it. He said it. He was just in character.
Cool, but okay, but that's what I was saying was unfortunate. Was that when he said that he thought that he was also unattractive? I think that'd be a hard way to live.
Well, to be fair, if everyone is beautiful, then no one is beautiful because we have no workable definition for what a beauty is. So we prefer not to make a difference between beauty and ugliness unless we have to, like you just asked me to. And
yeah, if everyone's beautiful, there's no differentiation. Just like if everyone had the same superpowers, then everyone would be the same. So there's nothing to tell one, to give texture or diversity to that situation.
I don't know. I think there would still be a scale. Even if everything you saw was quote unquote conventionally attractive, there would still be a scale there and a preference there.
Yes, to be attracted to whom?
I guess to other humans.
So are we talking about individuals or groups?
No, I'm saying if every person I met in my life I thought was an attractive person, right? I would still have a scale. This person, I may prefer dark hair to blonde hair, or I may prefer someone who's average height because I'm so short, right? Like I would still have preferences, even if everything was quote unquote conventionally beautiful, right? Just because of taste.
Ah, okay.
And that's how I already see it. Ugly is just the bottom end of the scale of beautiful. It's not ugly.
It's
just
okay.
A different
Not
spot
as-
on the
not
on the
as-
scale of beautiful.
Not as beautiful as the most beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Okay. How can we recognize beauty?
Subjective. It's too subjective.
Some people like a lot of symmetry in a face or a particular lip, mouth shape, or eye color. I mean, it's really completely
Actually,
subjective.
that's a good point. That's probably one of the like shape and all that subjective, but the one thing that seems to be universal is symmetry. The more symmetrical a face,
Yeah.
the more attractive.
Your eyes just like the aesthetics of symmetry. No.
Right.
Well, it probably represents some sort of genetic.
Well, if I would have one eye, if I would be a cyclop, would I be a symmetrical person?
The way your eye was.
Would your eyebrow be right on top of it? Like, yeah, I think you'd symmetrical. You split you down
Then
the
you're
middle.
still
it's
symmetrical,
equal
yeah.
on both sides. I want to see you. I want to make a Cyclops version of you. That would be good.
But only if his eyebrow was an arched eyebrow, right? Because my eyebrow does this weird thing where it goes up and then it hooks and it goes down. So if he had that with one eye, then it wouldn't be symmetrical.
He'd have to have, like, you know how you could put his eyebrows together to make one eyebrow and just sort of
Like a
eliminate the
unibrow?
overlap?
Yeah, but,
like-
well, I guess maybe if both sides hook down, but if only
Yeah.
one side does, it's still a problem.
No, yeah, it would be the eyebrow would be symmetrical too. The brow. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think there is symmetry in the universe. I mean, we like to believe that, but universe is chiral by definition. Isn't that I think deGrasse Tyson or someone like him said that we are the product of something that didn't have a date?
There is symmetry in nature, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, there's
snowflakes.
Well, is that a circle is not symmetrical?
No, snowflakes.
Spore patterns on the backs of ferns.
Snowflakes aren't circles. I'll show you.
He means like the patterns that you see like under a microscope, like almost the geometric patterns and.
Yeah, but what makes them
symmetry in them.
symmetrical? Because they're
Same
like,
on both sides.
I mean, they are radiant.
Orderly. It's orderly patterned sort of growth or
A cube is
symmetry.
formation.
but it's not symmetrical.
But why does
No,
it need to
symmetry
be
is
your
split
version
down
of
the side.
perfectly symmetrical? Like I don't understand why you're not seeing
Hey,
symmetry.
there's a photo of a snowflake.
When I say symmetrical, I mean left has to be equal to right.
Right.
There you go.
Split that snowflake down the middle. You've got a right and left half.
It has
fold it in
multiple
half.
lines of symmetry, actually.
That's why in kindergarten and first grade, when you're making snowflakes, they have you take a sheet of paper and you fold it repeatedly, and then you make your little cuts and you unfold it because it mirrors, right?
Yeah,
Just
you
like
make
if you
it
took
like a
that picture of a
cone.
snowflake, if you took that picture of that snowflake right there and you folded it in half, it would match.
You could fold that thing. It is probably thousands of lines of symmetry on that.
Right.
You could fold it on the arms, between like snowflakes are incredibly symmetrical.
What's a PBR picnic?
I'm not even sharing it, am I? There we go.
Don't ask.
I was looking at this the whole time I was talking, and
All
you just
right.
couldn't see it.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
no,
That's okay.
PBR is a brand of beer.
Is
And
Pabst
that's-
Blue Ribbon?
Yeah,
Are
and
you
so
taking
yeah,
in your car, Jody?
yeah. Jody's having a
Can you-
little PBR picnic.
I'm home.
Can you call it
Oh, you're
beer?
home. Okay.
It's
Is your car your new office?
yeah. It's from
No.
1893, so they must have been doing something right to still be in business.
Right.
Did you say 1893?
Yeah,
1893.
that's a really old born on date.
Wait, what?
She got it for her 40th
Where's
birthday.
Milwaukee?
1983.
Oh, is she saying like the beer, like that's when they were established?
The company's established. Yes.
Okay, got it.
And we were just being
And
facilities.
it has a blue ribbon.
I know. I have to have all the obvious things stated for me because I'm kind of like I'm a little bit dense at times.
I wanted Rolling Rock, but they didn't have it.
When you say dense, is that meaning that your neurons are closer together, which would make you faster in thinking, therefore smarter? So when people say dense,
No.
I'm actually smarter than
Means
most
like-
people.
No.
Like a wooden
Dense.
plank.
Yeah, it means I have an extra half an inch of skull. Ideas are sometimes hard to get through my thick membrane of not sure. So
I think Ed's right. Density is lack of gaps of non-material. That's what density is.
maybe it's getting a little too close in there. I don't know.
It's speaking to the absorption rate, though, right? Like
Yeah.
the less gaps, the harder it is to absorb.
There we go. Perfect.
Yes, but
That's exactly right.
you see, you don't have to. I mean, knowledge penetrates the skull in some way.
Yeah, it's just a visual,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Actually, it does. It goes in through your eyeballs.
I was going
Right?
to say, through your senses. It does.
I got it.
It has avenues.
Urban. What's Urban's gonna teach us about the Bible that
No
we
sound
didn't
on the
know?
video.
I didn't know. I thought you were talking. You want to listen?
I prefer Bart Ehrman this way, actually.
I knew you'd say that.
Sweater?
The synagogue, the Jewish community,
I
is
gotta have
understood to be
potty break.
empowered by Satan. Okay, that's not very ecumenical. And Christ says, Revelation chapter 2, that I will take Jezebel and I will throw her on a bed Okay, so now some translations say hospital bed or sick bed. No, the word is bed, and she doesn't get sick, as in a hospital. Men come and have sex with her. Christ is thrown her in a bed. Men come and have sex with her. We're not told if they are raping her or if she's willing to have sex with them. But Christ says he's going to plague these men and he's going to kill her babies. Christ is going to kill her babies. This is Revelation chapter 2, verse 22.
I want people to let that sink in for a second.
It's a horrible scene. This is Christ. This is Christ. And so there,
Christ is a baby killer?
The synagogue, the Jewish community, is understood to be empowered by Satan. Okay.
He's worse than that. He traffics kids.
Oh, I can't wait.
That's not very ecumenical.
Yeah.
In
the Garden of Gethsemane.
And he's a gangster.
Yeah. Oh my God. You've seen Lady Babylon recently.
Please tell me how we're reading what part like a sixth grader?
Well, he hasn't met you. Has he?
I mean, I'd be all up for it.
Me too.
You know?
No, I'd love to see it.
But the first thing I get in reaction is my brain won't process what you just said. Now you have to say it 5 more times because I'm locked into looking things in a certain way, even though I call myself open-minded and skeptical.
What about Jesus being a child trafficker?
Yeah, what is that? What part of the text are we talking about there?
Mark, what in the garden when he was
14,
arrested?
I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a naked young man running out of Gethsemane.
Well,
This
he
is
was
the
a
part?
boy.
Young boy, barely able to freaking walk, male. Okay, if that's what you need, it doesn't change the meaning of it.
Newborn baby.
No, he
Newborn baby crawls out of the Garden of Gethsemane.
No, it was a naked boy that had a cloth around his.
I just said male to differentiate between male and female, trying to make it as bad as possible. It wasn't an indication of near maturity. Okay, so it is evident in that same scene that Christ prays several times. One of the prayers are recorded asking that the cup pass. The cup being spoken of is the entirety of the Acts, including walking Golgotha, being spit on, beat. I put those 2 words together and it was wrong. The whole trial, the mock trial, all that stuff right up to dying. I don't know about you. For me, that doesn't sound like a fun time. Now, I don't know about you. I process things in pieces and parts, and as the situation in my time allows.
Yeah.
It seems reasonable to me that what is happening there is Jesus finally coming to accept something he knows is going to happen that he doesn't want to happen. And the young man flees away. The innocence goes. The naked, innocent young boy runs out.
Yes, but how? Because the innocence is taken by sex.
Because Christ accepted something in that moment.
Oh, so you think it's a metaphorical kind of event?
Yeah, so is the whole cup pass from me thing. Of course he wouldn't want the cup to actually pass from him.
Are you familiar with the Ganymede, the cupbearer?
The moon?
Not the moon. The character in Greek mythology.
Oh, that the moon's named after. Only very vaguely. Go ahead.
He's the Zeus boy kind of, and he brings the nectar to the gods.
Okay.
And Dr. Amon tries to make an analogy between Jesus' story and this kind of thing, because in some mysteries in ancient in Hellenistic world, drugs were taken by having sex with underage people.
Okay. That presumes that the religion is based on the factual reality of the ancient society. I do not think that's true. I think I can give plenty of evidence that it doesn't work to do that very well in a lot of cases.
Our understanding of what the religion in the New Testament is, you're right, but the different episodes and the different parts in the New Testament are like a cookie cut from different kind of Hellenistic views and mysteries.
Oh, you're saying these ideas aren't new. I agree.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What about it?
Therefore, could we say that Jesus had a psychedelic experience with the little boy in the garden, and that's why he was arrested? Why was he arrested, and why does the little boy was mentioned in the Bible, in the text?
I think there's plenty of justification for arrest amongst the religious and the non-religious or secular leadership. There's plenty of cause for that. You don't need molestation of someone unable to consent in order for him to get arrested. You don't need it.
However, why is the little boy holding that cloth that was impregnated in medicinal kind of stuff?
But this practice.
Wait, why did they include that in paintings? What is not in the text? Go ask the artist.
No. Ask, why was it in the text? Why does the gospel tells us about that boy?
The gospel says he is carrying what?
The Greek word for what the boy is carrying is a cloth.
No, not carrying, wearing.
Wearing.
He was wearing a very fine linen, and when he tried to run away, it says they tried to seize him, but that could mean Jesus. And his clothes came off, and that's why he ran out naked. But he was only wearing this loincloth that's normally reserved for burying the dead. So there was that's sort of leans to there was some sort of mystery oriented sex ritual or something happening.
Or that he represents a young thing about to die. Or an innocent thing dying.
But it could represent having sex with an underage person as well, isn't it?
Sure, if you're a pervert.
Does anyone else feel like we're just spinning our wheels here on this one?
Bart D. Ehrman, thank you for joining me again. Does it sound weird when I put your middle initial addressing you?
No, it is my middle initial.
It just sounds funny because I write it that way, but it's like Bart D. Ehrman. So Jesus is coming back next Thursday or Friday. I can't remember which day it is, correct?
Well, you'll know when it happens.
You have an upcoming webinar. I hope everybody takes the time to go and sign up. It's not costly, and it's going to be informative on a topic that's dear to my heart. One of the last standing places I was within Christianity was eschatology. And it was Jesus said some things, or at least the Gospels say that Jesus said some things. And the book of Revelation, which you recently published a book on. So can you tell us briefly about what this webinar is going to be about?
So the webinar is devoted to the issue of the rapture. The rapture is this idea that you find in fundamentalist and conservative evangelical circles that says that Jesus is coming back, probably soon, to take his followers out of the world. The followers of Jesus will be raptured. They'll be snatched up, which is what rapture means. They'll be snatched up and taken to heaven so that they don't have to experience the next 7 years. The next 7 years will be a period of tribulation on the earth, horrible suffering. The Antichrist will rise up. There'll be military issues, wars everywhere, natural catastrophes, until after 7 years, even God gets fed up and intervenes and destroys the whole lot of them who have not sided with him. The followers of Jesus 7 years earlier have taken out, so they don't have to be here for it. My lecture is on on the rapture and where this idea came from, because everybody simply assumes that it's in the Bible, probably comes from the book of Revelation, and in fact, it does not. It doesn't come from the book of Revelation, and in fact, it's never in the Bible. That seems counterintuitive to people because they've heard verses from the Bible that sure sound like a rapture to them, and I'll be trying to show why these verses, in fact, are not talking about what they say they're talking about, and it's actually not that hard to prove, but people don't see it. Have never been told this before.
You have gone on record saying Jesus failed as an apocalyptic figure. Am I right?
No, I don't think I've said he's failed, but I have said he was wrong.
Okay, so
I don't like to think of Jesus as failure, but Jesus thought that the end was coming in his own generation. He like other apocalypticists, he thought the end was coming in his generation, and no, he was wrong about that. It did not happen then.
So if we take your particularly, it's not just yours, it's the scholarly assessment that Jesus expected the Son of Man, which was not him, to come soon, and the kingdom of God, which was going to be a real physical actual kingdom of God on earth, which seems to be depicted in some way. Revelation, this millenarian figure named John on the island of Patmos, seems to have also this idea that God's actual kingdom is going to come to earth. Whether we interpret it that way or through the lens that, well, the Jesus is the one who's going to come and he's the Son of Man, both of those failed. No matter what path you take, it fails, unless you're a Gnostic who imagines this in some esoteric spiritual way. But then again, nothing actually happened, right?
The book of Revelation does think it's going to happen soon, and that it did not happen. But there have been, for the course of most of Christian history, biblical scholars and theologians have insisted that Revelation was not predicting that. It's not that they were Gnostics. They weren't Gnostics. But going back to St. Augustine in the 5th century, St. Augustine argued that when the book of Revelation describes the future millennium on earth, where there'd be a 1,000-year reign of Christ here on earth, that he was actually talking about what was going to happen when the church took over the Roman world, that the church would reign on earth, that Christ would rule through the church. And during the millennium in the book of Revelation, Satan is bound and is unable to harm anybody. And according to Augustine, Satan cannot hurt anybody in the church because they have the power of God behind them. And so Satan is bound for anyone who believes. And so the interpretation of Revelation that lasted century after century after century until relatively modern times was not that it's predicting the future. John himself thought he was predicting the future, but not in the way fundamentalists think. But he did think this was going to happen soon. And so he did fail at that. He was wrong about that too. But it's not that Christians have always thought that. Christians typically have thought that it's happening now. The millennium is now.
There's so much thought on this. And of course, I'm sure you're going to cover a lot of this in the webinar. I recently interviewed Robert J. Miles and James Crossley on the book, Jesus, A Life in Class Conflict. And we were talking about Revelation in passing and this millenarian idea. I'm throwing out a few names. You know all of these people. Dr. John Dominic Crossan, his approach. And ultimately, what we walked away, and I'd love to get your thoughts on the book of Revelation being written by this guy named John, who is a millenarian. He thinks that it's going to happen soon. Apocalyptic wise, that God's going to come, bring revenge and judgment. But they think that there's some of that. There's still this like continuity to Jesus as a figure in a similar vein. I know that John's writing this later at the end of the 1st century, but that in that same vein, there's some connection. Do you think that while there's big differences, do you think there's some connection? Because you've mentioned in the past that Jesus's teachings were more love the poor and help the poor and stuff. And I know John's not mentioning that. I think he might be traumatized by what happened in 70. But do you think that behind the message of Jesus, it's like, well, God's going to come and make the least the first, or the last first, and the ones on the bottom on top, which means he is still going to destroy and kick the butt of those who are rich, who are, being the way they are toward his people. So there's still a butt kicking coming. It's just not as bloody and wrathful as we see in Revelation.
Well, no, that's been my argument about Jesus for as long as I've been a scholar, is that contrary to John Dominic Crossan, who does not think that is what Jesus was all about. I think Jesus was an apocalyptic prophet. He thought that the end of the world was coming soon, that God was soon to intervene. He was going to destroy everything and everybody opposed to him and bring in a kingdom where those who lived righteously would be rewarded. And so the issue for me with the book of Revelation is not whether it has an apocalyptic view. I mean, obviously, a book called The Apocalypse is going to have an apocalyptic view, and the apocalyptic Jesus had an apocalyptic view. So they have apocalyptic views, but the way they work out their apocalyptic views are radically different from each other. In Jesus' apocalyptic view, for one thing, when God destroys his enemies, he's not going to torture them. He destroys them. In the book of Revelation, God destroys people after torturing them. And so that's, I don't think Jesus thought that at all. There's nowhere in the Gospels. There's nowhere Jesus talks about the destruction that's coming, it's an annihilation. And John in the book of Revelation makes clear that it's not an annihilation. At one point, one of the catastrophes that hits the earth is that these locusts come out of a pit that spread all over the earth, and they have the power to inflict pain. They sting everybody except for the followers of Jesus. They sting everybody, and these people are in excruciating pain for 5 months and are not allowed to die. And so there's nothing they can do about it. And that's one of the punishments that God sends, that Christ sends in the book of Revelation. And, that is just not Jesus of the gospel.
Is the plagues in Revelation an analogy to the 10 plagues and, with the Egyptians and stuff like that? Richard?
Yes, but backwards.
What do you mean backwards?
And now the analogy is the plagues on Egypt. The literal is the plagues of end times.
So what happened in Egypt didn't happen? It was just a pre-mention of what will happen?
Sort of things like that do happen. Maybe you get too many frogs one summer. But it wouldn't be the multitude and the what the text is describing, we know didn't happen.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So either it has value in truth in the future, or it has no truth value.
But it was in the oral tradition that this kind of things happened. Therefore, the Revelation was written with those things in mind and repurposed kind of myths in a way.
You're welcome to take a local flood and multiply that by 1,000 and say the prophecy was fulfilled. I won't do that.
Right. Fair enough. Okay.
The Gospels. Jesus of the Gospels he's not into the torture and into the prolonged agony. And so there's that difference. And the other difference is that the book of Revelation maintains that there's only a tiny slice of people that are going to survive this coming onslaught. It's not even all Christians. There are a lot of Christians who are going to be wiped out with everyone else and thrown into alive. They'll be thrown alive into a lake of burning sulfur. That's how they're going to be destroyed. And
that's lovely.
But including a lot of Christians. And it depends precisely. You believe precisely the right things about Jesus, and you do precisely the right things about Jesus, which are the things that John himself believes and does. You do those things, you'll survive. Otherwise, it's off to the lake of fire. And that's not at all what Jesus taught. Jesus taught that. In fact, what matters before God is that you help those who are in need, those who are poor, those who are hungry, those who are homeless. You take care of them, and God will welcome you into his kingdom. You don't, then you're going to be fried.
It's almost like John is obsessed with the idea of just separating yourself from Rome, really, in the participation in Rome. That is the achievement of not getting destroyed. He's so obsessed and angry, and this is me reading into it, but I imagine PTSD or some hatred toward what they did to the Jews in 70. And Elaine Pagels wrote about this in her book on Revelation, kind of wanted to get your comments on where, here's Rome, a male in this figurine. There's some gender studies that can be done on this, where there's a rape act on each nation with a blade to the throat of the woman, which represented the Jews. And so here's this man saying, God, how long? No, you're going to come in and I know what's going to happen. So the message isn't so much of like a conflict of treating poor people or people who are hungry or things like that. It's more like segregate or separate yourself from what Rome is doing, and that Rome is the bad guy in the whole picture. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I agree that Rome is the problem for the book of Revelation. I think it's quite clear. One of the things I do in my book on Armageddon is try to show how we know that, because for anybody who knows what to look for, historical scholars, this is just commonplace. When he talked about the beast from the sea that is referred to by many people call him the Antichrist. The term Antichrist does not appear in the book of Revelation, but this is the figure they call the Antichrist figure. It's quite clear this is the Roman emperor. And the enemy is the city of Rome. The whore of Babylon in chapter 17, the whore of Babylon is Rome, and that can be demonstrated from the text itself. 666 is a reference to the Roman Emperor Nero. This can be shown from the text itself, and so I do all that in my book. The one thing I disagree with is that I don't think that I don't know that this author was Jewish. I don't know that he was Jewish.
Look, numbers describe reality. You can manipulate numbers to do anything. That's what they're for.
If
So
we
you can
can
say
describe,
that you
I'm
can
sorry, I'm sorry.
describe Rome or some part of Rome or the word Rome or the Colosseum at Rome or the emperor of Rome and translate that into a language numeric which would equal 666. But you're just
If I'm not
self-confirming. That's all you're doing.
if I'm not mistaken, they don't just do that. And if this kind of sounds like, or maybe adjacent to, if it's not as similar as I think, but could be adjacent to the idea that Revelation was written about the fall of Rome itself, right? And they don't just
They're
rely on numeric
presupposing that,
values and
yes.
things like that. They will go. I have heard a breakdown, and sure, you can argue they're presupposing. I don't care, but I have heard a breakdown where they have gone through every single verse and explained how and why it links to the fall of Rome and what was going on at the time that it was written. And so, I mean, I don't believe in that any more than I believe in the Christian version. But I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say like it's irrational or illogical or inconsistent.
No, I didn't say it was irrational and illogical. What I said was it's self-confirming that you can make it read that. But I'll tell you what, if
that
this
just
book,
speaks to a text that allows you to interpret anything.
yes, if you're not careful, you can interpret anything out of almost any story. That's true.
Okay, what makes you careful then?
What makes you careful? Doing things like making sure that you're consistent, that you're coherent, that you're logical, that you're taking into consideration phrases and idioms and axiomatic beliefs of the people that it was actually written for. You can't neglect any of those things. And the author's intent in doing all of that. That matters too.
Mm-hmm. So when the Bible says about the 666 kind of stuff, don't you think it was intended for the audience at that time?
No, I don't think the whole book is intended for the audience of that time, but to put in social memory a set of fairy tales to be understood later and having only one intended reader. I don't think that it's what they think it is at all. Which is why it makes promises that are absolutely outrageous that everyone knows don't get fulfilled except to one specific person in the story.
Okay, I see your point.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know.
Heretic.
Heretic.
Oh, and Mac. Max, is that Mac?
Mac is here, yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
what's up, guys?
The bit that I'm interested in is we spent nearly 15 minutes watching that video, and nobody has interrupted on behalf of what seems to be the claim that the majority of Christians believe this thing is in their book, but they don't realize it's not in the book, and none of that is said in the book whatsoever. And it begs the question, how do we end up with a majority religion that believes a set of stuff
that's easy.
about a mythical place
That's easy.
when that stuff is not actually in their book, and yet they all believe that it is?
2 words: apostolic succession.
The same reason a lot of people quote like things, like their ideas of heaven and hell come from like the Divine Comedy or Dante's Inferno. It's not actually biblical, but they run around as if it is.
But that's the point. That is the actual point. It's not biblical. Apostolic succession is made up human bullshit. And I'm wondering why there are no Christians on here telling us to stop watching this shit, because it's all true. It's true, and they have to defend it. And
how did I not say that yet?
Pardon?
How did I not already say that in more than one way?
I didn't really understand what you said earlier on when you were
I
talking
already
about
said
Rome.
this twice when asked that it
How
is
long? How
true
long ago?
and
How long
deeply misunderstood. I don't know. You could have been backstage. It's all been since we were watching Airmen.
Hi, guy.
Well, I
Hello,
didn't hear. I
hello.
didn't
Hey,
hear that.
Gar.
I did. I didn't hear it. I
Stop
wasn't.
arguing for a second, fellas.
I'm not arguing.
What's up,
bringing
Gar?
the peace.
I didn't hear you say it, Richard.
I said he was looking at that wrong and self-confirming. Did you hear that part?
When you were just talking about Rome and
The-
how you
the
could
number
interpret
666.
different words, and the number 666. Yeah, but I was talking about the whole context. I felt that you were focused on a very, very specific small bit that he
I
was
can do
talking
this
about.
to every single tiny point, but who the hell wants to hear that?
But that's the point. I'm looking at the whole big thing, and I'm asking.
Okay, let's do it one point
why-
at a time. When
no,
would you like
no,
to do that
no,
stream?
No. I'm not interested in one little individual little point at a time because it misses. It's like looking at the trees and missing the forest, you know?
Sure.
The forest is the majority of Christians believe all of this stuff is within their Bible, and therefore that's why they believe it. That's why they take it on.
Actually, to your point, it's not in their Bible.
Exactly. That is the point.
Okay, so how about this as a thought experiment? Just entertain this for a moment. If you have lots of things that you believe about some piece of literature, but they don't make sense from within the literature, your mind will naturally make fan fiction to fill in the gaps. How's that?
Precisely. Absolutely bang on. That's my actual argument. It's fan fiction.
Yes, it's
not.
fan fiction. Now, can we go to what the text actually reads and says about itself instead of the fan fiction?
I'm taking what Bart Ehrman is talking about, and I'm wondering why there aren't people jumping up and down shouting.
In my mind, I am. I'm screaming at him. I just rude to everyone else
Excellent.
here.
Excellent. But you go to little bits of detail rather than the big whole thing.
I'm giving examples because no one has time for everything I would say.
Well, yes, because you talk about little individual things instead of the whole thing, which was what my argument was. So I'm not actually trying to argue with you here, Richard. I'm just saying
I know
I
that.
was coming up with a different
I
way of
agree with you.
looking at the whole thing.
In fact, we're not arguing; we're agreeing. And I get,
That's
I
what I
get
thought.
very. I'm a zealot because I believe this matters.
Mm.
And here's an overarching all idea for you that just defeats everything Christian everywhere.
Okay.
I got one of those for you. The fact that they go to church on some day of the week. Man is part of God's creation. God rests from all of his creation. Stated 3 times in the same paragraph, all. We are not complete if there's further promises. God can't be resting from us. There's been no Sabbath of God. How do you like that?
I don't understand how he was tired. I thought he was on
It's
on
not.
the-
It's not. It's not tired. It's
He was
not a
resting.
person who's tired. That's another Christian assumption.
Well,
It's the thing. It's the thing has no purpose in the moment. It is at rest. After all, were we perfect? What in the world do you need things like, I don't know, governing laws?
Did God suddenly determine that you had something to do on day 8?
You're now just making silly jokes.
Well, no, I mean, you just said the rest is to do with he had nothing more to do. The question
Okay,
is,
if the task
there,
is completed.
Well, you've not let me finish. If the question is, if the task was finished, is there a day 8? Or do we go with this eon type stuff and we're still in day 7 and therefore the Sabbath day is a bit weird? Or did God determine on day 8, all right, I've got some other shit to do now, let's get on with it? And did he have a break every 7th day?
There is an evident break at the end of every 7th day. That is, it doesn't apply. If you're not moving dirt, the wheelbarrow's leaning against the shed. The wheelbarrow doesn't have purpose but to move dirt. When you're using it, really useful.
Is that
when
for
you're done with
humans
the
or for
job,
God?
it retires. Does that mean there'll never be another pile of dirt to move? No, it doesn't. So it
Right.
may be useful again later.
Is that for humans or for God? Or both?
Well, depending on how you're using the word God. I'm using the biblical definition of God, where it's a set of constructs that rule a certain situation, namely end times.
So will the end times come on day 7?
Yes, that's why it's end times. It's because it's going from the 6th into the last day, the 7th time. The year of Jubilee and all that. You know, the year of forgiveness.
But that's not in.
Oh, I can
the
show
Old
all of
Testament
this in.
or the New Testament.
I can show all of this in.
The
Yeah,
6
it's like the
days,
debt
the 6
never
days, and then
existed.
the 7th day. The 6
Yeah.
days and then the 7th day,
right,
are in Genesis, the very beginning
Yes.
of Genesis.
And all throughout all of the Bible, including in Acts, where Jesus is stripping corn or wheat with and the showbread of David and everywhere else. In fact, you'll never find a Tuesday or a Saturday anywhere in the Bible.
But
It's
that's
all
because they're
about the
following.
Sabbath.
Is that because they're following the rules set up by God that the Sabbath is a sacred day for worshiping God, because that is one of the 10 commandments, or is that to do with God was resting on that day?
See, the Sabbath is made for man, not man for the Sabbath.
That's what I'm wondering. Where does God come into it? I've got to focus on God. You've got to focus on humans. And this is where I think we've got a bit of
No,
a...
you're just making
a
stuff up
mis-
to argue about at that point.
We've
I'm
got a
not focused on either one.
miscommunication here.
I'm answering whatever you bring up. That's
We've
up to
got-
you.
My whole focus has been on God and the 7th day.
I've
Your
answered every
focus
question
has
directly.
been on your focus has been on how humans interpret the 7th day, because we live in this world where we have weeks and 7 days, and we determine that's how we do it, and that's how easy it is to determine that it happens on this very specific day that we have.
I'm not saying it's a bad argument. I'm saying it's a pedantic argument. Can we get back on topic, please?
The topic is what happens on day 8 with God, and then what happens
There is
on
no day 8.
Right. That was my question, and I was asking.
There can be
Okay.
another day 1, however, and there will be, with the beginnings of another day 1, another day 7. In which
Under
case,
God. So God
in which
has-
case, the Yod
God
Hey
has a
Vav
new
Hey,
day.
like a tool put in a shed, will be brought back out and used again.
No.
Yeah, I like that.
So God starts another day 1, and he does 6 days of work, and then has a day's rest. God does that. Yes.
Yes.
So God rests in order. And are these individual days, as in days of the week, like we have, or are these eons?
Actually, they're much longer than eons, but you get the idea.
Right. So they're much longer. So we don't know where in that process of 6 or 7 days that God actually
It
is.
states how long in approximate time frames for the ancient times and in more defined time frames for our modern times. It's
And what
one
are
road for our modern times. The other times are really long, but our time is one turn of the zodiac.
So that's 365 divided by 12, yeah?
What? That's a year. I said one turn of the zodiac, not one turn of the
365
earth
divided by
around
12.
the sun. What?
Divided by 12. It's a month.
No,
yeah?
in reverse progression of spans of 2,160 years,
I'm merely trying to clarify what words you are saying so that I fucking interpret them, Richard. One turn of the zodiac is not plain English. You are using fucking jargon.
I'm giving better
Just-
definition. You can complain about it, or you could let me finish.
Yeah, please define it in terms I can fucking
I
understand.
was when you stopped me, which was the following. In 12 increments of 30 degrees, each one being
I thought he was falling asleep.
2,160 years, adding in total to just under 27,000 years. The low end limit of when we became quote unquote Gregorian societies. Sorry, Gregarian societies, wrong word.
Guys, do you see what you're doing to Sammy? You're killing him. Look at him. It's not even.
I don't know what we're yelling about! Loud noises! I read so.
This is killing me. So, which day are we in, Richard, right now?
We're
Which-
transitioning into the 7th day, as far as I can tell, with the beginning of the age of Aquarius.
And when did day one start?
When did what stop? I'm sorry.
When did day one start? Because you sound, if you're talking, we're only around about year 25,000. That sounds like quite a young Earth to me.
In the first day, general lighting was put on the earth. That is scattering of light, or ambiance, or environment. That is an atmosphere that does that. It's why we call it an atmosphere. Oh, this restaurant has a nice atmosphere. That was day one. When the earth got atmosphere, that was day one. Your next question?
Okay. Right, but you've said each of these days is approximately 2,160 of our current years, yes? Did you say that?
I said in the smallest time frame, our time now, in our modern Homo sapiens sapien condition, is a little under 27,000 years.
That's since the beginning of day one.
That's only day 6.
Day 6 is 27,000 years.
Yes, the time when man is
Right.
on the earth, day 6.
Right. Okay, so that means we can actually work out, according to your calculations, how old the Earth is according to your religion, which is 27,000 times 6. Because
No.
we're just about to hit the end of
They are not
27,000.
equivalent. They are not equivalent times. That's a Christian assumption you're making there, brother.
I'm not making an assumption. I'm asking a question. I want to clarify things, Richard. I want to clarify what you're saying and put some stuff onto it that I can really understand where you're coming from, what the context is.
I think the fossil research and also radiometric dating and all of those different ways that we know how old stuff is relatively accurate, probably within 5% or less.
So how do you work out that we're at the end of day 6 and just about, because the beginning of day 7 suggests God is about to just put his feet up and rest. Is that right?
Yep.
And day 7 is the start of the end
The
times.
time when
yeah?
there's nothing left to create. The creation's complete by day 7. Yes.
And it's going to be the start of the end times.
No, the start of the end times is the transition. You could call it the strike of midnight, the 0 hour into the 7th day.
So there's another 27,000 years or however many it is when you calculate it in your woo-woo way of calculating, yeah?
Okay, if astronomy is woo-woo and the rotation of the... What are you talking about? There's
I
nothing
don't know
woo
where you're
about
getting
that.
these ideas from.
I don't appreciate the ad hoc off the belt, and it was clumsy, and I recognize it easily, and nothing about this is woo.
It was very insulting. I do apologize, but I am
it didn't
still
work.
very,
Is my
very,
point. Just a waste of time.
I am very, very skeptical of your calculations because you've not given any evidence. You
Really?
just keep talking about the zodiac.
Okay, let me go into deeper explanation as to how reality works for you, heretic, since you're obviously been uninterested before now. there is a tilt to the Earth's axis.
Yes, there is.
Because you have a ray through the center of the Earth on the axis, negative progression is how that ray is pointing and by how much. It makes a full circle of 360 degrees in exactly one reverse progression through the zodiac, or one rotation of the zodiac. This takes 26,790 years. What was woo in that again?
Well, the woo was you didn't explain it, and it's still very, very difficult to understand given the words that you used, because you were using regression, you're using...
These are standard astronomical terms I'm using.
Well, they might be, but
Well-
I don't think everybody on this call actually understands standard astronomical terms at the level of which
I
you
have
are
studied some
talking.
weird stuff. I appreciate that. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, but
Well, if Richard and Heretic would allow me, I'd like to welcome, he's been here for about 20 minutes now, Gur. Thanks
yeah,
for
thank
dropping
you.
in. We actually started this stream watching. You do very well, might I add.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was scrolling through YouTube and I saw that y'all were reviewing it, but at that point it had been like 2 hours, so I was just skipping through here and there. And yeah, when I joined his stream, I was drunk, but I was like, I've got to know the answer to all these questions and accusations, and then I'd figure I'd stir up the pot a little bit about the resurrection of Jesus and all that kind of stuff.
For someone who was drunk, that was impressive. You sounded not drunk.
What's funny is this morning when I got up, I was like, oh boy, I'm scared to look at that stream. Let me go back to it. And I was like, oh, okay, I don't sound as terrible as I thought I did.
Actually, unlike a lot of people, I have noticed that, like, the more drunk he gets, the more laid back and go with the flow he gets, the less inclined he is to moderate. He's just like, whatever.
Yeah, it gets to a point.
Like, and he laughs a lot more. Like, he's more laid back when he's drinking.
Yeah, sometimes drinking makes me more irritable, and then sometimes it's the exact opposite. So I never know what it's gonna be. But yeah, because like Praise was like, oh, or maybe it was Olive. No, William, he doxed me, and I'm thinking, I doubt that, but whatever. But I was trying to get to the bottom of it, on top of having some fun with the Jesus stuff. So it was like a win-win. Buy one, get one free.
Oh, solid victory.
Oh, and to answer your curiosity, which you were never going to get out of them, William Freeman isn't his real name. The poor man that's been doxxed on Facebook is a man. I think he might be
He's an
amputee or something.
very short.
Yeah, him and some child.
I
So he
saw that.
even platformed a child. You know.
Yeah, it was
that's not
actually-
Will Freeman.
What is
Bond
this?
had-
Well, sorry, that is Will Freeman, but that's not our Will.
Not the right one. Yeah,
On
Bond
top of that, he did it before what he says Will did that is doxing. But I don't see how what Will did is doxing.
Well,
He used
I
a
can tell.
street name. He used a street name in the title of a video, but if you read it, it just looked like wordplay. Like nobody even knew what it was.
And then he
And that
came
was
on and
after.
doxed himself.
Yeah,
By saying
that
he put my road name up there. I'm like, no one had to know that. You
Oh
you
my
said that.
God.
It
What
was
a
totally yeah.
But that was after the Facebook thing, though.
Well, I only know that info because Bond sent me the video and then said it wasn't you, but the principle remained, which was Praise thought it was you and did that out of like bad intentions. He thought he
still
was
thinks
doxing
it's
you and
me.
went through with it.
Yeah. He told you last night he still thinks it's me. It's fantastic.
So I'd like to address something that's in the side chat. There's a complete moron in the side chat who always goes after me, but approximately 6 minutes ago he wrote, "Funny how everyone else understands," and then "dumb fuck!" exclamation in capitals. Would anybody rather than Richard like to steel man what Richard said and try to get it right in plain English, please? Would somebody please explain to me what it was Richard said?
No,
To be
no.
honest,
So
I was
William says
typing
no.
wanted to go
and
right.
No, I
not
don't want to go
listening.
back.
You're,
I don't,
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
talking
about.
You're doing
Please don't take us
exactly
back
as this
there.
person said.
Well, I still don't understand what Richard said. So I'm wondering if anybody else actually does, because this person is claiming everybody else understands exactly what Richard said. Can anybody else
Okay,
steal
no,
man his argument?
I
I
don't
wasn't
really understand what
listening,
Richard was saying. No, I don't.
I don't
I'm
care
sorry.
at this point in time.
Will doesn't care, which suggests he doesn't understand. William doesn't understand, so
Wasn't
that's
listening.
2. That's 2. Anybody?
Oh,
Does
I already
anybody?
said I wasn't even bothering to listen. I was
Okay.
busy typing.
So
Someone
I
else
did
can talk about
understood.
it.
And that's
So I did understood what Richard said, and he was talking about how humans across time have been measuring time. That's why he was talking about precession, ages, aeons, Aquarius, species, lambs, and stuff. And the 7th day and the 8th day, and he said that after the 7th day there is no 8th day. There is a first day after the 7th day, because that's when time ends.
And the
So why
ages,
did-
and based on previous knowledge, because I wasn't listening before, but based on previous knowledge, are we saying that a day is like, or is the age like right? Representatively, like an age, like the age of Pisces, or the age which we're in now, or the age of Aquarius, that is represented by one day.
Are those each one day? No. All of
No,
the zodiacs one day, as far as I can tell.
All of the so a cycle through all of the zodiacs is one day,
Right.
and then the next cycle would be the second day.
Another way to say it is, if we keep it up if we keep going like we are, we're gonna ruin our chances of surviving on the Earth, and the universe will look back and say, "Well, man had his day."
I understand that bit. That's quite a good thing. I would like to reference my woo statement, given that the whole of the astrological stuff is all about zodiacs, and this is the astrological age, not the astronomical age, the astrological age, which is often classified as woo. So I'm just going to point that out, Richard. I don't think I was just insulting you. It wasn't just an ad hom.
Well, that's what you used it for. Not that I really care. It didn't hurt my feelings or anything. I just thought it was a big waste of time. And no, it's not that we are in the astrological age of Aquarius. We are physically in the age of Aquarius. It's astronomical. Did the astronomy adopt the same terms that were already being used by astrology? Do I need to say the answer to that?
Well, the astrological age is the length of one cycle of 12 ages, i.e. the 12 zodiacs, which is 25,772 years.
Which is an astronomical thing, isn't it?
Astrological thing.
Astronomical thing.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it?
Is the rotation that the Earth is on its axis, not axis, on its pole, isn't it?
Really?
Yes.
As a measurement of time, yes.
Is it?
It's a friggin' really big clock, man.
Well, it's not a clock. It's a measurement
more like a
of
calendar.
segment of time. Yeah.
Precession.
Okay, I'm still going to say it's kind of a clock.
Wow.
It's how we
Precession
track
is
time. That's all it is.
I just looked up the astronomical age, and there is no such thing. Everything that comes up is astrological. This is astrology. The 2,160 years is astrology. The
Are you just going on now, or do I just have to ruin you?
Well,
what are you doing
asking
now?
People, I'm asking for evidence.
Get him,
Look,
Richard.
There are either clusters of stars or there are not. If you think there are no clusters of stars, I'm going to wonder what the hell a lot of NASA is talking about.
No,
there
that's
are
the naming
clusters
of
of stars,
constellations. That's the naming
that-
of constellations.
yes, we use constellations. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, does NASA use constellations in reference to real objects in our solar system so that we have points of reference to triangulate the location of a thing, or do they not? Because everything's moving, heretic.
Yes, astronomers do, but I don't know that astronomers put a religious angle to it, which is what you're doing, which is all about astrology.
No, I'm saying people made religious what is astronomy.
Really?
Yes. I'm irreligious about it. These are just facts of reality to me.
Facts of reality.
Yes.
This is astrology.
I'll bet you don't know that there's two norths in outer space, do you?
What?
Yeah. There has to be two norths in outer space. Did you know that?
Well, I know that we have a north as in a north pole and a south as in a south pole.
But the Earth rotates.
But the Earth rotates, and we also see things in a particular way because we have a compass because of the Earth's magnetic
Let me just ask
field.
it to you this way: which
So,
way does
I
the
don't
Earth
know
rotate
which-
around the sun?
I don't know which way is north when it comes to the universe.
Which direction, please?
I haven't got a clue which way is north.
Which
in
way,
relation to the
direction does the Earth rotate around the sun, please? Clockwise or counterclockwise, please?
I don't know.
It's counterclockwise. Compared to what? Because if you look at the
So,
bottom of the solar, quote unquote, bottom of the solar system, we're going clockwise.
Yeah, but that's
If you
arbitrary.
look at the side of the solar system, we're probably east or west.
Yeah, we're going east
Going
west.
in a different
Yes.
direction.
Yes, that's correct. That's why you need two norths.
But that actually makes north absolutely every single direction. It's not two. You would have one
Nope.
every.
No,
We
because there's this
arbitrarily
plane of the
established the
solar
North Star
system.
Polaris. Go ahead, Sammy.
According to the plane of the solar system,
Right.
you would have two norths.
What is the plane of the solar system?
You don't know,
what the disk that the planets rotate basically
goodness,
on a disk
Heretic,
around
this
the
is
sun.
like year
my gosh.
4 shit. Why are you struggling with this? Is it because he uses words like zodiac that your brain instantly goes woo burgers?
Look, Sammy, I know that there is an elliptical plane that we go around the sun.
Aw, we love
But
her.
if I was on Pluto, say, and I had a completely different elliptical plane and a totally different way of going around the sun, I would see things a lot differently.
Pluto, come on, man. Pick a planet.
Neptune.
You'd still have to
Saturn, Uranus, whichever one you want. I
pick a
chose one.
planet,
I
you'll
chose
have
one
two
that
norths.
isn't actually a planet. You know? I mean, I understand these planes things, but when it
But
comes
that's
to
because
the
you're a
universe,
contrarian. That's
the
all.
universe does not. What is the? What's the? I can't believe you just said that, Sammy. It sounds a bit like the type of history that people are taught when their government wants to teach them that their nation is uber good and uber important, so they make up their history.
Oh, of course you would go there. That would be your comeback.
No.
obviously.
It's like, well, where and how did Sammy receive something in year 4 that says something about?
No, that's not the year 4 comment. The year 4 comment is that you don't understand that a procession in space, whatever name you want to call the fucking star systems, it's not astrological. It's astronomical. Richard's not putting woo into it, is what he's saying.
Okay, well, somebody could explain that in plain English, maybe.
They did, and you.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't
you're the
plain English.
only one. You're the only one not understanding, heretic.
Okay, Sammy, convert it into plain English, please. Tell me what it is.
Can you say it in a
I
British
can't
accent?
convert plain English into plain English, heretic. I'm sorry.
Well, try and just re-expose what it was that was being said that you are trying to say is what you know.
I think I just learned what it's like to have a hemorrhoid. Thank you, heretic.
That's all right.
I'm
left
else
here
is
really
welcome
fucking
to have a
confused
go.
by a bunch. I'm
If-
left here
if they
really
really want
confused
to,
by a bunch
anyone
of
else is
people
welcome to
who are
have a go.
claiming that they know what they're talking about when they're unable to explain what they're talking about.
It is.
Okay, so
Richard knows what he's talking about, but I find it difficult
It's
to understand.
hilarious when everyone you just sat there and said everyone knows what they're talking about, but no one can explain it. Everyone's explained it. You don't understand it. You want
You
it
haven't
explained in
explained
multiple
anything.
ways.
Sammy,
Why are
explain
you
it.
the only
away.
one not understanding,
explain it.
heretic?
Sammy, explain it.
Hold, I stepped away for a minute. Can maybe I could give it a shot? What was the argument?
You can try.
No, Sammy, you're the one that's giving the grief here. I want you to explain it.
If I could just
What's up,
catch
Space?
Housey up real quickly out of respect for Housey. This
Oh,
is
no,
what
no,
happened.
No, hang on, Richard. Can you do that after Sammy's actually explained it in plain
Heretic,
Sure, I
how
could.
about you
I just-
stop driving the fucking show and let Richard speak?
Because
Okay,
I'd like
so
you
here's-
to answer the question.
I don't give a fuck what you would like, heretic. You've had multiple fucking chances. You're just being a rude prick at this point.
And now you're
Go
just
on,
shouting.
Richard.
And now you're just
Yeah,
shouting.
fucking oath I am, because you're
Now
starting
you're
to piss
shouting
me off
because
now.
you're
brothers,
refusing to
in.
actually answer. What's happening is you're
Heretic,
refusing to
shut
answer.
your mouth and let somebody
Just
else
answer.
speak,
Sammy,
please.
just answer. Just tell us what it is, Sammy. Just tell us.
Okay,
Go
so
on,
if I could
Richard.
just catch Housey up just real quick. We were reviewing a biblical scholar.
Mm-hmm.
Some topics came up, and I said, well, those are actually astronomical terms. Heretic came in. He said, those are astrological terms, and you're using woo and magical thinking. I said, astronomy, modern astronomy, adopted old astrological terms.
You
There
mean
are.
like the constellations that represent what's called the zodiac? Is that what you're talking about?
Mhm.
Precisely, yes. Yes, you get it.
Okay.
And that one full procession
Hold up.
of all of those is 27,000 whatever years. That happens. Richard's not putting any power or magic into that. He's just saying that cycle takes 27,000 years. And
Well-
Heretic wants to call it astrology because it's the zodiac.
But
Right.
Correct.
it's not measured arbitrarily, right? It's not like, oh, every so many years we enter a new age, right? Like it's based on where the sun, in which zodiac the sun rises.
That's not
Right?
right. No.
It's
the axis of the earth, which way it's pointed.
Thank you. I was thinking
Yep.
that the sun rises, that's the time of unbalance, huh? That's a different thing. So yeah, this one is where the axial tilt points, right? So that's what determines it. Like it's a physical thing that determines it, and it's like a measurement of time. You can call it a clock, a calendar, whatever, but it's a measurement, and I don't understand how that means it's magical or woo or this like astrology thing that we have today.
Well, hold on. Could I
It
throw
is if
something
you
in that
put
too?
some sort of external meaning to it, which is not what Rich has done. Go on, Halsey.
Right. No, we should probably just separate the idea of the constellations, the actual just patterns that were used for measuring and for establishing, orientation and stuff like that. Just use them in that fashion as patterns and tools, and forget everything
Ed,
that's
love you.
attached to them. Forget all of the, oh, if you're a Pisces, you're this, and if your Venus is rising and blah, blah, blah. It has nothing to do with that. It's just the constellations themselves and how they were used to to do astronomy, early astronomy.
That's exactly it.
There you
Yeah.
go.
You shouldn't conflate the two. Do you get it now? Was that plain enough English?
You
Mac.
shouldn't conflate the two. Is
Just sloppy
perfect.
American English.
That Mac, that was a perfect statement of you should not conflate astrology and astronomy.
That's true. They're
Exactly.
different.
Yes.
Which
And
was
just
exactly
because,
what.
you know,
But they both have constellations.
That's what
Zodiac.
you
Pixie,
assumed Richard was
Pixie,
doing
Pixie,
because
Pixie,
astrology
you assumed
adopted
Richard
language
did it.
from
Pixie,
early astronomy.
Pixie, you're doing your usual thing. I was actually speaking. Mac,
You mean like you were doing 5 minutes ago? Is that a you thing
Pixie.
too now?
Ooh,
Pixie.
too coquet.
Mac, you said you don't mix them up, and that was my exact point. You should not mix them up.
But
and they were.
why
being
would that be
mixed
your
up,
point when that's what you
and they
did?
were being mixed up. No, I was separating them.
No,
I was told no. The
We're all wrong.
The astrological
We're all
age
wrong.
comes from astronomy. It is the astronomical age. And I went, hang on, let me look up astronomical age. No, there's no such thing. It's astrological. I was separating the two, and I've been lambasted for separating them because actually Richard was saying they're together. Astrology was the precursor to astronomy. He was saying astronomy
true.
came from astrology. That's what Richards was saying.
That's true.
Really?
it did.
Really?
Astrology did,
correct.
and it adopted a lot of early astronomy's language. Yes, it did.
Yeah, chemistry grew out of alchemy, man. That's true.
That's why it's no
How
longer
dare
alchemy.
you, Mac?
How dare you separate
When did
the
astrology
two?
start?
What are you talking about?
But look, I think
When
you're,
did astrology start? When fucking humans looked up at the stars.
But I think he's referring to the traits, right? Are you referring to, like, when you say astrology, are you talking about all of the things that are supposed to go with a certain star sign and time frame for birth, personality, and all that stuff? Or are you talking about that, like divining the future from your stars astrology, or are you talking about something else?
Yeah, exactly.
Heretic.
I'm just confused by the use of astrology in terms of
Okay, hold on though.
the way that it's being used in this conversation. That's all.
Okay, but
Because
let's establish one other thing. There's the zodiac, which instead of thinking of it as all of the names for the signs in astrology, I want you to put it like at a different place where one arm of it goes in that direction, not because it's its nature, but because it was adopted. The names were adopted to describe all these things, right? And it
the
has to do with
positions
the
of celestial
constellations.
bodies, yeah?
And it has to do with the constellations, but they tagged a bunch of other stuff onto it, right? Meaning that isn't there. And then on the other side, you've got it purely for astronomy reasons, where we're just looking at the constellations themselves and how they were used to measure and establish orientations and stuff like that. So it's just a tool in one case with nothing attached to it, and there's all this other shit attached to it. We're just going with the non-attachment thing of zodiac, and it has nothing to do with astrology.
Well, that's not true, Halsey, because Richard stated that there is this astrological age, the 27,000 years, for each of the days of day 1 to 7 of the Bible, and we're currently in day 6 and just about to go into day 7.
Okay.
In a couple
he
of
said
thousand
years. He said there are astronomical ages. There are.
No, he said astrological.
And that's the bit that I don't know where they are, because I can't find anything called an astronomical age. All I've got
it's
is the
determined by the
astrological.
precession of the. He explained that it's determined by the precession of the the spinning of the Earth.
No, that's the astrological.
No, it's astronomical. It's a physical event that happens. Precession
Why wouldn't it
happens.
be the same? One trip
Because-
through each zodiac is one cycle.
It might
because Google didn't show him. He doesn't believe it.
No, I'm not saying that either.
Connecting that to
I am
Genesis
saying-
is like Richard's thing. Like that's his thing.
I understand that.
But it's
I
not
understand that.
it's not astrology. It's
Just because
it's just his
people use
interpretation.
the
of
word
He
Genesis.
has
astrological
put it
doesn't
into
mean-
an astrological sphere.
But hold on,
Not an astronomical
astrological. That's just two. It's just two
Astrological
things. That mean
sphere.
two things.
Let me try
Astrological
again.
Doesn't mean astrology. Okay,
Let me
go
try again, heretic. Do you believe in seasons?
Yes.
Do you believe in years?
Yes, we use them to determine.
How?
the
Could you
next
please
phase.
tell me? Could you please tell me what a year is?
That's astrology.
And an Earth year. Could you please tell me what that is, please?
It's the amount of time it takes for the sun to, for the Earth to go round the sun one time.
One time. So by one
Heretic
time you
and
mean
astrologer.
360 degrees. Would you tell me, please, 360 degrees compared to what that doesn't do that?
I don't know. Too vague a question.
Anything we can
360
see in the
It's pretty obvious.
360 degrees continues into 760 and any number higher than that you want if you keep counting rotations. So
Unless-
360 degrees compared to what?
It's
Some
from
point
start to
on the
finish. It's start to finish. So it's a wide
from the
it's a
starting
wider
point.
perspective.
How do you establish
star.
the starting point of a year, please?
You're the
Is it
star.
by some by the star?
Right.
You are
Like
so full of woo.
constellations.
You're such a
Yeah,
woo
you
master.
astrologer.
You astrologer.
Dirty astrologer.
Looking at the
No,
moon.
no. Hang on.
Using
Hang
the
on.
sun.
The definition of astronomy, the definition of astronomy is understanding the physics of the universe. The
Yeah.
physics of the universe is astronomy, not astrology. Okay.
Like how
What if I
shit,
told you-
like how shit moves in space. You mean, heretic?
Compared to other
Understanding
things,
Is that
Sammy?
astronomy?
the universe,
You're
yes.
making
Weird.
mistakes,
So
heretic.
that understanding the physics is where is something in relation to where you think it should
Yay!
be.
You've
That's
got
why you
it.
must.
That's
That's
got it.
why you have. That's why
So
you have
you
the
agree.
beginning of the year, which is considered to be north, and the end of the year is back aligned to that same star, considered to be north on the plane of our solar system, and then you have the other north, or Polaris, or what is above, quote unquote, the Earth, which above and below are completely arbitrary.
They're relative. They're relative to the earth, right?
Yes.
In a way.
And then there's this weird line in the Bible that you may not be aware of, which Christians, frankly, can't make heads nor tails of. And you, peace and respect, Mac, that you will use the clumps of stars as signs and symbols of days and years. That's the very definition of a calendar.
Yeah, and constellations, clumps of stars.
Yeah, okay. So
And
we
that's not
use
new. The
something.
Bible didn't introduce that idea.
So we use something that is external to us and far enough away that we know that it's not really moving very fast in order to be able to place ourselves within the solar system.
That's right.
Establishing orientation. Yes.
Which is fine, because that could be astronomy, but
Hold
it's
on.
then put into the term astrology in relation to, because we see these patterns and we put a name to them and we call them a certain thing, and then we go whatever. People put
So if we
zodiac
call them
to
something
it.
else, would you then not call it astrology?
No, I mean, I'm just confused by using it in that terminology, because
Hold
I've
on.
never used it before in that terminology. I've never perceived it in that way. But I can see where you're coming from, Richard. And I can accept that, but I'm not sure about the 27,000 years and then connecting that to 6 times 27,000 gets us. And you've already said it's not exactly 6 times 27 because we don't know, whatever. But it's like, okay.
It's way not long enough for an Earth.
Well, exactly.
Are we
That's
still
my
arguing
fucking
about-
problem. We're
Yeah, the only
talking less
problem
than
with that,
200,000
heretic,
years.
pause.
for the-
Please
yeah.
pause.
Yeah.
Okay. First, You're the one that said 6 iterations of under 27,000 years. I never said that. What I said was, I think that radiometric dating is probably within 5%. Now, that would be a fuck ton longer.
So
maybe 2 metric fuck tons longer than 6 iterations of under 27,000 years.
And yet the
I'm gonna have
astrological
some
age
stuff
is
to do, so I'll be back
27,000
later.
years, and you said that the 6th day
Take care,
was the
Pixie.
astrological
Bye.
age.
Bye, Pixie.
Can
I
you
also
shut up?
said, and you missed it.
No, I didn't miss it. You said, I mean, we don't really know what
Can you
the other
shut
plans
up?
were. No. No.
No, you can't. No, you fucking
Can I
can't.
ask a quick question? Are we still arguing about the astrology versus astronomy word and its use? Yes.
No, we're not. We're talking because this all started. Because this all started, Halsey, around the timeline of the 6 days and the fact we're going into the 7th. So the 6th day, according to Richard, is 25,000 years, the astrological age of one cycle. But Richard also said, we have a current cycle, the way that we understand it, versus the previous times. And we don't know what those previous times were. So what Richard is, what I think Richard is saying is we don't know how long day 1 was, or day 2, 3, 4, or 5. But we know
We
day
do
6
know
is-
about how long each of those were.
Oh, can you please just add them up and tell me how old the Earth is then?
Something about 6.3 billion years.
Just the Earth, though, right?
Well, yeah.
So
I mean, there's
it
stuff
shouldn't be
newer than that
6.3,
here.
Right. And there's stuff older, I'm sure.
It should be
There's
about
stuff, maybe stuff
4.3.
older somewhere.
It
Sure.
should be about 4.3 billion, but I'm quite happy with that.
I could have
aspect.
missed. I am kind of
That's all right.
dyslexic, and I'm not good at
That's fine.
recalling numbers. It takes a lot of practice for me to
No,
recall a number.
that's all right. So
Something in the billions of years.
So we've got day 1 is going to be probably billions of years. So
However long it was that science thinks there was only atmosphere, not yet water collected of any amount. No
Is that
oceans.
when it was like continually like rain misting and then just going back into the clouds and there really wasn't any water on the ground yet?
Yeah, which you need an atmosphere for a good amount of time before you can even get there.
So what we actually had was different timelines and time
why they're called
frames,
days.
and different time frames for the Earth traveling around the sun.
I wonder if we always traveled at the same
In an
rate the
astrological
entire
age.
time.
It's kind of hard to show, but I think the science says that although it varies over time, not significantly.
Right. I wonder if the cooling period, the initial cooling period, affected its speed at all.
No, only mass
I
would.
have never looked into that.
What was that, Hillary's?
Yeah.
Oh, you just said yes.
You know, if you guys resolved the whole astronomy versus astrology thing,
Well, that was just one little aspect of it.
well, I mean, I'll just say this much: like, I think astrology kind of misuses the term a little bit because they're implying, you know, I don't know if you're using the scientific, definition of logy as a combining, a discourse, doctrine, theory, theology, geology, biology. Those. It's just like the information set, and study of. And I just I think that they misuse in astrology, but I think that when we say astrological, I'm not sure if that is referring to astrology or just two things. Astro to refer to the heavenly bodies, and logical to talk about something in data and logic for that topic, the heavenly bodies, the stars in the universe.
Okay.
Astrological, to me, that's all that refers to. It has nothing to do with astrology.
So the astrological age, Richard, is the length of one cycle of 12 ages, 25,772 years, and that is day 6. Is that right? Did I get that right?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
So day 6 is the length of one cycle of 12 ages. Day 5, was each of those days a length of one cycle of 12 ages? And it's just...
No, in fact, it looks like when there were great beasts on the earth, great whales that roamed the solid part of the earth, that looks like, I don't know, Jurassic and probably Pleistocene as well, and probably, a few of these huge time frames was the time when giant animals walked on the planet.
Okay, so that day is not termed in an astrological age. It's termed in a different format in some way,
right?
On the basis of the types of animals that actually lived on the earth.
Yeah, you're welcome to call it like species centric or tribalism or something like that. But it looks like the text is aimed towards something that can read it. And the closer it gets to the part that's important to the reader, the more defined it becomes.
Okay. And is day 6 the only time the astrological age is used then?
Yeah,
Because
day 6
you need to refresh.
Yeah, that's Jody actually.
That's why I said Jody. Jody, you need to
Oh,
refresh.
my hearing loss. I apologize.
I need to refresh.
Yes.
Yes. We got that one. Yeah, it looks like the only of course, the most important day in all these stories is the day we ascend into the heaven thing, right? And the
Not
next most
necessarily.
important thing, a lot of people would argue with you.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of it slightly differently. Carry on, Richard.
In an internal critique, it looks like within the story, the most important thing is the heaven thing.
Indeed. We'll see Lilith, originally a relatively lowly demoness made
Who's playing a video in the background? Jody? Is that Jody?
I'm sorry. I
Sorry,
didn't
that
realize
was
the
me.
volume was up on my phone.
No, it wasn't you, Jody. It was me.
It was Sam.
Okay.
Sorry, I just can't think about. I'm just not that smart. I'm sorry. Okay. And then the most definition is closest to the end of the story. Like, call it an acid trip if you want. The book of Revelation is informationally dense. Like, it doesn't waste a whole lot of time on flowery speech. It's just like fact. Okay. And then we get a good amount of definition for the time that man is like in structured societies and how that works and how long that lasts, approximately, not exactly. And the further you go away from the intended reader's time, the more vague it gets. Like, the only thing it says about the planet on approach is nothing cool here, nothing alive here. And that's the only statement. That's pretty damn vague.
Okay. So how do you work out how we are in day 6 and day 6 is defined, its time is defined by this astrological age?
Okay, so if I take that as versus another turn through the zodiac, another set of 25,000 and change years, how do I know the difference?
Because we've already said day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. We don't know what age they used and how long they were, but we know.
Right.
You've said day 6 is the astrological age, which is 25,772 years. How do you know that? What is it within the Bible that tells you that that's what it is for day 6?
Because it states every single one of the astronomical signs in order of the zodiac. It states the signs of the zodiac in the Bible. You can look up blessings of Israel, and it lists them literally and describes, oh, so-and-so, you will be like a mighty bull. And then so-and-so, right after him, you will be a herder of sheep. And so-and-so after him, You will be a great fisherman. Those are the reverse progression through the zodiac in 1260 years, each sign. That's what that is.
Yeah.
And you are talking about the constellations and the positions that they're in at that time, right?
Sure. And us in long progression through each sign, each set of constellation.
It's just the early way of measuring and noting and thinking about this. It evolved into astronomy, and the word, like I said, it's being misused, astrology, but astrological doesn't have anything to do with astrology.
Right. I mean, imagine how weird it would have been and how immediately it would have been thrown away if it read, invent an atomic clock, and then after so many clicks of the atomic clock, the following will happen. You can't write it that way.
I'm not sure anybody was trying to suggest that. What I do know is that both astronomy and astrology were around way back when, and Plato would argue for astronomy, Aristotle was arguing for astrology, and both were known and around prior to that.
Okay.
And it's like, this is around about the time that the books were written, so they were known.
Yes, it's
things.
a known language. It kind of
Yeah.
makes sense to use a known language rather than an unknown language.
Absolutely.
It was
wouldn't
well
you think?
established.
Absolutely.
It was well established.
Holy cow.
Absolutely. So the fact that it's in the Bible is like...
Is nothing, because it was
Nothing.
well established. Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's problematic because?
Because I can't determine whether God produced this thing and therefore was telling us all about this bloody 25,000 years and day 6, and rather than relating to day 6 was when he made man, and day 7 he had a rest in order that everybody else would have a rest on day 7 who was a human.
I just
I
just hope you can appreciate how vague it is. I hope and pray that you can appreciate how vague it is.
I
because
do.
you have been given a privilege of choice. And that was so damned loving of you, and I'm not sure you deserved it at any point.
I don't know which logical fallacies you actually covered there.
Zero. There were 0 logical fallacies there.
Well,
I literally
you've gone into something about choice. It's like a privilege.
You
of
do
choice.
have a choice as to whether or not you
privilege.
think this is all crap. If you think it has personal value, social value, world value, you have choice.
But this is why I'm asking you the questions, because I don't
But if
really
choice is a
understand
privilege.
it. I don't understand it, and I would like to understand where you're coming from, like I usually do, Richard.
Yeah.
And I'm not seeing much. I'm
he
not
doesn't answer to your
seeing much
satis-
consistency between day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All you're saying is you know what day 6 is, and I'm going, well.
It states what
do
the
you
rest of the
really?
days are. We have
Well, yes.
scientific approximations of how long those time frames were. I'm willing to go with that.
Does the Bible actually say we're now in day 6 and day 6 is this long? And it talks
Yes.
then about the astrological age in whatever
And
terms
on
it
the
used.
sixth day, God put man on the earth. It
Okay.
literally says that. The time of man on the earth is the 6th day. It literally says it. And then it defines what it means by a day right there, because yom can be time frame or of any kind. Whatever kind of standard time frame you're referring to is a yom. So they translated it as day, and that's smashing people's brains. It does not mean a 24-hour period, although it could be a 24-hour period. That too is a day.
And God
A
looked at
yom.
what he'd done. God was satisfied. God was happy. And that was the end of day 6.
Yes. And on the seventh day, God rests from all his creation. Says it 3 times.
Yes.
Well, if man is part of God's creation, the biblical claim is man is the point of the creation. Like, we're the apex of creation. We're the whole reason the story even exists. We are the God makers. That's what it's saying. So it's like speaking specifically about us as the important part of the creation and that we are rested from. But in order for us to be rested from, we're not worked with. And it says we're worked with until we are, choose your word, perfected or quickened or whatever in heaven. That's the end of the creating of us. So the seventh day
it's really
cannot begin
interesting.
till we are in heaven because the
It's a
creation
really
is not
interesting.
complete.
It's a really interesting interpretation, and I will take the privilege of choice to not accept it, Richard.
That's lovely. And I'm happy to help you have that.
Yeah, because it does actually say, and day 6 ended, and then there was day 7.
Oh,
Day 7
so now
started,
you're
and
assuming
there was rest.
unjustly and against the
I
Bible
agree.
that this
I
is
agree.
the only. You're not listening to me. You're making an assumption. I'm trying to help you. You are making an assumption within Christian doctrine and against the text of the Bible, which more than once says, with these invisible things, God so created the worlds. And yes, it means this thing right here. And it says plural, this thing. And you have made us the only occurrence of an earth that the Bible is referring to. And that's Christian and it's anti-biblical.
In your opinion.
I can show it's Christian and I can show it's anti-biblical. In fact, the only other Christian sect at all that I know of that already professes this because of the text is the Mormons, which many Christians do not think are Christians.
Well, Christianity wasn't around at the time Genesis was actually written.
That is also true.
So I'm getting a bit more confused. Because you're now linking it to a later time frame and something that happened later on that actually the people who wrote the Old Testament originally don't even agree with.
Did you just additionally assume that inhabitants of this earth authored or scribed the text?
Yes.
Well, you're welcome to that view. I think it can be disproven.
It could also be a fallacy. Yes.
What could be a fallacy?
My belief. A fallacy of ignorance.
Of course, any belief could be a fallacy.
Yes, I accept that 100%. Totally. Completely accept it. I could be wrong.
Look, if you had written on a piece of paper on your desk in your personal handwriting from some tablet that you know that you already own, and you had written the following: when tapping for quarter 20 in aluminum, using a 2-float is preferable because some of it has to do with compression and nothing to do with the clearance hole. Would you think you freaking wrote that?
No, I'd think that I was in the wrong lesson.
What you should think is you heard it and you wrote it down. That is, it contained information not at your privilege, outside of your experience range, and that's every evidence you're not the author. So if the Bible contains knowledge outside of the privilege and knowledge range of the people of the area and time, isn't that a good sign they're not the authors?
Or it's an assumption by the people reading the text that these people were thick and they didn't know those things.
Okay, had they surveyed the earth when we can date the book of Genesis 2, which is just past Job?
I've no idea. I doubt it. I doubt if they've surveyed.
Do you think that there was a survey of the earth that everyone had discovered every other large landmass, every other continent?
I have no idea. I don't know when the timings of that was.
Had people in the ancient Near East, did they know there were other continents?
I don't know whether they'd have called them continents, but yeah. Yes.
Because
Asia is not far from Israel, and Israel is part of Europe. So they know that there are at least two continents. They also, Egypt was part of Africa, which is right next to it. So that's three continents straight away that they know about. Whether they called them continents, I don't know. I don't have a clue.
Okay, so if I found a text that described a tree that had fruit like grapes on individual stems pointing up toward the sky with a strong smell that you could smell at quite a distance, and I could show you that that was written down by people who could not have had the experience of it. There are the people of that land where that tree naturally occurs have no story of invaders at all. And that time frame, there is no history of anybody. They really thought they were the only humans on the whole planet.
Are
If
you
I could
still
show
around,
that,
Sammy? Are you still around, Sammy?
Sure am.
All right, look, I'm gonna have to drop off because this shit is hurting my head.
No worries.
It is difficult for some people to understand good conversations here.
It's not a good conversation. It's arguing back and forth.
No,
There's
actually,
no
you
good
guys
in
like
this
insulting each other.
conversation.
I'm actually picking Richard's brain. Richard is explaining where he's coming from in terms of what the fucking Bible.
Goodbye.
Bye. I'm really appreciating what Richard's saying, and I'm appreciating the chance to actually talk to him and challenge him and get him to explain it.
we
Because
really should
some
do
of
our
this
out of
stuff
respect
is
for
really
others. We
good
should
shit.
do a dedicated stream.
Some of this
Heretic.
stuff is really good shit that some people really should listen to.
You know, it'd be cool if you guys did a stream and like, I don't know, like mapped out or flow charted stuff and put dates up and, you know, just really showed the whole topic like visually as well as what you're talking about.
Sounds very attractive to me personally.
I think it's superb, Richard. I think your interpretations are absolutely fantastic. I don't agree with them, but I love hearing them. It's like that is a different way of seeing it, and therefore maybe I should change my mind. And it's like all these things are going through my head all at the same time.
Those
And I
are
love
magic
talking.
words you just said.
Those are. And
It's
I
like
want you to know
fantastic.
that I believe I didn't earn a word you just said.
No, you did.
No, I didn't. I'm only
Oh.
showing you what someone showed me.
Oh, okay. But I appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
Even though I might not currently fucking agree with it. Maybe
You're not
in 5
expected
years
to.
I will.
You're not expected to at all, actually.
Oh, okay.
But I am starting to suffer a lot of like guilt and stuff for hogging up the stream like this, if you don't mind, Heretic.
Okay.
Yeah, I can leave.
I had a fun thing that we could do. My idea of fun is pretty weird sometimes. But
It's a Housonic fun.
here,
ready.
does any someone can share the screen, right? Richard, you can do it, or someone else can.
I believe I can, yes.
If you want to check this out, I'm gonna.
Sammy's sharing screen right now. Sammy, you want to give us audio on that, or were you wanting to change the topic into something you? Because Halsey had a topic that she wanted to bring up.
I didn't
Go
see
for
what
it.
he was sharing. What was it? The
Oh, I
the
was just playing a thing in the background. It was just something about Lilith.
Okay. I thought that they were using that as a reference during their conversation, but they were not.
Oh no.
Okay, I was kind of half like listening and trying to kind of map it out in my head. It was a lot of information.
Oh goodness, that would have been confusing.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure where they fit, but I thought that they were referring to it at some point. Okay.
No,
Yeah, that dude was like
Halsey-
doing Kabbalah or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
The reference, Halsey, was we were originally looking at Revelation and how that's interpreted, and then it came up. There was a link then to days 1 through 7 of God, and Revelation is day 7 apparently, or the end of Revelation is, or the end of day 7 is Revelation, or
Okay.
the final end days thing. And so the conversation went into days 1 to 6, and where are we right now, and how do you know, and how do we work out how long each day was, blah blah blah. And Rich has got some really interesting ideas on it, and I was just challenging him on where he got those ideas from, because I'm unaware of them.
The way that my astronomy teacher said very long time ago is if we were looking at a 24-hour clock as our scale of our timeline, like the universe and us in it and everything, we would exist, mankind mankind would exist in the last, like, oh goodness, it wasn't a very big slice of time. It was like the last 30 seconds or something, or the last 15 minutes. Or something very small slice of the very last, last part of the last hour of the day of the 23rd and 47 minutes. So that's where we come in the last little slice. Anyway, so this is what
just to ask the next question, Space Cadet.
Mm-hmm.
By the time humans become extinct, how much time on that 24-hour clock have humans undertaken?
I mean, I imagine that like the little pie wedge will just get a little bit thicker, as time goes on. But if you think about the entire universe in that 24-hour single day, like we really are like a hairline sliver. So that little sliver will just get a little bigger, right? Because we will have occupied more time.
But this is the point about defining when the end day comes.
Mm-hmm.
We'd be lucky to get to 10 seconds past.
End date for humans. Yeah, I don't know.
That's the point. That's the point about religion and about the Bible. It's prophesying when that end date is. And plenty of humans have tried to say when it is. 1988 was a particular time period when people said that's when it's going to be. Because of 71 generations or whatever, or 77 generations, and
I've never heard that before. Interesting.
Yeah, there was a book that sold absolutely millions of copies back in 1987 because somebody worked out that once Israel had been actually brought back, which was 1948, he then said a generation after that is 40 years. That makes it 1988, and he basically gave a month and either a day or a week or whatever. And then, of course, it didn't happen. So we had to then say, oh, that's because there's an extra year to add on because we don't have a year zero. We went from minus
right.
1.
Yeah, right. Our 24-hour clock just gets a little denser in time, if you know what I mean. Like that 24 hours is still 24 hours, but the density of time, not perceptively, but just how we're looking at the measurement kind of changes.
But if humans last for another 60 billion years, as does the Earth or whatever, then our amount of time goes up in terms of a proportion, probably to about an hour.
Right. So our pie slice gets bigger on the face of the
exactly,
clock.
And that's all that I'm asking. So your philosopher should have been asking that question as well.
That's like that, but that's like just a perspective thing to get an idea in through visualization.
Yep.
Some people find that naturally occurring to them because they need to see things in pictures, and other people it doesn't occur to them to do it. So yeah, I guess we need that. So anyway, so I don't know. Are you guys interested in this at all? Validity and soundness in deductive arguments.
I am.
Okay, with almost like zero sort of review or study on this, before we answer any of these questions, does anybody want to go to the definitions of truth, validity, and soundness?
You better do that, so we are all speaking a common language.
Or and also deductive arguments. Let's look at arguments. Let's look at Deduction. Oh, there we go. Deduction and induction. That's a good one. Oh, you know what? Did it do it? It didn't do it. Hold on. Okay. All right. So here we go. Do you want me to read it, or does somebody want to read it, or do you want to just read it
There
silently?
you go.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
read it out.
Deductive and inductive arguments. Abstract. A deductive argument's premises provide conclusive evidence for the truth of its conclusion. An inductive argument's premises provide probable evidence for the truth of its conclusion. So we're talking about two things: conclusive evidence, it's more like absolute, and probable evidence. The difference between deductive and inductive arguments does not specifically depend on the specificity or generality of the composite statements. Both kinds of arguments are characterized and distinguished with examples and exercises. Okay, I've never seen this page before, so I don't know like how deep you want to dive here. We can look at, why don't we look at deductive defined, and we'll start there. So deduction, an argument whose premises, if true, provide conclusive evidence for the truth of its conclusion. Let's take the classic example, which must be mentioned at least once in this course. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. So this is like a structure thing for deduction. This is a classic structure example. So
it's a shame Jesus came along, isn't
it? So because now we have an immortal man, and we can't say that all men are mortal because we got that one fucking it all up.
Well, the thing is, if you say Jesus is a man, you might be called a heretic as well, because it's the Trinity. You know, it's a weird one.
He's an extra special man, and he doesn't quite fit in the man category. So, note how the grammatical structure of this argument form makes the conclusion necessarily follow, meaning nothing else is possible. Not with this probability, but with certainty. One way to remember this relationship is to think about it this way. All B is in C, this right here, right? B is inside of C. All A is in B. Therefore, all A is in C. There's no way that A can be anywhere else, right? Because it's inside of B, and B is inside of C. It's completely contained. Deductive arguments are commonly defined in accordance with intentional account. I'm not sure what viz means. Viz, arguments whose premises are claimed or intended to provide conclusive reasons for their conclusion. The claim is that absolutely impossible for the premises to be true unless the conclusion is true also. The word claim is used since some deductive arguments do not meet this claim and are therefore called deductively invalid. However, if such arguments are evaluated as probable arguments, they would be correct inductive arguments if the premises were to provide good evidence for their respective conclusions. Okay, if the premises are true and they necessitate the truth of the conclusion, then the argument is said to be deductively valid and sound. In such a case, it is impossible for the conclusion to be logically inconsistent with the premises. So the difference between validity and soundness is that when the conclusion absolutely follows from the premises, if we're not looking at the truth of the premises, but only if the conclusion absolutely must follow, then it's valid. But then we have to look at the content to see if it's sound, to see if it's true information, true conclusion. Okay, so this goes into kind of a deep dive here, but you get the idea, right? Deductive versus inductive. Inductive gives strength of probability, evidence for that. This is absolute, like it must follow. Like this right here, all apothecaries are chemists. No apothecaries are druggists. Okay, let's see if does this contain a fallacy? I'm not sure. No druggists are chemists. Okay. Who wants to tackle this? Anyone? All A are C. No A are D. No D are E.
Because a druggist
Hold on. I need
The
to.
druggist, yeah, druggist sells toiletries, and the other one is a pharmacist.
Right, but we are not really looking at. Let's look at structure only and not.
No, it's all druggists are chemists, is it not?
Well, hold on. Let me see if I can grab this real quick. And
What it's basically saying is an apothecary is a chemist.
Okay,
and
so
somehow no druggist.
And a druggist is a chemist.
C, right? No A R D. Therefore, no D R C. Okay. So it doesn't matter what A and C and D are. All A are C. So let's imagine this in a visual format. All A are C. That means that A is completely inside of C. Right? It's not all C or A, because then it would be the reverse. So all A are C. If there's two circles, A is a circle inside of C.
Can we just put this in plain language?
Well, the point is to take it away from plain language, analyze the structure, and see if it works. All A are D. So somehow C and D they must be related, because if A are all inside of C, oh wait, no, I'm sorry, no A are D. Okay, that makes it easy. Okay, so all C, so A is inside of C. D doesn't contain any A. So
I don't know. This hurts my brain.
D must be completely separate from C, right? Is that right?
I have no idea.
Because no D are C.
I'm muted. Yeah,
I don't think I have the brain for that.
that's right.
Hold on. If you put it so, the first one is A equals C. Yeah.
Okay, so all A are C. They could be the same size circle. There doesn't have to be any overlap, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So yes,
that means A equals C, or A leads to C, or something, whatever it is. Yeah.
A leads to C.
All A and C, all A are C, basically means that, like, let's say all celery is plants, right? They might not be equal, but they fall into the same category, right? But if we say they're equal, let's say they're equal for a second. All A are C. A equals C. No A are D. So A is not equal to D, right?
Wouldn't you go
No
not?
A are D.
Wouldn't you go not A equals?
How do you
D?
do not? I'm
the tilde.
So not A are D? Like that?
Or is it the other way around?
No A
It's
are
the equals. The equals is the problem. It's like if you're an apothecary,
Mhm.
then you're a chemist, or is it if you're a chemist, then you're an apothecary?
Well,
I don't know,
okay,
because
so
the
we can-
wording is vague. The wording is ambiguous, and it's like
no B.
That's why you take the words away and just
Yeah.
use the letters, and then it doesn't
Only
matter.
But
Yeah,
that's
it
what we're
doesn't
trying
matter.
to work out because it's
So
ambiguous. We
A
can't work
and
out.
C, A and C are the same. No A's are D's. So if A and C are the same, let's say they're the same circle. They're a Venn diagram with two circles sitting on top of each other, the same size, right? Because A and C, A doesn't. The only way that A relates to D is that it is not D. But if all A are C, that means that C is also not D, right? Not C are also D. So this is true. No D or C.
Yes. So that middle one is not A equals D,
We could do that.
and then you go not D equals not C, and therefore no druggists are chemists. Is that right? No.
Okay, let's see.
Is that
A
not-
equals C. That's right. Not A equals D. That's right. No A's or D's. Not. Okay, so it's actually positive C, right? So not D are C. That means that no D's are C's.
C equals not D. Not
These
D
are the
equals
same,
D.
or they could
Yeah,
be in the
yeah,
same
yeah,
place.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You got
Totally
it.
agree.
You
Yes.
got it. Okay. So that's a little taste of what, you know, I was thinking about plowing into, and it's a lot of stuff. Oh, let's look at that soundness thing. So you understand, or do you, that the quiz for, or not the quiz, but the whole idea between valid, do you understand like what validity versus not invalid versus sound in a deductive argument? Do we know that yet?
I think so.
I do.
Okay, so Sammy does. So basically, like
valid is the form, and sound is the argument, the reasoning.
like
Okay,
soundness has
so
to
in
do
this
with the
case-
correctness, the actual truth of the thing.
Yeah. So
in this sense,
in the case of what's on screen, that's a valid statement. But actually, if a chemist is a druggist, it would be
it's not sound.
It would be
exactly.
It's valid but not sound.
Yes.
The structure works, but the information is not true.
So it doesn't say A equals C.
No, but it does say
which it doesn't.
We were arguing that earlier, and it's like, it doesn't feel right. But
it
it's
doesn't
close
feel
enough.
right, and there's probably another symbol that helps us say this. I will here. Hold on. Let me go back to. Let's go back to where symbolic introduction.
It's more if A then C.
Yeah, here. Like this right here. This little thing that we just were looking at right here before. This guy. So this right here, this is just a quick little example of breaking down an argument that this basically, this right here says if the first, then the second, and if the second, then the third, then if the first, then the third. So this is kind of like a conclusion point right here. So basically, this is an if. This is if the first, then this little symbol is then the second, and then and this little dot right here. And if this condition is true, and this condition is also true, which is the second, if the second, then the third, right? Then this little guy is working for then at this point. We can say that if the first, then the third.
Why are we doing this?
To exercise our brain parts. Does that make sense to any of you?
Yep.
If the first, then the second. If condition 1 happens, then condition 2 happens. Okay, if that's true. And then also condition 2 happens, and as a result, condition 3 happens, then we can say that if condition 1 happens, then condition
3 will happen.
Right.
So
Yeah,
if
my
you put
brain
that into
doesn't work like
numbers,
this.
if you put that into numbers, if you go, if 10 is greater than 8, which it is, and 8 is greater than 5, which it is, then 10 is greater than 5, which it is.
Yeah, that works.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
I can do
now
that.
this is one. Okay, and so this is just an example of a couple of the symbols that are used. Like this little sideways U looking thing is an if then, right? It could work for both. The and is always the dot. There's a couple of other things here. This one bracket here is it contains the premises, and this is the conclusion right here. This little guy and this is the conclusion. So isn't it fun? Let's look and see if there's anything else that deals with the symbols on this page. Logical connectors. Here we go. Okay. Are you guys into this? I know that Jody made a
Yes.
remark that she wasn't into it, but
Yeah,
maybe
it's just
something
my brain doesn't
maybe
know how to
something
wrap
will
itself
tickle.
around it.
Maybe it's tough, especially when this is brand new information and it's like it feels pretty foreign. But every now and then something might go, oh wait, I know I get that, I understand that because that's how this works. Okay, so introduction to logic, conjunction, negation, and disjunction. Abstract. The logical operators of conjunction, negation, and disjunction, alteration, are discussed with respect to their truth table definitions. Truth functionality. In order to know the truth value of the proposition which results from applying an operator to propositions, all that need be known is the definition of the operator and the truth value of the propositions used. Conjunction, which is where we're talking about and being represented by that little dot. It's a connective. Conjunction is a truth functional connective similar to and in English is represented in symbolic logic with the dot. Ordinary language definition of the dot, a connective forming compound propositions, which are true only in the case when both of the propositions that are joined by it are true. Okay. One way of expressing this definition is by way of truth tables, considering the following examples. John left and Carol arrived can be symbolized as J dot C, right? Condition J is John left and condition C is Carol arrived. And these both happened. We don't know if they happened before or after each other. We just know that they both happened, right? John left and Carol arrived. So long as we remember the statement that does not mean Carol arrived after John left, which is a simple proposition. There are 4 possible states of affairs which might have occurred with respect to John leaving and Carol arriving. These cases can be listed as follows in what is called a truth table. So here we go. So condition P and condition Q, right? If condition P is true and condition Q is true, then the whole statement is true. If condition P is true, and we went through this the other day, Sammy? Do you remember this? Yes.
Yep. And can I check that first one we were looking at?
Where?
Did we end up saying the very first argument, you were typing it out?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me throw it up.
Did we say that was unsound?
It was valid but unsound.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Because the information wasn't correct, but the structure showed that the conclusion absolutely followed, right?
No, it doesn't.
Valid. Well, okay, so
I physically did the Venn chart, and you can have all A being C,
mm-hmm.
and you can have C. Now, what confused you is you've changed and then you can have no A being D.
There's not A equals D, so no A are D, right? All A are C.
Oh, yeah, no you're right. Never mind.
Which means no D are C, yeah? Because A and C.
I didn't realize it
like
was
I said,
no,
they're like they
no
could be
A.
a stacked circle, but D doesn't touch them. It's separate.
Yeah, never mind.
No, but you get it though, right?
Yeah. I thought the argument said all A are C and all.
There it is.
That's
what I thought was wrong. Yeah.
So, okay, so here's the conjunction, and this is not like, this is definitely abstract stuff that the brain maybe at first isn't completely used to doing. So 4 possibilities. So like I said, possibility number 1 is John left, right? John left 2 events and Carol arrived, right? If John left and Carol arrived, which is true and true, right? Then the statement is true. If John left and Carol did not arrive, then the statement is false because these both have to be
because of the and.
Yes, these are conditionals of one. Yeah, exactly. because of the
So
and.
it's cumulative. Both must be true because it's cumulative
Yes.
and.
Yes. If it's or, that's a different story. But yes. And we're going to go to or in a minute. But now you understand. So if condition 1 is true, condition 2 is true, then it's a true statement. If condition 1 is true, condition 2 is false, because it's an and, it's false. Everything else is false. It has to both be true. See how it's all false?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. And you know what? If you guys get tired of this at any point, brains start to explode, you want to go to sleep or whatever, just please let me know, okay?
Yep, sure do.
Okay, other ordinary language conjoiners.
I feel like Neo plugged into the Matrix with the learning programs. This is awesome.
Okay,
Yeah.
this for real though, this information, like it gets into your brain and maybe not right away, but it adds itself to your tools. Like
Jody
somehow
needs to hear that more than me.
It
fucking installs itself.
but it almost has been right away.
Okay,
'Cause
well,
I've
and
already
with some people it
started.
will click like right away.
But Sammy,
Right.
that's because you are quick no matter what you say in self-deprecating statements.
And he was extremely engaged.
Thank you.
Even though I think the very first part of it, I remember you were getting a little bit frustrated, but you kept plugging on and it started clicking hardcore. So yeah.
It's like there's this initial wall that I've got to break down. Once that's broken down,
Yeah.
it's open slather.
Yeah.
This is the only magic I believe in.
Well, and you know what? Like this, just so you know, like people say, "Oh, I do critical thinking." This is critical thinking. Like this is formal, like classical, real critical thinking. When people just say that they do critical thinking, or they're critical thinkers, I think that they just think that they have opinions about things, or they can.
Most
they
often,
think
what they mean is I'm hyper skeptical.
That too, right? Yeah. Yeah, and I also talked the other day about how the term free thinker has been sort of hijacked to mean not because the way I think of free thinker is a person who is not bound by their worldview and can think basically can entertain any hypothetical in order to gain knowledge or understanding or see a perspective or whatever. That's what free thinking is to me. You are unbound, right? Some people think free thinking means that you're going to give every argument equal play on the field. Like every argument, you're going to give it validity until it somehow shows that it's not valid, which I don't agree with. So
Like free love.
Like bullshit. Like just anything could be true. So I'm gonna believe in whatever conspiracy theory, because we don't know. It's always an argument from ignorance almost every time. We can't prove that it's not true, so we're gonna believe that it is. But yeah, this stuff will definitely get in your head, and you'll start like when you watch the news, when you watch other people talk in debates, when you look at advertisements, there will be a lot of things that look different to you over time, for sure. So other ordinary language conjoiners besides and include some uses of but, although, however, yet, and nevertheless. The dot as a truth functional connective doesn't do everything that the and does in English. It might be thought of as in terms of a minimum common logical meaning to conjoined statements. The temporal or causal sequence, Bill tripped and fell, cannot be transposed as Bill fell and tripped. The clauses cannot be interchanged. Like in the other example, we almost could have interchanged those because they didn't do anything in any order, right? John left, Carol arrived. We don't know what order they happened in. One was not dependent on the other. This is dependent, right? Tripping and falling is dependent. Truth functional. Yes.
I've just been looking through the side chat.
Simos,
it goes back to the original question about apothecaries and chemists and druggists.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Simos is right that we've come to the wrong conclusion.
Well, let's look, because I took out the words. I took out the words.
Let me explain. Yeah. Simos says it does not say A equals C.
Okay, so we can change that.
hang on. Let me just explain it. I think he's right. It says, if apothecary, then chemist. What it doesn't tell you is brackets, but there might be a load of other chemists.
All apothecaries are chemists, right?
But it doesn't say all chemists are apothecaries.
You're onto it. That's what I was thinking before when I did my diagram. I can have both circles inside their bigger circles, but those bigger circles can overlap if you don't make the inside circle fill it.
Yeah, so
There
I
can be
think Simus is
extra
right.
chemists.
I think Simus
Yeah.
is right. Okay, so you've got a subset of people who are chemists, but you're not told anything about the other chemists that there might be. You've got those subsets. That subset within the chemist bit. None of them are druggists, but you can possibly have people who are not apothecaries that are druggists that are also chemists. So I think that's what he's saying, because it doesn't say A equals C. It says A if A then C.
No, it says all A are C.
Yeah. So, but it says, but that actually says, I think what Simus is saying is, if A, then you are a C. But actually, you can become a C by doing something else, and one of those things might be being a druggist. So druggists,
But it's
might also
the
be
no druggist are chemists. Oh, that's the conclusion.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
think
Okay,
Simus
so
is right.
So it does.
All
Here,
A.
I'll share
Simus
this.
is right.
Okay, hold on though. Hold on.
I don't think you can conclude the conclusion there. I think it's.
But this was taken
invalid.
right off the page. Okay.
Yeah,
This,
I know.
This.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let's forget about the whole definitions of druggists and chemists and what we know about those things. Okay. So when we say all A are C, we have to assume that A, if we're looking at it visually, that C is a circle and A is completely within it. It could be the same size or it could be smaller than A, or I mean smaller than C, right? But it's completely inside. All A are C, right?
Yeah. So A is a
If it
subset
said
of
all
C.
C are A, then we would have an opposite situation where the A is the bigger circle and the C is inside. But in this case,
Or if it said all A are C and all C are A, then
Well, now you just have two labels for the same thing.
but that
Not
might
really.
but that might not be true.
No,
we
but-
only know about all A are C, but we don't know if all C are, because they could be something other than A, but they're not. We only know this much.
Yes.
What if they're all one?
C could be other than A. In this statement,
Mhm.
C could be other than A and could
Yes.
be D.
But A can't be anything but C.
A can't be anything but C.
It's
Well,
itself, right?
It possibly,
it's A,
it
but it's
possibly
also-
could be. Possibly could be, but no A can be D.
So we can reverse this and say no A are not C, right?
That's even more confusing than the original.
But that's just the negative. That's just the negative,
But
right?
it's still more confusing. It's
I
more
don't know
confusing
how
for
you-
the brain. It's too many negatives.
Look. So, can you see this?
Yeah.
Little circle is A.
Yep. Agree.
All of A is inside C.
Agree.
Yeah.
None of A is reaching into D.
Agree.
But D
Right.
can be in C.
Maybe we don't
Yeah,
know
yeah,
that.
that's
but it's
right.
a
That's
maybe.
the point.
And
Yeah.
that's why the conclusion, you can't get to the conclusion. I think that's what Simus
Exactly.
is saying. And I agree.
That's why
with
it's unsound.
So hold on.
That's
hold
what I
on.
was trying to say before.
I agree.
Hold on a second. Let me look at this real quick.
Invalid
Let me look.
rather than unsound.
Let me look at your diagram here. Hold on. So we've got all ARC. A is the little circle. C is the bigger circle.
Can you put some
Yeah.
text in it?
Sammy, can you
Yeah.
What is that little program you're using there?
It's just Word.
Oh, okay.
Oops. So that was A.
That's A. And then C is the bigger one, right?
Yep, is C.
Okay,
must
no
be one,
A
two.
R D. D is the other circle on the side, right? So we got C, and then we got to do D.
This was D. Why can't I see it?
Because it's printing in white.
It should be red or black.
But you'll have
Hang on.
you'll
I'll have to send it back.
You'll have to drag over it. You'll have to drag over it. Yeah.
So you have to add a little text box or something. Oh, you know what? Right
there
click
you
on
go.
it to
There you
bring
go.
it forward.
There you go.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, but where I see there is a problem with this is that we do not know the relationship between D and C.
No, that's right. It could be. It could.
Yeah.
Could be over here,
right?
but it
But we
could be
can't
here.
say it. The problem is we can't actually say it based on the premises. The two premises that have been given, you cannot say that D is outside of C because we just don't know.
But we have nothing to imply that it's not.
But
two separate circles is simpler than two overlapping circles. You're supposed to assume the more simple. You should assume C and D are separate.
No. No, I think that's the point about the logic, and that's why it's so complex.
This is
That's why it's just an unsound argument.
No,
there's nothing necessitating they were overlapping. Thereby, they're not overlapping.
Yeah, there's nothing indicating the relationship between C and D. Only that no DRC. Based on what we know, we can say that this follows. Now, is it sound? I have no idea. There's no way to confirm it, so I would say no.
Exactly.
Valid, yes.
And I
Sound,
think that's the point. That is the point that Simons is making, and I think he's right. We cannot determine that D's do not overlap with C's. We can determine D's do not overlap with A's.
Correct. Yeah, right.
That's
But
why
we can't
you
assume the relationship between D and C is anything other than what we have to go on, which is nothing.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, back to the numerical breakdown that Halsey had then. Halsey had.
Let's see. Where is it?
Oh, I was going to reshare it. That's all.
That one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the thing in the website?
No, that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we have the first line, and in the graph of Sammy, all the A's are inside of C.
Yes.
But C may be a larger set.
Right.
May not be precisely the same set. That's fine.
Correct.
Then we have no A are inside of D. Also well represented
or overlapping
in Sammy's
with D,
chart.
right? Yeah. There's no
C
overlap.
could be like that.
D.
So no D's are inside of C. That's got to be false. That's got to be wrong. We cannot show that D is not part of C.
But we can't show that with the relationship at all, I think.
Exactly.
Between D and C. It's
right.
Okay,
that's why it can't be right.
Exactly.
So this can't be no, right?
So
Sammy
it's not a valid argument then.
Granting that C could have been a much larger set, the circle D could have fit inside with C still separate from A.
Yes.
Well,
Let
just
me
think
see
about a lot.
You could even have it like that. All of D could be C.
You also have to share it, Sammy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, please.
Not good enough that you can see it.
Well, just think about it logically. There's nothing about being a chemist that prevents someone from being a druggist.
Right.
Yes.
Yep,
it could be that. It could
be that.
It could be something a lot different. We just don't know.
Right.
Right. So
I
think the conclusion is that we can't draw that conclusion, right? We can't say no.
Not enough information.
Exactly.
So that is not valid, and also as by default not sound. Because you
Although if I were taking a test, I would just assume the simplest thing possible with the the least assumptions,
Mhm.
and I would have agreed with it.
Let me take a look and see where did that
See,
come
I
from.
think as far as
Yeah.
the rules that we've been learning have said is you can't do go with it in what way? As in just accept it as sound.
No, I would
Or
think
no-
the test was stupid and answer the way I think they want me to answer on the test. That's what I would do.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
But that's not what we're doing here.
I
Yeah,
think the
I'm
way you got it
trying-
now is highly improbable, unless you got a very small sample size.
Because what the meanings of the words actually are.
And because unless we do have that no druggists are chemists, if that's the case, then that makes sense the way that the picture was.
Yeah, these are not inter-defeating. I don't know how to say that.
Mm-hmm.
You could be both a druggist and a chemist, and in fact an apothecary.
Right.
You could be all three of those things. Yeah. Now, if they were contradictory in some way, like an airplane is a dog is a pickle. If airplane, dog, and pickle were the topics, well, you can't be a dog pickle, for instance.
See, I think this picture comports with reality, and it is one possible reality that's described. Doesn't mean it's definitely this way. It just means it's
Ooh.
possible.
You know
And
what?
it's
So
probably
maybe this leads
like
to
that.
two different possible conclusions. It
Mhm.
it suggests that some here, let me see what the
Right.
thing was.
If you do some,
That
then you're
some DRC, right?
Yeah.
Or no DRC. Like those are the only two possibilities.
They're the
Since
two
since
options.
no ARD, we have to
Actually, there's a third.
What is it?
The third option is all D are C.
Yep.
All, none, or some.
That's true. You got it. Yeah. So we would have to
Go
we would have to
brain.
do three
Go
possible.
brain. Go brain.
It's your
It's
birthday.
your birthday. Jinx, pinch poke, owe me a Coke.
I'm trying really hard to find the where we were with that, like where that example came from. Okay, here we go.
It came from the quiz. We were going to do a quiz about valid and sound deductive
now that we have a
arguments.
little ammo under our belts. Let's take a look at that quiz. Let's take a look at that. Hold on. Let me find it.
Jody, did you get it? Did you follow it?
I think so. I don't know. Sure. I'm cold. Why did you get it?
Please
We're working
put on
on
your seatbelt.
Are you gonna
I'm
drive?
not going anywhere.
Okay.
I'm just sitting here.
All right. I know that I had it here somewhere. I'm sorry to delay.
It's pickles and relish are a nested group.
That's not it. That's not it. Shit.
Yeah, all relish is made of pickles, but not all pickles are relish. So you can't write pickles equals relish.
Oh, I have to go back to yours now.
And aside from that, you can still make pickles hot dogs as a subcategory if the manufacturer put relish inside the hot dog.
Right.
Am I right or am I? I'm just right about this. Yes.
Right.
That's just
In
gonna
which case, pickles does equal hot dog.
it's gonna turn inside itself
Well,
cause
hot
a
dog
hole
still
in
equals
space
pickle.
time.
It wouldn't equal
But pickle
hot
is
dog.
still inside the category hot dog. Then yes.
They're inside of, but not equal to. That's why I
That's
made
what
that.
I meant. I said it poorly. I apologize.
Okay.
And then the pickles decided that the relish was getting too strong, so they went to war.
Okay, that made no sense anywhere.
No.
Doesn't in the real world either. Have you ever heard the song "The Trees" by Rush?
I heard of it from you just now.
Are you
It's
going
an
to sing it to us?
I don't know
Yeah,
the
go ahead and sing
lyrics.
it.
No,
And
no.
be
I'm not
sure to
gonna sing
include
it.
the background music as you're singing, please, because I want the full song.
But the Trees by Rush is actually one of their best songs because it's all about people feeling victimized by the characteristics and traits of something else, because the trees are so big and the small plants can't get through, or the smaller trees can't get through. So they want to chop down at the very roots the taller trees so that the smaller trees can become the taller trees and take the power. It's fascinating. It's a really good song. And the trees are all made equal.
Ah, here we go. I got it. All right, so this is fun. I say so. All right, so number one, these are true or false. A sound argument is a valid deductive argument with true premises.
Isn't that missing something?
It misses saying something about the conclusion.
Yes. Is that a problem? Should I stay with
okay,
that?
so wait, hold on. So what's this? Do you remember what that is?
That's valid. That's form.
That is when the conclusion must follow from the premises if we are to assume that the premises are true.
Okay, so if we have true premises and the form is correct in a deductive argument, does that make it sound? I'm going to vote for yes or true.
Anyone else?
If sound, then valid. Is that?
It's if it's sound, it's valid by default. If it's not valid, it's not eligible to be sound. Does that make
Right.
sense?
So if something is sound, then it's valid already.
Yes.
But
Yep.
a sound and valid argument.
But something
if
can be
it's
valid, but
deductive-
still be unsound.
And what makes it sound is that the premises are true. So that is true.
Well,
listen to
it's-
Sammy
it's
teaching
not.
this.
Sound-
Go,
sound-
Sammy.
Yes, you're right. The premises
Okay,
of
so-
true makes something sound, doesn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
And they are
it-
stating that
and
it
and
is
can
a
only be a
valid
good
deductive
argument.
right?
It could only
Yeah.
be a good argument and a true argument if it was valid as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So let's
That's
go for
it.
true. And it pops up a little box that you can't see. It says, yes, statement one is true because it's the definition of a sound argument.
Whoop, whoop.
Yep. Okay, so number two, a
Okay.
deductive argument cannot be both valid and unsound.
Both valid and unsound.
Correct.
Deductive. No.
Oh, it's the double
is a
negative.
true or
in
false?
Here. This is making this difficult because of the double negative.
They always do that.
So let me
Okay,
help
so-
explain it.
Go ahead.
A deductive argument can be
cannot be.
valid and it can also be unsound. Because validity, remember, is only a conclusion it must follow the premises, whether or not the premises are true.
But with
The
deductive,
conclusion
if
must
it's
follow.
valid, it must be sound, correct?
No.
Yeah.
Because validity only has to do with you look at the form and you
The
say,
form.
Yes, but
does the conclusion absolutely must follow, right? Regardless of if the premises are true. If that part is true, like let's say you're just assuming the premises are true, right?
But
If-
isn't
if
that
the-
how you define deductive argument? A deductive argument must be true.
Well, hold
It has
on.
to be valid.
Hold on. This is a true or false question, and the idea is if it's a deductive argument and you're looking at validity, what has to be there?
Okay,
is the
can't be
conclusion-
both. All right.
The
All right. I
well,
see it
hold
now.
on. The conclusion must follow, right?
Right,
That's
right.
a valid argument. Now that you know it's valid, it's eligible for soundness. So now you shift over in your thinking and you say, are the premises true? And you look at that and you
Okay.
say, because
Can I
the
explain it
conclusion
differently?
must follow, right?
No,
The
she did it
conclusion
well.
must-
I understand it now.
Yeah, but I'm trying to explain what the question actually says. So,
Okay.
if an argument is valid, but it's unsound,
Can it
This
be
is just
deducted?
true or false. Like, is this true?
Hang
or
on,
false?
hang on. Yeah, you haven't let me finish. You have not let me finish.
I will let you finish.
If an argument is valid and unsound,
Mm-hmm.
can it be claimed to be deducted?
Yes, because
If
a deductive.
yes, then the answer to this question is false.
Hold on. Deductive only has to do with form. So deductive argument is, all trees are plants. This individual thing is a plant.
I'm saying the
Therefore,
answer to
all
this is
blah
false.
blah are trees. No, but I'm just saying, like, look, deductive just means this is the deductive form,
Yes,
right?
yes.
There's two things, inductive and deductive, right? So when you look at a deductive argument and you say to yourself, does the conclusion absolutely follow the premises? If the answer to that is yes, regardless of if the premises are true, then the argument is valid, right? It's valid. But that doesn't mean it's sound. Then you look at the information and you say, are the premises true? If they are true and the conclusion absolutely follows because it is valid, then it is sound.
I'm saying this is false.
A deductive argument cannot be both valid and unsound. So
The claim that a deductive argument cannot be valid and unsound is false, because you can have a deductive argument that is valid
and
but it's unsound.
False.
So I'd like to make false.
I'd like to create for your review, Halsey, an example of that.
Okay.
Let's see. All human beings are immortal. Plato is a human being. Plato is immortal.
There we go.
Right? Plato is a human, right? Therefore,
Plato is immortal.
Plato.
Doesn't matter.
Plato is immortal. Right. So this is actually
a valid argument.
This is valid, right?
But
because
unsound.
this definitely follows, but it's not sound because all humans are not immortal, right?
Exactly.
Right. Good.
And good evening, Simos.
So it's deductive.
Hello.
So this is false.
Simos, whose comments I purposefully do not read so my brain can work on its own self.
That's fine. That's fine.
I probably harped on this too much, and I'm sorry about that, but you are correct. It is false. So statement 2 is false because a valid deductive argument might have false premises.
The problem is all the
negatives.
negatives.
That would make it unsound.
The problem is all the negatives.
But you have to think around them. This is
I know, but it's really difficult for certain people to think of negatives in so many ways.
Well, just all right. But I think a couple of things. Firstly, when you were using logic earlier, you were correct in your use of the symbols, Halsey.
Okay.
But that, of course, the apocothries and chemistries, that isn't just in straight logic. That's mathematical logic, which is kind of slightly different.
You mean the thing that I was doing with the all this or that type of thing?
Yeah, that's right. That. Because if you take R to mean equals, right, then you're correct. Then no D's a C. But it only works under the inference that A's are equal to C. Exactly like you wrote first time, right? You wrote that down and went, that's because that's what was in your head. It turns out that mathematically speaking, there are these other options that Sammy went through.
Well, and that the funny thing about that is that A equals C is not equal to C equals A.
Exactly, yeah. Necessarily, right? Which is what the point is. But that's called, that's because it's a subset, and a subset has a different kind of symbolism to the logic that you're using. It has the U the other way around, in effect. But if you take it as the way that you use the symbol, right, it doesn't quite mean what you were saying it means, because it says that C is not a proper subset of A. and that's the way it's kind of phrased when you use it, the symbol, the way you used it in the originally.
Like when I said like A equals C, like that.
No, there was an example where it said something like P
Not
P
A.
is greater than, right? But it's not a greater than symbol, it's a subset of, or not a proper subset of, if used the way it was there. And you had like P is not a subset of R is not a subset
Oh yeah,
of
the
Q,
truth table. Is that
therefore
what you're
Q
talking about?
is
I think
not
it
a
was the
subset of
truth. I think it was the truth table. What you were talking about.
just above the truth table, yeah.
Okay, we can go. I mean, we can go back to that. We
No,
can
I'm
continue
not.
on the little
I'm not
quiz.
particularly bothered. The only thing I wanted to say is one's mathematical logic and its subsets, and
Wait,
the
all
others.
that to get to no, don't bother? Go
They have
back.
some They have overlap. You know, this is
They
this
do
is
have overlap,
logic
yes,
that we
they do.
can
They do.
definitely go into the mathematical part of it. But for the thing that I like is to look at this, because this helps real, like thinking in real situations with real problems. Not, I mean, so does math, but you know what I mean? Like this can be applied like in a way that I think is more practical sometimes.
Yeah, I personally don't find it more practical because that's
Really?
not how my brain works. But that's another matter. That's why I'm saying it's not worth going back just to do it, because you're right. You can still look at it this way and go A's are C. Doesn't follow that C's are A.
Right. Yeah, we
your
can
brain
say
prefers.
C.
Which is kind of what I wrote right back at the beginning,
could
but
say
it didn't get put
no,
on the screen. It was
A, right?
It was just
equals D.
if A equals if it's an equal sign there, then it follows that no D's are C's. Yeah.
No
if C is equal to the subset or equal to A. Yeah. Right. So that's what I mean, but that's not the symbol that R is used for, right? R literally means.
Oh no, I know. We
proper
haven't really
subset of
gotten
C.
into all of the connectors yet.
Yeah.
We just did the dot so far, and I think the next thing is or, which is the little. I think it looks like a little upside down V.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So
okay. So I just wanted to clear that up. That's just a different
Mhm.
set of logic symbols, right? And the ones that you actually use just before the truth tables are the subset logic symbols.
And I think what you were talking about is this.
Yeah, that's the one just above that, somewhere up there. You said
It was here.
Yeah,
John
that's
left
the
and
one.
Carol arrived, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So like this condition is true and this condition is true, and if these are both true, then the whole thing is true.
It was actually above that. Above that. Somewhere.
This is the very top of the page.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
It wasn't above
There was
that.
another one too, though, down here, I think, where we went to maybe.
Went to conjunction.
No, we didn't get to that. We didn't get to this.
You moved over. You moved over to conjunction stuff.
Conjunction. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Well, this is conjunction with and there's, let me see. That covers all conjunction. What's your function? Disjunction. So or is this
What's
little
your
V right down
malfunction?
here.
No, that wasn't what I was. It was something like P is a subset of R, and then if Q is a subset of R, then Q is.
Oh! I know what you're talking about with the
subset
little
of P.
sideways U, right? If
Yeah,
this,
that's
then
right. Yeah.
that. Yes. Okay, those were like the conditional statements, and I forget where those were, but I think they're here somewhere.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't really want to go back because it's just.
We're even though we're going back and forth, and here we go. This kind of stuff, right?
That's the one.
This one right here.
Yeah.
So this is if the first condition, then the second, and if the second, then the third. Therefore, if the first, then the third.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Sammy was saying when he wrote it out in the first place, which is why I went, yeah, and I typed it out in logical language. Right?
Cool.
And then Sammy doubted himself when he was right in the first place.
Awesome.
Simos, would you know? I'm stuck on a word and I'm using the wrong word. It's not transition. It's not the law of. What's that called?
Don't know. Transition. Oh, there is a word for transformation. Is the mathematical?
No. Where one is, the other is the first.
Well,
That
does it
it's
just
carried
replace
through. It
Yeah.
means carried through.
Okay, I don't know. Then
Okay.
Are you talking about like?
the mathematical transformations where
Are you
a
talking
number
about?
of number of elements in one set map to another set? Right, that's called a transformation.
I believe you on that, man. That makes sense. Not what I was asking.
Okay. I
Well,
don't know
you know
what
what?
you mean.
There's a lot here, and I didn't even I wasn't really planning on diving into this on this particular stream, but since people are into it, we could keep going with this little quiz if you want.
Yeah, go back to the
say
quiz.
I could say it like this. Halsey is space cadet is a tutor of logic, which means tutor of logic has every experience of both Halsey and space cadet, and any of those statements would be true of all three.
We're not talking in the
Wrap it
Tudor
out.
sense. Right? We're not talking like Elizabeth I, who was a Tudor.
That's
Tutor,
what
like
the
the
Jehovah's
English
Witnesses
road,
did
right?
with Jehovah and Jehovah's organization. They did that.
Yes, they did.
So that the organization became equal to Jehovah.
Right, which is logically fallacious because the organization cannot have all the experiences of Jehovah, and vice versa. Although the opposite could be true in some theories of God.
Isn't this fun?
Learning how to think and stuff.
Back to 101.
Okay, so let's
thinking about thinking.
Right. So I don't think we already did this one. All deductive arguments are all valid deductive arguments are sound arguments.
False.
All valid deductive arguments are sound arguments. I'm going with false because valid, and
Doesn't mean
then
sound.
sound is conclusion, and yes.
Same argument you gave in the last one.
That's
Yep.
It was.
Yep.
No,
It's
it's the
just
opposite
kind of
statement.
opposite. Yeah. So false. Yes, statement 3 is false because some valid arguments have false premises. Okay, so number 4, a
Yes, like
deductive
Plato's
argument.
immortal.
Yes, exactly. It's valid but not sound. So the statement that valid things equal sound things is false. Like all valid equals sound, all valid things equal sound things, or are sound things are false. We can, I think, conclude that in this case. But anyway, a deductive argument can either be valid or invalid and still have true premises.
That's not what it read.
A deductive argument can either be valid or invalid and still have true
You did
premises.
the same thing. You put the word be after either.
A deductive argument
either
can
valid
be
or
either
invalid.
valid or invalid and still have true premises. Did we read it right that time?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
So
not
let's
very well
think
written.
about
This
True.
isn't.
Let's think about
No,
this.
but it's true.
No.
It's either valid or invalid, right?
I think it's false. But
Oh, hang on. No,
I
it must
could
be
be
true
wrong.
because it's saying
That's
it's going to
true.
be either valid or invalid.
That's true because it's not stating here that the conclusion does follow.
Ah, very true.
Well,
I am
okay, hold
loving
on.
how easy
Hold
I'm
on.
getting these.
So a deductive argument can either be valid where the conclusion does absolutely follow or invalid where it does not and still have true premises.
I can give you 3 true premises that don't give you a valid argument.
Right. They don't have anything to do
Absolutely.
with each other, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
so this is
Yes.
true, right? True?
Yes.
Yep.
True.
Yeah.
This is true.
Okay, yes, statement 4 is true because the truth and falsity of premises are not dependent on the structure of the argument.
I want to give an example.
Okay.
All men are mortal. Plato is a man, thereby cows don't eat pickles.
There you go.
Wait, let's say that again.
All men are mortal. Plato is a man.
Therefore cows eat pickles.
Plato is a
Now,
man,
there's-
therefore
There-
cows don't
there's
like
no-
pickles.
But
Just put
but
C.
it's not a deductive argument because there's no
isn't
connection
it?
between the conclusion and the premises.
That's why it's false.
That's why it's not valid.
Yeah, that's why it's not valid.
Because
it says the premises. So the
this
premises
does
are
not
true.
absolutely follow.
Correct. The premises,
The premises
are
are
true.
true. The premises
that,
are true.
That was what the question was asking.
Yeah. But it said a deductive argument. So what you're basically saying is all you need for a deductive argument is premises, and then you make something up for the conclusion. But that feels really weird because it wouldn't be a deductive argument then, because the conclusion would just be made up. But the way the question
Now you
was stated,
see the issue my brain had with it at the start. I had the exact same issue.
But the premises are true.
It's one of these
premises
things
are true.
that just
Premises are true, but the conclusion does not follow. So this is invalid and therefore by default unsound.
Is it therefore
However,
by default
it
not
does,
deductive?
however, it does have true premises.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We don't know if this is true, but it doesn't really matter, you know?
No, it doesn't matter.
If
So
you
why don't
change
we look
pickles
again?
to 20-pound steel balls, that would be definitely a true statement as a conclusion.
Right. Okay. So back to this lovely little tab here. A deductive argument can be either valid or invalid and still have true premises.
Yeah.
True, right?
Yeah. Otherwise,
Yes, statement 4 is true because the truth and falsity of premises are not dependent on the structure of the argument.
Yeah, hang on, and let's just kill the deductive argument bit. So no, a deductive argument. I mean, otherwise, no deductive argument could be invalid. You know, if we were to take what you were saying seriously, heretic. And
Yeah, I know.
We do think deductive arguments
agree.
can be invalid. So
Yes.
it's a deductive argument is not something which has a necessary conclusion, which is true.
Well, no, deductive arguments are just all about structure. They can be valid or invalid, and invalidity means that the conclusion absolutely follows. Invalidity means that it doesn't, or the premises are false.
Yeah, it could be a non sequitur.
So they don't need to follow.
Actually, invalid doesn't have anything to
you're
do with the
saying?
premises being true or not. It has to do with the conclusion following the premises or not.
But is the argument still deductive if the premises don't follow?
If the
That's
premises
heretic
don't follow.
question.
No,
yeah.
if the conclusion doesn't
If
follow.
he said the conclusion.
Oh well, okay. Even if
So
it's
this
still a deductive
conclusion
argument.
has nothing to do with
Okay,
these.
okay.
These are still true, right? And this is probably
See-
true, but these
And it's still a deductive argument. Even
How
though
is
it
it a
doesn't.
deductive argument
so what
if you
makes
don't use the premises? If you don't use the premises at all, this is the problem that I've got, which
it's
may
not
be
a
my
problem.
problem.
You
Which
just
may be
don't
my
understand
problem.
what deductive
Exactly.
means.
Exactly. That's my problem because I
Right,
don't
okay,
understand that bit.
so
'cause
shut
it's
up.
Well,
like,
help him straighten it out.
I'm trying to.
well,
Okay,
you're not,
so
Simos.
I'm trying to. I mean, I can't help it if you don't understand, but there we go. So, exactly like Housey said, it's to do with the form of an argument, right? And this follows the form of a deductive argument. It's either modus ponens or modus tollens, and it's not an inductive argument, right? So it can't be. It has to be some kind of argument because there is a conclusion in it.
why
even
is
if
it
the
not
conclusion
inductive
is
or
wrong.
deductive? Why do you think it's not deductive?
No, it is a deductive argument.
Okay,
I'm saying,
it is a
and we
deductive
know it's
argument.
not an inductive argument. It has a conclusion, therefore it must be deductive. Okay.
Ooh, hold on.
Yeah, I can accept that. It just feels really weird.
You're just putting too much on the word deductive as if it's
Yes,
got some
I
kind
think
of.
that's it. Yeah.
As if it has to be either valid or sound.
No,
And
no,
that
no,
isn't
no,
the
no.
case.
No. That's
It
not
could
what
be
I'm putting
invalid
onto it.
and unsound, and would
That's
still
not
be
what I'm
an
putting onto
inductive argument.
That's not what I'm putting onto it, Simos.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is the conclusion must in some way come from the premises.
Yes, that makes it valid.
No. It could be invalid because you could still come out with the wrong conclusion, but you've at least mentioned either men or mortal or Plato in some way in your answer. But
I
the
think I could
answer
do
there
that.
doesn't mention anything about men,
But
mortal,
does
or
it
Pleiadian.
absolutely follow? That's the point. It does it
No,
have
that's
to
yes, exactly. I'm
necessarily
accepting
follow.
that. I'm
Sure.
accepting that. I was just explaining why I had a problem with
Yeah.
the example that we had. It's like that really doesn't fit for me, and that was all.
I think I
Yes.
could do that.
Unfortunately, there's a thing called a non sequitur, and the non sequitur is exactly the case that was presented by Richard, which is that and the one earlier about chemists and such, where the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. That's what a non sequitur is. It's very obvious in this case, less obvious in the case about the apothecaries, but they're still the same non sequiturs.
Definitely a non sequitur.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
think I
still
could
the
do that.
conclusion that we have to work with. So we have to go with it. We have to look at it and say, because this is all we can say it's a non sequitur, we can say it's fallacious or whatever, but does it necessarily follow? Is it yes? If so, it's valid. Is it true? Then if it's valid, then we go to is it sound? If it's true, then it's sound, right? So this is valid and sound. This is invalid and unsound. Now what we could do is create one that is valid but unsound.
I could also create one that's.
So like Richard.
Can you do the opposite?
Like what?
Wait a second.
Like all men are mortal, Plato is a man, therefore all men are Plato.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
That's excellent. That's
Right?
excellent. All men are Plato.
Yeah.
No, all men are mortal. Plato is mortal. All men are Plato.
I think that
There you
one's
go.
called affirming the consequent, actually, which is a fallacy. But anyway, yeah. So that's the point. The definition of deductive is not strict.
See, but even this is also invalid because the conclusion doesn't necessarily follow. Do you see what I mean?
Exactly.
Therefore, all men
And
are
it's
Plato.
unsound.
Yeah.
Hang on,
Is
all
it
men.
unsound?
Hang on, all men are mortal. Plato is a man. Therefore, all men are Plato. No, it's affirming the consequent.
So that is
Basically.
invalid and unsound.
You're just saying that, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
well, it's. I think it's valid but unsound.
It's invalid and unsound because all men are not Plato, right?
Oh,
And
yeah, right,
this,
right.
This
So it's a
conclusion
non-sequitur,
does not
yeah.
follow from these premises.
Yeah, but the premises are true, right?
Yeah, isn't that funny though? Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
They
Exactly.
are true. But this is what makes it invalid and therefore unsound by default.
Yeah. Okay.
So why don't we make one that is valid
my
but
suggestion.
unsound? Oops, sorry. What's the next? How can we manipulate this so that
Which one
it's
do you want?
valid but unsound?
And valid and unsound, did you say?
Valid and unsound, yes.
Well, you could do something like.
Plato was a woman.
So we want valid. We want the concept. We want this to necessarily follow.
Yeah. Well, the classic one is something about the moon being made of cheese. That's the classic example of a valid but unsound argument.
Okay, I've got one. I've got a classic one on
exactly
that.
how that goes.
Okay.
All crows are black.
Okay.
Some cows are black.
Okay.
Conclusion: some cows are crows.
Hold on. All crows are black.
Some cows are black.
Crows is nested inside of black, right? Some cows are black. That doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily.
whether you
This is
include the
almost
word,
like
the letter R, whether you include the letter R in the word crows or not, it's still true that some cows are black.
right, but you can't then say it doesn't. We need valid and unsound, right? We need valid and unsound. So the conclusion has to necessarily follow. We cannot say that some cows are crows.
Because it's it's
Oh, there you go.
unsound.
So I think I've got it. So I think it's
Got
something
one?
like all planets are made of cheese.
Okay.
The moon is a planet. Therefore, the moon is made of cheese.
Okay. If we assume that these premises are true, then that must follow, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
I think those should read satellites, not
It
planets.
doesn't matter because they're invalid. They're unsound.
I know.
It really just
Okay,
doesn't matter what you call them.
So now we've got valid and unsound, which is perfect, right? So this is false.
This is invalid
True,
and
but
unsound.
This follows, absolutely necessarily follows. So it's valid in form, but unsound as far as content being true.
Yeah, I think both of those premises are false.
Yep.
The moon is a planet. Yeah, I guess it's a satellite. So I guess I think of it as a planet because it's a big round thing out there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So these are some of the classics, anyway. I mean, there's usually a classic form for you to memorize, right? Like we were saying about the subsets. The way to remember the subset, right, is the way I do it. Not that I do it, but all roses are flowers, but not all flowers are roses. And that's just very easy to see, you know. Or you can use anything like that. All birds are, all robins are birds, but not all birds are robins.
Right. Yes, that's a good one. Okay, so we're back to this. We're back to this quiz, right? So a deductive argument can be either valid or invalid and still have true premises, and that is true, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I think most people agreed with that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, statement true. Statement 4 is true because the truth and falsity of premises are not dependent on the structure of the argument. And I think we read that before, but that's okay. Hold on a sec. I got to let my cat out.
Man, that was an insistent meow. It was like, meow, damn it.
That's a cat.
I don't think
It's almost the same as the let me in meow, but it's the let me out meow. When the conclusion of a deductive argument is true, the argument must be sound.
What? It doesn't say that, does it? Number 6
Well,
we're doing.
It's a true or false.
When the conclusion of the argument is true, the argument must be sound? Don't think that follows.
So the conclusion can be true, but
Well, that's
does it
dependent
does
on
it
the
does
premises
it?
being true and following, right?
That's right. So we don't know about the validity of this argument, do we?
Exactly.
So I would say that this is false.
What does true mean in that sentence, though? Because the way that I read it is it's correct, and that might be the wrong way of saying it.
A true statement. So why don't we play around with trying to construct one again?
Well, we've already got one, actually. Can we go back to
did we?
Richard's one? Yeah, Richard's one.
Oh,
Yeah,
hold on.
we already had Plato.
He constructed one which had...
This one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think it was before that.
It's
that one?
Conclusion being true.
Oh no, actually no, he didn't. He had a. It was the other way around. Sorry. So what do we want? We want invalid.
It's the word true
and
that's a
unsound.
problem.
I think
It's the word true that's a problem. Because
it's not a problem, no.
No, that's the bit that I want defining. Because to me, true means it's correct.
Yes.
So the answer is true. It's correct. It's right. As opposed to
the conclusion is
the conclusion,
not the premises.
The conclusion follows it.
So we could have something like. Oh no, yeah, we did the Plato one. You're right. The men.
Yeah, because if we say that that the conclusion is true,
we can have a true conclusion and still have an invalid argument, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but
so let's take a
unsound
look.
premises. Well,
this let's see.
but if it's true, then the premises have to be true.
No, they
This
don't.
right here. This is a
They
true.
could be invalid. Like
this is
exactly
a true
like
conclusion, right? This is a true conclusion. But this is not valid, therefore it's not sound.
We're not looking at it. If you're
Sorry. This
Okay,
one.
my brain is stuck.
This is a true conclusion.
Oh yeah, there we go. That is the
Right?
one. The cows one. Yeah.
And these are both true. Doesn't really matter. But this is true, but this is invalid and unsound. So the question is, when the conclusion of a deductive argument is true, this is an automatic given. They're saying here the argument must be sound, so that is false.
Well, that made it better. Thank you. My brain got straight.
Okay, we got the wrinkles out. Statement 5 is false, since nothing is said about the truth of the premises or the validity of the argument, meaning does the conclusion absolutely follow? When the premises of a deductive argument are true, the conclusion is always true as well.
I would think
No,
true.
that's false.
Oh
We've
no,
already
that's
proven
right.
Not if they don't follow.
Right. They
Not
could
if
have
the
nothing to do with each
conclusion
other,
doesn't
right?
Right.
They could have nothing to do with each other. And this doesn't talk about the validity or the soundness. So we don't know anything about that. So I would say false on this, right?
Right.
The conclusion would not always be true unless the argument were valid. So statement 6 is indeed false.
You didn't read us the flag that pops up.
Oh, that's what I just did right now. It says the conclusion would not always be true unless the arguments were valid. So statement 6 is indeed false.
Sorry if I missed that before.
This is false. When the premises of a deductive argument are true, the conclusion is always true as well. That's false. So 7, if a deductive argument is sound, which means it is valid, then the conclusion must be true.
The whole thing could be false.
Sound. No, that
No,
I don't think
false.
sound means it must be
The
valid.
premises could be false, so this would also be false.
Nope,
No,
because they're saying if it's sound, which means it's valid and the premises are true, then the conclusion must be true.
Well, this is what I thought the last
They're not
question was.
talking
That's what
about
threw me
valid.
off.
Too confusing.
Yes, they are talking about valid. Yeah, but soundness means validity.
Soundness automatically means validity, but it also means that the premises are true.
At least agreed to be true. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, it's
Really?
true as far as we know. So if a deductive argument is sound, which means it's also valid, then the conclusion must be true. I say that is true.
I say it's true. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna click it. Anybody else? Click it.
No, I'm good with true. I just thought this was going to be the question. I predicted this question before, and it confused the hell out of me.
Okay.
Can I just check that that's what that argument is? Am I not incorrect? Men. Oh shit! What did I press?
All men are mortal.
Men are within mortal. Yeah.
All men.
Plato
No, but
is a man, therefore Plato is mortal. That's correct. Yeah.
Yep.
and so men are then back inside Plato because all men were Plato in this conclusion.
Men is in the category of mortal, all completely 100%. Plato is 100% in the category of men, so by default is 100% in the category of mortal.
Yeah, and it should be man there instead of men.
Yeah, true.
Plato man, because it's
because it means
singular.
mankind. Yeah.
But didn't we say all men are Plato as the conclusion?
That was a conclusion of a non sequitur. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you wouldn't put the conclusion in.
You'd say Plato is a man. Yeah. I mean, no, Plato is a man is one of the premises.
Yeah. So that's our premises.
And the conclusion is that Plato is mortal. So the subset of Plato is within men, and all men are within the subset of mortal.
Oh, I thought the conclusion was a non sequitur.
It was a different one. I could show it to you if you want to grab
That was
it.
a different one. No, never mind then. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
The one that was referred to before is where Plato would be the same subset, same set as men. So all men would be Plato.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So the other way around.
Yeah, whereas we're
Gotcha.
saying Plato is the subset of man. Yeah. Well, no, it's not. Yeah. You could do it
And
that
then
way,
bring
or just say
forwards.
Plato and men are have a one-to-one transformation. Just to throw that in for Richard.
Right, there we go. That's the bad argument.
Yeah.
All right. So
Gotcha.
if a deductive argument is sound, okay, we did that one. If a deductive argument is sound, then the conclusion must be true. I say true on that.
Yeah, true.
Too fast.
Okay, let's slow it down then.
Sound. The deductive argument is sound. Then
Oh,
the
and Savage is
conclusion
out there,
must
so I've got to say
be
hello to
true.
Savage.
Oh, set.
While you're working
We
it
just
out.
We already did 7, didn't we? We just went over all that. It was true. 7's true, yeah?
I
don't
don't
think I
think
read it.
we've heard. We've
Sorry,
not clicked on true or false yet.
It said,
Oh.
yes, statement 7 is true, and its truth follows from the definition of a sound argument. Sound meaning also valid, so yes. A deductive argument could have a false premise and still be sound.
Oh, this is the next one. We've got the last one right.
No.
Okay. A deductive argument could have a false premise
How
and
did
still be sound.
how did we produce a sound and invalid deductive argument earlier then?
Let's look.
If
So wait,
a deductive argument that is sound, if a deductive argument is sound, that necessarily means that the
It's
conclusion
valid.
is true.
Yes.
And valid. How did we construct a sound and invalid argument earlier?
This is asking if it's true or a
We
true or false
didn't.
statement.
No,
What we did was we just constructed 3 true premises, but because of the invalidity of the form, it became unsound.
Yeah,
So it wasn't
eligible for soundness.
we didn't actually create
If I
a
could
sound
just-
but invalid argument.
Right.
Does
If
that
I
make
could
sense?
just address that. So there's no such
The
thing.
bottom
What
one,
we
valid
were
and
hang on, listen. What we were addressing before was either premises that are true, but the argument is unsound, or the conclusion is true, but the argument is unsound.
What are the
Truth-
requirements for a sound
Truth
argument?
and unsoundness, right, are not necessarily synonymous in that way. If all three are true, then it's sound. If only 2 are true, then it's unsound.
So we didn't produce one that was sound and invalid because I'm looking at
That's
them now,
correct,
we-
because you can't.
Right,
can't.
right, okay. I thought
So,
we'd gone
yeah.
through all of them. That's why I wanted to look at this screen again to see it, because it's like I thought we'd gone through all of the options.
Yeah, that's not possible. So, a deductive argument could have a false premise and still be sound as false.
Yes, false.
Okay, so it says good. Statement 8 is false by the definition of a sound argument. A sound argument is valid and has all true statements.
Yeah.
Or we could say premises. In a valid deductive argument, the conclusion could be true or false.
Yeah, we just wrote one.
So that is true. That would mean it's valid but unsound.
Yeah.
Right.
Valid.
That would just mean this, right? This just
Yeah,
means that the conclusion absolutely follows. It doesn't mean anything to do with the content, meaning the truth of it, right?
Yep.
So in a valid
cheese
deductive
planets.
argument, yes, the conclusion could be true or false. True. Yes, the truth of a conclusion is in a valid argument would depend on the truth value of the premises.
Could be
Although
true or
no
false.
valid argument has true premises and a false conclusion, valid arguments need not have true premises.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay, last one. An invalid deductive argument could have all true statements in it.
We've already done this.
We did it, right?
Yeah, we kind
Invalid-
of jumped ahead with those examples, didn't we?
Yeah, but that's good. I mean, that's great. So the conclusion doesn't follow, right?
Right.
But all the statements are true. They just don't have anything to do with each other, right?
Mm.
True.
So-
That's right.
Yep.
True. Okay, true. Yes, the conclusion of the argument could just be true by coincidence. For example, the sky is blue and the grass is green, so you're working this problem now. Admittedly, it is doubtful anyone would intentionally offer such an argument.
I love it when they what is it called, breaking the fourth wall?
Hello there, reader. Yeah, I love it too.
Good.
All right, so that was
Well
fun.
done. That was. I
Again,
feel smarter.
The main thing is to understand about validity being the form of the argument and soundness being the truth of the premises.
Yes.
I mean, you're literally restructuring your brain so it works more efficiently. You are literally smarter for doing this.
Yeah.
It's
And the
still
more
not
you-
that
And
easy.
you get a little you get a
Still not
little
easy.
reward for it too in dopamine.
Yeah, your
I
brain
do.
likes it. Yeah,
Right? Yeah.
that tells you it's good.
Still not easy though.
Simos, let me ask, or Halsey, Simos or Halsey, or anyone else that wants to contribute. Is there a difference between the soundness of the structure versus the soundness of the result?
Halsey?
Wait, can you say that one more time?
Is there a difference between the structure being sound and the result being sound?
The
No.
structure doesn't have to do with soundness. The structure has to do with validity. Once you
Okay.
establish that something, that an argument is valid, meaning the conclusion absolutely must follow, then it's eligible for soundness, but it's not automatically sound. You have to move to the idea of, okay, you've verified the structure is good. What about the content?
Yeah.
I'd like to
so
add
for
to that.
example,
One of the
you.
sorry,
I'll,
one of
I'll
the
quick, I'll
issues
be
is
quick.
oh, go ahead.
So in other words, if A then B equals C, that's a valid argument. But what is A, B, and C? If A, B, and C is all men are mortal and so on, and we end up with all men are Plato, then we had a valid argument, but
Right. So
it was
the classic
unsound.
example is if A equals C and C equals D, then A equals D. Right, that's the form.
Well, not equals so much as if condition A is true or present, then condition B is true or present. If condition B is true or present, then condition C is true or present. Therefore, condition A, if condition
If
A,
A, then D.
then C, or whatever it is. Like basically, if the first thing happens, then the last thing happens, right?
And
because they're
I
all
still
like
have-
in a chain.
And I still have one thing to add to that.
I was trying to make it simple by using
the idea
English
is
type.
not to make the idea, heretic, is not to make the thing true.
Trying to make it simple for
except by default. We're trying to make it false in every way possible. So the easiest way to make it false is to say that it's unsound before you even have to look at the premises. You can look at the conclusion and the premises lightly and go, does this even follow? Does this even fit the form? And that's the easiest way to disprove a thing. And then after that, if you have to, you can look at the premises and see how right they are.
Okay,
And
so
see if
the
it
point,
sounds-
going
yeah.
back to the original question, you see, validity is a subset of soundness, right? To put it mathematically. So when somebody says when somebody says it's a sound argument,
Mm-mm.
right?
It's
The
the other way
argument.
around.
If somebody says it is a sound argument, what is it?
It's the other way around.
No, I don't think so. But
Soundness
anyway, look.
is a subset of validity, not the other way around.
Okay.
It
So
has to
if
be
somebody,
valid in order to be sound.
if somebody says the argument is sound, right, it necessarily follows that the argument is valid.
Yes.
If somebody says the argument is valid, it doesn't necessarily follow that the argument is sound.
Correct.
Right? So it's the way you put it was to mix the two, because you said, what about the soundness of the structure? Well, the structure is the validity, but it has to be, in order for it to be sound, it has to be valid in structure.
Yes.
That's why it's a subset of soundness, not the other way around.
Well, wait. hold on.
So, if an argument is sound,
yeah,
it is by definition valid, and the conclusion is correct.
Yes, in a deductive argument, yes.
In a
The
deductive
way I
argument.
see that visually is that soundness is a circle inside of the validity circle.
Okay.
Because if you do it the other way around, being that soundness is the bigger one and validity inside of it, that well, actually, it kind of works both ways, doesn't it?
It kind of does. I mean,
If it's
that's
sound,
why
it's
I use it that way,
valid.
because
If
like
it's valid, it's not automatically
invalidity and validity can be sound. No, because it's truth we're talking about. That's the confusion again. So
If
the
it's valid,
premises can be true or false, right? And it could be valid.
Right.
or
Because
invalid.
valid only has to do with does the
But it-
conclusion follow the premises? Absolutely.
It's back to the fucking truth table, isn't it? So it has to be true, right? It has to be valid and this premise is true in order for it to be sound.
So here's an example, heretic.
There you go. That's finally the right way around of saying it.
If A, then B, and if B, then C, we can safely say that if A, then C. That's valid, works perfectly. But if A is all men are mortal, so if all men are mortal, then B, all men die. And if B, all men die, then C, all dead things are men.
That's not valid.
Well, this
That's
isn't
not.
sound. So we've gone from.
Is it not sound or not valid? Which one is it?
It's valid and unsound.
Yeah.
It's not valid. Because all dead things are men is that does not follow from all men are mortal. See, men are mortal and men die. That's circular. Those are not two premises. That's one premise stated in two different ways.
Okay, let me change it then.
Yeah.
Cat
So change
walks
the
in.
second one. Men are mortal.
Yeah.
Dead
Plato
things-
died. Plato died.
Only men die.
For B.
So
Yeah,
that's
men
clearly
include
wrong.
women and
So
men.
that's the point. That's a false premise. Right. So
But
all
there's
dead
the-
things are men. That is a valid argument, but
Yeah, there you
unsound
go.
because
But
B
unsound.
B is false. But it
But is
follows.
it- it's
But
not
see,
true.
before the information, if you've only got that if A, then B, then B, then C, this is valid. You can go, yep, that's worth looking into. Now let's see what A is.
If you see the
and that's
ifs
when
there.
you check the soundness.
Yeah,
But
and
the
you
B
don't say
then C
if
is
A, then-
incorrect, isn't it?
Yeah.
The B then C is
Yeah.
incorrect.
Yeah, so it's
So-
not if.
And
All
so
things
and
aren't
the A
men.
then B is also incorrect. It's not
Exactly.
only men die,
No.
but
No, that's correct. Men are mortal.
but
So
not
we got a
only
false
men
premise
die.
and a
Immortal.
false conclusion.
I have a heartbeat.
Because it says only men die,
Yeah.
then that's
So
not
And
A
you-
then B. You can't have A then B with that. But anyway, what that means is it's the
Okay, so-
validity of the argument that's the problem rather than the soundness. Is that right?
No. Well, in this case, he hasn't written it out correctly because A is not the first premise, right? A is men, and B is mortal. Right?
yeah.
If A are men. Well, I guess that isn't right. Even then,
The
is
thing
it?
is, if you're
Then
gonna
is
have
not.
an if,
Then is
if you're
not the
gonna
right
have an
word.
if, you need a then. Okay. If
Yeah.
you're gonna have
A-
an if, you need a
Yeah,
then.
it's here then. Because A is men are mortal. So if men are mortal, then B, only men die. And if B, only men die, C, all dead things are men. That
Change
follows.
then to
It's valid.
and. Change then to and.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Now put then in front of all.
That's just saying
There
the
you
conclusion, though. I mean, that's
There-
it's still not the same form as what you've written above.
If men are mortal and only men die, if this condition is true and also this condition is true, then this is the result,
And
right?
if
If
B-
men are mortal and only men die, then all dead things, meaning the only dead things there are men, right? Because only men die, are men. So this is valid but unsound.
Yeah, I mean it's valid. The second argument is valid, but just bearing in mind that ABC doesn't refer to the ABCs above, because like
True.
that's a premise, right?
Well,
A
yeah, that's
is
true.
premise 1, B is premise 2, C is conclusion. And on the one above, if A then B is premise 1.
Okay,
right?
so let's
Premise
if we
2
switch
is B
around-
then C, and
If we
conclusion is
switch
A then
around
C.
to A and B, would it work? If we say if only men
No,
die,
you have to make it two different things. So you'd have to say something like, if roses, right? If roses are flowers, then if roses, then flowers, flowers, then I don't know, animals. Roses, then animals.
Now you have to say something about flowers. If roses are flowers and flowers are plants, then roses are plants.
That would be true. And
But roses
sound.
aren't
I was trying to create a valid but unsound argument.
Ah, well, that's true then, I guess. Let's see.
Wait a minute.
Roses are
Which is
something
just
about
got a
smelling
false
good.
premise. Which is just a false premise, right? That's the point. And we can easily see it's a false premise if we say plants, then animals. Therefore, roses, then animals.
Are flowers and flowers are plants.
Didn't we produce valid and unsound earlier?
We did.
Did. All planets are made of cheese. The moon is a planet, therefore the moon is made of cheese. That's valid and unsound.
Yeah.
If we go to invalid and unsound, all men are mortal.
about if you
Plato
go-
is a man, therefore all men are Plato. That's invalid and unsound, but it's not an if. The thing about the if then is that they're things that depend on each other, right?
Yeah.
If roses are, they're either if as a result or they're and statements. Like
Let me
if
find
this
you
is
an
true
example.
and this is true, then this is also true.
So
we want a false one.
Deductive is about the actual structure. Two premises or maybe more
There.
equals
How's that?
conclusion.
Yes. And inductive is just making
No,
inferences.
I'm not looking at inductive. I'm not
Okay,
looking at
okay.
inductive. So deductive is that particular structure. Certain
Yes.
premises lead on to a particular conclusion.
Yes.
Validity is
That is what you just described.
validity is the deductive structure.
Yes.
No, validity
The
is
soundness is the truth within
Of the premises.
look,
not
validity
the premises,
is,
the whole thing.
repeat after me. The validity
yeah.
has to do with whether or not the conclusion follows absolutely from the premises. That is what validity is.
So
Does
the
the
validity is
conclusion
nothing
follow?
to do with the premises connecting together either then.
No.
Yes,
It's about
it
the
is.
conclusion following the premises absolutely.
So it
Following.
is.
So it's
But
the
what he
reason.
means by connecting is if your premises are, once you get the validity, if your premises aren't,
If there's no connection between them, yeah.
yeah,
So if
it-
roses are
one's
living
roses
things,
and the others,
if roses are
cows.
living things, and B, if cars are yellow things, and then there's no connection between them except
I think you need to
if
throw a
cars are
sum.
yellow.
You need to put a sum in there because you have some roses are
Yeah.
animals, but if roses are living things and animals are, and
No. I'm trying to
and animals are
disconnect.
living things, then
I'm
some
trying-
roses are animals.
Well, just change the A to B's to R's, the ands and thens to R's, because that's what you've got in the bottom one.
Yeah, but
and
the thing
again,
is,
when you
A
have
is
AB,
true.
hang on. When you say ABC down below, that's not the ABCs that are above. That should be P1, P2, and conclusion.
We've got a
P1,
number
P2,
of
and
conversations going on here at the same time.
Well, let's just get it sorted out first, then we can talk about it.
Roses, animals.
Yeah.
Right. So roses are
I
A,
was trying to get back to validity
living
and
things are B,
soundness.
right?
Roses are red.
Yep. Thank you. Right.
So you
Violets
could say like
roses
if
are A,
R,
living
if
things.
R or L.
Violets
Hang
are
on, hang
blue.
on, hang on. Roses are
Roses
A,
are red. Violets
living
are blue.
things are B,
What's the rest of it?
right? So
What's
it should
the rest
be
of that?
C then B. All right. If you want to change it to L's and shit, then you're gonna have to change the one above.
No.
If
No, don't do that,
then
Sammy.
L.
Don't do that, Sammy.
is that going to get confusing?
Yeah, you're changing all of the letters around.
Okay.
Well, I think we need to
Gotta
go
change some of this
further
point.
into the
If
the
roses are
functionality.
living things and animals are living things,
C is B.
You don't
yeah.
need the if. You don't need the if in a deductive argument. It's just premises.
I know, it's end.
You kind of do.
Well, we've jumped from just a deductive argument to a trying to connect the first. No, you don't need. If you've got an if statement there, you're already putting in a bit of doubt into something.
And that doesn't matter. It's just whether you
No,
assume
it's a
the conclusion to
conditional.
be
It's
true.
saying if this happens, then this other thing will also happen.
But we're
fine
not
to do
saying if. We're saying roses are living things. That's just a
Read the
statement.
poem.
Let's say.
I can't read it.
Red,
It's not on
violets are
fucking
blue.
screen.
What's the rest of it?
Yeah.
So what
if
are we
you
looking
like
here?
me, you smell of poo.
No,
Are we
that's
looking
not how
for
it goes.
valid and
isn't it?
unsound, or are we looking for
to get it
invalid and
straight.
unsound? What are we
It
looking
was
for?
valid. We wanted valid and unsound, which
Valid
is
and
it,
I think
I'm
we should just
giving
go
it to
back to
you
the
in a
previous
poem.
example then.
Right here, right?
which
I
yeah,
can't
which
see
is
it.
what we've got here. If
Can't see anything.
All right, I'll look it up myself.
Thank you.
Someone needs to share it for me.
Oh, we can't see anything.
No.
There we go.
No wonder.
Okay, so we've
which one are
got.
we looking at? Valid and unsound.
So we could
Yes.
change this into an if-then statement if you wanted to. We could say if all planets, right?
Yep.
Well,
Are
just tell me if I
made
was on the right track so I can.
No
and
idea.
the moon is a whoops.
There
I
you
don't
go.
know why we're
Simos.
putting it into an
Is
if
that
statement.
correct?
Then
Let me just check it. Hang on a sec. If RL and Anna as L, then some Rosa, then some R. Is that
Because we
valid?
wanted it valid but unsound.
Oh, why?
Then, well, that's not going to be valid because like those are true statements, aren't they? In the premises.
I mean,
So
why would you go with unvalid or
What do you mean?
unsound and not just go with valid?
That third one is a premise. Well, I don't mean this. I mean, forget that.
Oh,
Well, you
if,
don't
talking
need.
about this.
if A's are L's and if R's are L's and A's are L's, then some
Then
A's
R's are
are
A's.
I don't
is what
think
he's
so.
trying to
No,
say.
I think that again. I think that's affirming the consequent.
That's
So we're saying that the
so
antecedent
it's invalid.
doesn't follow.
Okay.
Or
Thank
Well,
you.
because the
Understood.
antecedent is true doesn't mean that the precedent is true.
Get rid of the if statement, right? Roses are living things. Animals are living things. Therefore, roses are animals.
Some
That's
roses are animals. Yeah.
no.
Fine
We're
to say
saying
that.
roses are living things. Animals are living things. Therefore, roses are animals. Yeah. Now,
Okay.
no. That's the point. It's supposed to be wrong, right? It's
Well, it's
supposed
wrong
to be
for
wrong,
another
okay?
reason now.
Yeah, but that's the question, right?
Right.
This
it's wrong for two
structure,
reasons.
the structure is valid. Is that right?
does the conclusion
Yes,
absolutely
that-
follow?
Because
Is the structure
The
valid
conclusion,
there?
the conclusion does not follow. That is not.
no, it
valid.
doesn't. It's not valid.
Roses are
I don't
living
even know
things.
how any of this matters.
I thought the valid stuff was all about the premises, or is the sound stuff all about the premises, or is it
The
all about the
sound.
whole thing? Because people keep talking about just the premises, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? Because people are confusing the shit out of me. I gotta say.
Okay, well, it's not difficult.
It's adorable.
No, it's not
That-
difficult, and
Look,
that's
when
the
you-
type
I
of
love
way that
that.
you do it.
Hold on, go back
Simos,
to yours
but
for a second, Sammy.
it's really fucking confusing when people say things and it's completely confusing, and then other people say yes, that's right, and then you move on to something else, and I'm going, what the fuck is going on?
None of it really matters.
Hold on. I want you to look at this without any other information. So we if we say RRL, we have to basically say all RRL, right?
All right,
All
yeah.
RRL.
All I'm
Now,
saying
are
is
we
this is what
also
we've been
saying
told, yeah?
all ARL?
We're just saying RRL,
Mhm.
and we're saying ARL.
And right? And
It's two
ARL.
premises. Premise one,
Doesn't like the
RRL.
end and the ifs, Halsey.
So the
Halsey.
only valid conclusion that could come from this is therefore, let's see, all R are L, all A are L. Therefore, let's see, I had it a second ago. All R.
I'm not looking for a valid.
And-
I'm not looking for a valid answer to this. I'm not
Okay.
looking for one. Right. I want to know. Okay. Where does it go wrong in terms of validity in this statement, and where does it go wrong in soundness, and is validity just to do with premises, or just to do with conclusions, or to do with both? And is soundness to do with just premises, or just the conclusion, or both?
Okay, so officially, an argument is valid if the conclusion must follow the premises, whether or not the premises are true or false. So once we've established validity, then we look at whether or not the premises are true. The conclusion
to determine
should be
soundness.
true.
To determine soundness.
Yes, the conclusion, given its validity, and if the premises are true, should also be true.
So in this example,
Part of what we check for.
in this example, the conclusion is false because it doesn't follow from the premises. Therefore, it's an invalid statement. Yeah?
Correct.
Fine.
Invalid.
Thank you.
They're invalid and ineligible for soundness because of its invalidity.
Because of its invalidity. Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
That was
works.
L.
So what happens when you get deep into this?
I know.
I'm afraid.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
got
it is
fucking
relatively simple. I mean,
Are
I think
you
we've been
afraid?
through it a number of times about validity and
Okay, I
soundness.
think. I don't know if my boyfriend thinks I'm okay.
Okay. Could you
Okay,
put
I
that
don't
into
work
a,
to
could
go
you put
to.
that
I
into
think
a
I
logical
ruffled his
argument,
feather.
please?
I might have ruffled his feathers.
Okay.
Are you going to show us his text messages?
Charles.
Right, I'm out of here. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night.
Night.
Okay, I think this is maybe a little bit beyond us for the moment, but
I think so.
Yeah.
Although
But this
Heretic's
is
gone now.
Well,
So
Heretic's
to
gone
be
now,
fair,
so we might be right.
to be fair, the IQ of the room has just gone up quite a
Just
bit.
gone up.
I have to take the power cord to my boyfriend.
You know, I'm glad that
Thank
he
you.
throws wrenches in because it makes it forces the explanations to be
Yeah, one or
super
two would be all right.
It makes
Alcy,
it
but
more confusing.
And it gives me a
Halsey.
chance to go potty.
one or two might be all right because then you can go back over it and explain it from the 101 kind of
Mm.
ground up.
True.
But when you've done it like 30 times and we've said exactly what validity is, it's the form of an argument. I mean, I didn't even get to say what I wanted to say about half an hour ago, which was, what is a formal fallacy? What is an informal fallacy?
Okay, so this is kind of fun. We went over this yesterday. So formal fallacy.
I wasn't asking the question, by the way.
Okay, you know, right?
I
You
know
already
what the
know
difference
about that.
is, yeah.
Okay, good. We
Formal
had to
is
go
just
over
the
that a few
structure, correct?
times.
Say again,
Okay,
Hillary?
so
Formal is just the structure.
Formal is the structure,
Formal
yeah.
fallacies apply to deductive logic. Informal fallacies apply to inductive logic. That's an easy way to think of it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Well, how do you see? Where's the non-truth of that?
Well, you can have informal fallacies applied to deductive logic.
Like how?
Well, they
Example.
basically but basically they're to do with things like let me see. So an example of an informal fallacy is what? Could you
Like
give me an example of one? 'Cause
argument from ignorance.
Yeah, there you go. Argument from ignorance. So that's an informal fallacy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let me just
Yes.
look up a couple.
So
That's
that
an
means
informal
like
one.
we don't know something, so we're going to assume like kind of the opposite or something else is true because we can't verify whether it's true or false, right?
Yeah, so it's
Well, it's drawing any conclusion without with zero information.
yeah. So an informal fallacy are a type of incorrect argument in natural language. The source of the error is not just due to the form of the argument, as in the case for formal fallacies.
Can we like put this into a deductive argument and have this work in an argument from ignorance? I'm having trouble coming up with something. I'll jot it down on a separate thing if you want to come up with something.
Yeah, a friend who means a great deal to you desperately wants to be in the top runner in the school. Okay, hang on, that's not.
So we need at least like two premises.
What is an example of an informal? Nobody ever proved to me there's a God, so I know there is no God.
No one has proven God. What's the second? What's the second?
Therefore,
premise?
I know there is no God.
That's the conclusion. You're going to go on only one premise.
I guess so.
Okay, so no one has.
I mean, I'm
proven
just
God.
reading off. This says it's an informal fallacy example. I don't even know what fallacy it is. This is
I'm trying to figure out how to put
ignorance.
this into a deductive form.
I guess if nobody has ever proved to me there's a God. No, oh no, hang on. Then no, that's just the same.
If
argument.
there's no God, if no God,
No.
if no God, then no heaven, right?
Oh, I don't know.
No, that's going too far. We might conclude that there's no heaven, but what's another good second premise for that? If no God, and let's do an and.
Well,
and.
Okay. Let me just get through because here we go. Informal fallacies.
Yeah, I mean, I have like a whole. I have a whole thing on informal fallacies where it shows examples of everything, and it has like here. Hold on, let me get to it. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is an example right here. P is unproved, therefore P is not true. Or not P is unproved, therefore P is true. God is not proven, therefore God is real. Wait, does that work? Therefore God is not real. Wait. God is unproved, therefore not God is true. So this is the argument that since you can't prove it, it's not true. This is the argument that we can't disprove it, so it must be true, right?
Right. Does that say it's an informal fallacy?
Well, so we when we look at the structure of this, though, we can't look at this as valid or invalid, can we? Or can we?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm actually reading something else right now. I'm trying to do two things at once. Again, it's saying quite. No, it's not that at all. No, it's just here it is. Introduction to philosophy, logic. Informal fallacies are so called because their errors lie not in their logical form.
Oh, and every one of these, has like a page that it opens up to for, the in-depth explanation of every single one. So when you go down to the next one, which is argument from false authority.
Can we just look at the contents there? Scroll back up to the top.
Oh, yeah. What do you mean, like each page?
Just on that page, the page you're on right now. Let's just go to the contents. Yeah.
This one? Okay.
Go down a bit down to the contents. So yeah, just on the argument for ignorance, look at all that.
Oh, it's a mountain. It's a mountain, dude. I was looking through the whole site earlier and just looking at how many pages led to pages like this. It's gigantic.
Could you type into the search just informal fallacy? Just see what it says on informal fallacy in the search.
Oh yeah, I mean we have like this. Where is it?
It's saying informal fallacies. There we go.
Yeah.
Could you go back then? Instead of adding
learned
just
all
go
the
to
informal fallacies
to the table,
last
right? The
night,
nature of fallacies.
Simos, you're behind.
I know, but listen to me.
So nature of fallacies, we could go there.
Informal. No. Go back.
All right.
Right.
Fallacies are
informal fallacies are
relevant.
fallacies characterized by an introductory manner. Right? In an introductory manner. I don't even know what that means. I want the definition of the
Go
fallacy,
back
not
up to
the
the top of that
fallacies
page a bit
themselves.
and
I
click.
want the definition of the word informal fallacies or
Can
the
you?
phrase.
No, you can't click on nature of fallacies.
So it doesn't have one in this. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, so we can go back to, hold on, let's look and see if there's like a, I think there's a syllabus that has, whoops, where is it? There is one that works. I know there's one that works. Let's go here. Okay, that's the same one.
Private chat. So
see
this
if
is what
there's
I've
something
found on
here.
the internet.
The nets of inter. An informal fallacy occurs because of an error in reasoning, unlike formal fallacies, which are identified through examining the structure of an argument. So
Yeah.
that's the structure of an argument usually applies to deductive, and informal fallacies will apply to inductive because it's
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. At
well,
all.
it doesn't say that, but you'll see that. I think it's. I don't know if it's absolutely true, but I think it's one of those things where you see inductive reasoning dealing with informal fallacies a lot more. Like an informal fallacy is like let's say an ad
No.
hominem. Like you can't
No,
apply an ad
no.
hominem to a deductive form, can you?
No. Because like begging the question is an informal fallacy, but that doesn't apply to an inductive argument. That only applies to deductive arguments.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Begging
I'm
the
not sure
question
about
is assuming the truth of a premise in order to give substance to the conclusion, and that doesn't happen in an inductive argument.
Okay, let's see. In classical rhetoric and logic, begging the question or assuming the conclusion, which is petito principii, which is circular, is an informal fallacy that occurs when an argument's premises assume the truth of the conclusion. A question begging inference is valid in the sense that the conclusion is as true as the premise, but it is not a valid argument.
Yeah.
Wool sweaters are superior to nylon jackets because wool sweaters have higher wool content. Here, let's see. I'll
So
throw
that's
this
a
up.
deductive argument. An example.
Wool sweaters are superior to nylon jackets because wool sweaters have higher wool content. That's circular.
That's correct.
They're saying wool
that's
sweaters are superior because they have higher wool content.
Sure. And that's a deductive argument, not an inductive argument.
But how would we graph that? How would we reduce that like we were just doing, like all A or B or this, that, and the other? Like how would we do that with that?
If wool sweaters
WRS, so wools are superior.
Yeah.
Because we can say wool sweaters as just a single, right? R,
Yeah.
and this superior to nylon jackets is all one letter, right? Because is like a connective.
Yeah.
Wool sweaters have higher wool content. I just don't know how we would graph it though, like because this is kind of complex right here. Wool sweaters have higher wool content. It's a condition, right? This is a condition.
Sure. But that's not an inductive argument, though, is it? You can see it's not an inductive argument.
Well,
nowhere does it say like because 5 out of 10 sweaters are wool or something. There's no probability given to it at all.
Okay, let's look here.
And again, inductive arguments, you just don't assume the conclusion is true. Right? They say if the conclusion is true, then the evidence will show. I mean, it's a one-line thing, isn't it? So they're saying, I did this just the other fucking day and I can't remember.
Okay, so let's take a look at something real quick here.
I think yeah, okay.
Shit.
I went over this because somebody said, "Go on, give me a reason why the Earth is round without begging the question. Give me an argument why the Earth is round without begging the question."
Okay, so
And it's like, well,
here,
yeah, you can easily do that. It's just called an
Right.
inductive argument.
The formal fallacy and the informal fallacy are two types of reasoning errors that occur in arguments. The main difference between formal and informal fallacy is that the error in formal fallacies lie in their logical structure, where the error in informal fallacies lies in their content.
Yeah, there you go. That's a nice way of saying it.
Formal fallacy is an error in reasoning due to its defective logical structure. Informal fallacy is an error found in the content of the argument, not in its form or logic.
Yeah.
It has errors because it may involve irrelevant information, ambiguous arguments, incorrect assumptions, etc. Formal always has a flaw in its logical structure, and its deduction is wrong.
Agreed.
Okay. Well, I'll have to like rearrange my thinking on formal versus informal, because I always thought that formal fallacies were something that only applied to deductive arguments, and informal fallacies only applied to inductive arguments.
No, I don't think that's true. As I say, begging the question is a good example here as well.
Can we go back to this and see if any of these have informal fallacies in them?
Oh, yeah, they do, because there's a lot of unsound ones. They both have formal and informal, right? But I would say
all men are immortal is that's not fallacious.
No.
Plato is a man is not fallacious. Therefore, cows don't eat 20-pound steel balls.
Right, so that's
That makes it unsound and invalid. Or invalid.
That's what we're saying.
So, but where is the fallacy in that?
That's a non sequitur.
Non
The
sequitur.
conclusion
Okay.
doesn't follow from the premises.
Is that considered formal or informal? Do you know?
Do you know? I think it's a formal fallacy.
So non sequitur.
I think I'm not certain. It could be both, right? Because when you see these lists, right, they get a little confusing. When I looked it up earlier, it said something like, it gave a whole list of fallacies, and I was like, oh, are they all formal fallacies? Well, I suppose they are then, right? So let's just have a look. Formal fallacy, deductive fallacy, logical fallacy, or non sequitur. So they're all formal fallacies.
Okay, so let's see. We've got another invalid.
Invalid by a flaw in its logical structure is the definition of a non sequitur.
Okay.
So yeah, that would be invalid.
What kind of fallacy occurs here? Therefore, all men are Plato.
Oh well, I think they call that a hasty generalization as well.
That's fallacy. What's a category error? I know there's something like that too.
Yeah.
What about Sammy? What about the whole accident versus converse accident? Does this apply in any way?
Hang on a second. Hasty generalization fallacy, sometimes called overgeneralization, is basically making a claim based on evidence that's just too small.
So we are applying the nature of. We're saying all men are mortal. Plato is a man. He fits into the man category.
Yeah.
Therefore, all men are Plato. Like we're miscategorizing men, right?
Yeah.
What is occurring there that's making that happen? I want to know what fallacy that is.
All men are one level.
There's something called a category error, but I'm not sure if I'm getting that right.
Therefore, all men are Plato. All men are mortal. Well, it's invalid, you see. So that's going to be a formal fallacy of some type. So it doesn't follow that just because all men are mortal, right? And Plato is a man, it doesn't follow that all men are Plato, because mortal man is a subset of mortal.
Category
Plato
error
is a subset of men. So it doesn't follow that men are a subset of that Plato are a subset of men.
Right.
doesn't follow.
Fallacy of composition, which might be the real name for it.
Yeah, could be.
Category mistake or a category error, semantic or ontological error by which a property is ascribed to a thing that could not possibly have that property. Men could not possibly have the property of being Plato, right?
Yeah.
So that's
All men
that's
could not
the
possibly.
fallacy of composition.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go with that.
And is this a
there
formal
you go.
or an informal?
Hasty generalization.
There we go. Oh, wait. This fallacy is often confused with the fallacy of hasty generalization.
well, there you
in which
go.
An unwarranted inference is made from a statement about a sample to a statement about the population from which it is drawn. Like, all X people do this or are this or whatever,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Kind
of is both, actually, to be honest, isn't it?
Yeah, it has
I guess
overlap,
one's
right?
formal and one's informal, but that would be my
This
guess.
fragment of metal cannot be broken with a hammer. Therefore, the machine of which it is a part of cannot be broken with a hammer. They are they're giving the properties of the fragment to the entire machine.
Yeah. Okay. So, are we doing that in the Plato example?
Let's look. Yeah, I think so, because we're saying that all men have the condition of being Plato, or the qualities of being Plato.
Yeah.
Which is not true.
Yeah.
So that was again what, a fallacy of composition, right? Which
That's
is
what
also
you
called a
said, yeah.
category error.
Okay.
All right. So
But
where
there's
do we-
two mistakes there, isn't there? Because it's both unsound and invalid. So we would expect there to be both a formal and an informal fallacy.
Yeah.
So I would expect there to be another fallacy as well. But
Yeah. Okay. I have to actually go and do something.
okay.
So I'm leaving. If someone wants to continue the good work, you can, or we can continue this on another day.
I think we can continue this.
Are we all logicked out?
Well, it's you and me basically that are left here. So
Right.
if one of us goes.
Everyone else has gone to sleep.
That's it.
Well, it was a lot of fun. I have to bust my butt a little bit and get this thing that I have due at 5 o'clock. I didn't even realize how late it was.
No worries. Thank you very much.
I absolutely love it, Halsey.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks, Halsey.
Yeah, have a great
thank you.
rest of the hangout later.
Cheers, bye. Yeah. Thank you, Odin, as well. I appreciate you rephrasing that argument.
Come in if you want, though, Dean. I'll drop a link. Oh, that's not the link. I'm glad that wasn't like a link to a
And
porn
now
site or
it's
something.
time for me to look up the Roses Are Red. Red.
What's the rest of that?
I don't know yet. I've got Royal Society for some reason.
I can't remember it.
Oh, he's doing it again.
Roses are red, violets
Roses.
are blue. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank.
Red. So it's a song by Bobby Vinton, maybe. Poems.
Oh, you're right.
Pick up lines, poems, funny. I don't know. Roses Are Red. Horden.
What was that?
Well, it could be a poem by someone called Horden.
I think it was a poem made into a song.
Yeah, that sounds. Sugar is sweet, and so are you.
That's what it is.
Maybe. Looks old. William Wallace Dunstow's illustration for Roses Are Red from a 1901 edition of Mother Goose.
That's all the info on it?
Yeah, that's what it says. Mother Goose. So let's just have a look at Mother Goose. This article is a fairy tale character uses Mother Goose to send me. Mother Goose is a modern collection of French fairy tales and later English nursery rhymes.
What's up?
Toodaloo. Toodaloo, kangaroo.
Don't know. That's not really giving me much.
Do you hear me?
Hello, sir.
We hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't know. Oh, what's it? Oh, see you soon, raccoon. Toodaloo,
Kangaroo.
kangaroo. Right.
Let's just have a look here.
And see you later, alligator.
After a while, crocodile.
Yeah. Hit the road, happy toad.
Oh my God. We'll go Droge. Okay. Maybe to do with the Tudors or the Lancasters from the War of the Roses. Red Rose. Symbolism. TV, Garden, Blue Rose, Guns N' Roses, Cadbury's Roses. Doesn't give you an origin of it.
I went to a Guns N' Roses concert. It didn't go well.
Okay, I'm not
It was
surprised.
very claustrophobic. There were so many people. You couldn't even move. You couldn't even breathe. I thought I was going to pass out. I had to stand out in the hallway. Basically, during most of it, I tried to go back in, but I just got sick.
Boy, that doesn't sound like fun.
No, it's like I didn't have any air to breathe. Like it was all being sucked out of the room into everybody's body, and I could sense it. I don't even know. I might have been stoned.
You think?
I think I might have found it actually.
I might have been.
Just a little.
Right. So it says here, it was upon a summer's day, a shiny day, when Titan fair his beams did display, in a fresh fountain, fair from all men's view, she bathed her breast, the boiling heat allay. She bathed with roses red and violets blue, and all sweet flowers that in the forest grew.
Oh.
There we go.
What are you reading from?
That's from 1590. Edmund Spencer's Epic of the Fairy Queen.
Wow.
A fairy queen?
Yeah,
That
the
sounds-
Fairy Queen.
That sounds awfully familiar for some reason.
Yeah. She bathed with roses red and violets blue, and all the sweetest flowers that in the forest grew.
Oh, I know. I've heard the the nursery rhyme. Roses are red, violets are blue.
That's exactly what we were looking at. Yeah.
Where's the bit that says you smell like a monkey and look like one too?
We used to say that all the time. My brother and sister and I.
Yeah, you smell like a monkey and look like one too, but at least you don't throw poo. No.
Yeah, that
That's
wouldn't
the
be very
extended
nice.
version.
I know somebody that took a poop in their hand and smeared it all down the side of the vehicle.
So the original of that is roses are red, violets are blue, onions stink, and so do you.
Is that really onions? Is that really a stink? I'm not sure, but
It's a pungent odor.
It's yeah.
It depends on what you eat.
Or the Benny Hill version.
Have you smelled rabbit poop versus dog poop?
The Benny Hill version. Roses
Rabbit
are
poop
yellow,
doesn't
violets
smell.
are
It
bluish.
smell- I mean,
if
if
it
it
weren't
smells,
for
it
Christmas,
smells
we'd all
like-
be Jewish.
Fuck up. Rabbit poop smells like alfalfa.
Huh? Oh,
Yeah.
does it?
Yeah, because that's what you feed them.
Oh,
check this out.
What's that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's hilarious.
Oh, I've got one for you.
Am I ready? Wait.
I've got one for you. Check
Flinging-
this out.
Flinging poo.
Poor grandma's like
She
right
didn't
on the
bring-
nose too.
Those are ugly monkeys.
She didn't wear her poo deflector. They hand them out when you come. They hand them out when you go into the. I'm only kidding. I made that up. Uh-oh. What's going on here?
Okay, check this out then.
Oh, come on, you guys.
Here it comes. Here it
Look out.
comes.
Duck.
He's sizing up.
He's gonna wind up. The wind up. Here's the wind up.
Don't need no wind up.
Dude, quick, the video's
Goddamn
gonna
chip.
end. Here it comes.
Wind up.
Whee!
What the hell?
Fair ball.
Jared, did you share something?
Yeah, in private chat.
Yeah.
You have to put the audio in as well for that one.
Yeah. I don't know why the audio is not working.
Flinging poo.
When you share it, you have to tick the audio.
Yeah, I did. I think
okay. You're
I
probably
think
using OBS or some shit.
No, see, my YouTube window's open muted.
Okay.
But I think
I'll share it then, and then you can.
that here. It's all right.
They're weaponizing poo.
Okay. Now I should be good.
Yeah.
Is this it? Is this it?
I don't know.
Oh, I haven't shared it.
see
I've
anything.
shared the wrong fucking screen, dickhead.
YouTube short.
There we go. Australian immigration.
Yeah, that's the one. Australian immigration.
Okay. What is the official language of the state?
Oh, now you see this?
Right, boys, before granting you entry into Australia, you must first answer these simple questions. Okay. What is the official language of the state of Australia?
Foul language.
Correct. When Australians say they are watching the
Foul
footy, what are they doing?
Drinking.
Yeah. What is Australia's most popular wine?
That they're constantly confused with New Zealanders.
Correct. Who are Australia's most well-known hard rock artists?
The Aboriginal people.
Correct. What endangered species can be found on Bondi Beach?
Sunburned Irish people.
Yeah. Which queen still represents Australia?
Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
She does. Australia fundamentally disagrees with the
Knows.
international community on which important issue?
Vegemite.
Correct. Which recurring event wreaks havoc and devastation throughout Australia each and every year?
Australia Day.
Correct. What is Australia's biggest import? What is Australia's biggest export?
Backpackers who overstayed their visa.
Congratulations, boys, you passed the test. Yes. Unfortunately, you're still being deported.
What? No, why?
Yeah. We found a whole bunch of sausages in your bag. Right, boys, before granting you entry to Australia, you must first answer simple questions.
Oh, now you see this? This is some really good stuff. This is what I like to see. What you can see behind me here is some Mongolian lamellar armor and a person putting it on. And in my opinion, this just looks amazing, and I really do have to explain what lamellar is in the first place. For anyone who is confused, lamellar is a type of armor that is made up of many different plates that have been sewn together. These plates can be made from a variety of different materials, whether it is wood, leather, metal, etc. It pretty much depends upon what you have on hand. And because there were so many different materials that you could use, combined with the fact that it was relatively simple to make, that meant that for societies all across the world, this perhaps was one of the best early armors that you could have. And the Mongolian variant just looks so damn nice, it really does. But of course, that being said, the armor did have a lot of weaknesses. It was relatively heavy for the amount of protection that it provided, and because the entire thing was held together by fabric, this meant that it wore out significantly quicker than other types of armor. But still, overall, the look of it was incredibly badass, and I love it. Oh, now you see this? This is some really good...
Good.
Wow. It's still only armor class 5.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
What's the language spoken in Australia?
foul.
Foul.
Foul language.
Special foul.
What are Australians doing?
Wait, what's that, cunt?
When they say they're watching football footy.
Drinking.
Drinking.
Hey, I'm what, 3/4 of the way there. How many questions were there?
Quite a few. More than I can remember.
What's an Australian's favorite wine?
Oh, well, we're not New Zealand.
No, that we keep getting mistaken as New Zealanders.
Yeah.
That's funny as fuck.
Is there a difference?
What do you mean? Is there a difference?
Oh,
I said that.
kicker. Hang on.
It's a different
Where's
continent.
Kicker. There you go.
I'm asking if the people are different.
Oh yeah.
No, New Zealand doesn't actually exist.
What do you mean?
Ooh.
It's just a make-believe country. Like Narnia.
Oh, you're being a smart ass.
No, you get there by going through the back of your wardrobe.
What wardrobe?
Hey, did you guys read my penguin syllogism? I posted it earlier. I don't think you guys did.
No.
But it goes
Once
like
the
this.
logic shit starts, we stop paying attention to the chat because it's like high brain shit.
No, it's simple. It's a penguin. Like penguins are black and white. Some old TV shows are black and white. So therefore, some penguins are old TV shows. You see, the first two premises are true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually sounds like a pretty good argument.
But the conclusion is invalid.
Went from chimps throwing shit to a comedic skit from Australia. Is there a similarity?
Similarity to what?
And then to
Throwing
New Zealand.
shit.
So,
is
just
there?
saying. Non sequitur. I would go to New Zealand, but I'm a bit worried about Saruman's Orc army.
What's that?
And that's where they filmed it, right?
That's right.
Gotta watch your.
Oh, Saruman.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Saruman, whichever way you want to
I have no idea how to say it.
pronounce it. I don't know
You
either.
probably-
I have no
you
idea what you're
probably
talking
said it
about.
correct.
It's pronounced Sauron.
Sauron.
Sauron?
Sauron.
Isn't that
Oh,
the
you're talking about a component
White
in a
wizard.
computer?
You have to.
No, they're talking about hobbits. New Zealand is full of hobbits.
It's spelled funny too.
Dark Lord Sauron gathered his forces over the vast orcs?
Saruman was the white wizard
Yeah, Saruman.
at
was-
Isengard. And Sauron was the dude they killed that had the one ring.
Yeah.
Pretty simple.
You can talk over the top. I just love this song. So, welcome, Jay.
Hello.
Are you angry?
Are the frogs gay yet?
Yeah. Very
Oh,
good.
okay. Cool.
What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green and looking skin, and they run around
Is that
screaming
those, those people are attempting to sound like?
What's that, Jay?
Uh,
I'm gonna turn your volume up.
is that supposed to be music?
Yeah. Oh, you can't hear it?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh.
Imagine how bad she smells, man.
What the fuck?
Told her and Obama
Bad
just
lip reading.
Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur.
I think he actually said that.
Yeah, that's all things he said. Just auto-tuned into a song. Look.
Oh, wow.
Pretty bad when it comes to Alex. Literally, he said anything too stupid to be said. I think it was. Who said anything too stupid to be said is tongue?
Yeah.
Alex Jones proves that wrong.
What did Alex Jones prove wrong?
Wait a minute, they're vampire goblins? I'll have to put those in my next game.
We love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
nice.
I really love that song. It just encapsulates him perfectly.
The guy is a fucking blowout.
The
I thought that had to
nonsense
be
that
bad
Paul's
delivery.
out of his.
Yeah, I couldn't
What's that,
imagine
Joel?
myself saying that.
Because he's a conspiracist.
I
Yeah.
remember, I remember my brother-in-law. He was unemployed for quite a stint, back like in the, it was probably the early aughts, and he got into like Zeitgeist and and he watched that Alex Jones one about the Bilderberg shit. I just sat there and just kind of took that stuff with a grain of salt. I was like, oh, I don't know.
Did he? Hang on, you was talking. What did you say?
Sorry, I've just got to say, Peter W. That's amazing that you know that for a start. I included that. I changed. I can't remember what song it was. For a big song. And in the middle of it, instead of having the Hindu chant, I made that. It's an old English phrase. What is mind, no matter. What is matter, never mind. And I made the chant that instead. Amazing.
Who is that actually attributed to?
Well, it's old English. It's like nearly 1,000 years old.
I've heard some people use I think I've seen people do memes where it's Albert Einstein and attributing that quote to Albert Einstein. I'm like, I don't think he said that.
I mean, I don't know, but when I looked it up originally back in the 80s or something like that, I heard it was like Old English. So, like Middle Ages or whatever. I don't know how long ago, but some time ago. I'm now looking it up and it's got something else written here. Punch.
Peter W. I heard it from R.C. Sproul. Yeah, I think R.C. Sproul was quoting someone else.
I think it's an Old English proverb. That's where I.
Well, nothing's really original.
When I looked it up.
There's
Was
nothing
it original the first time?
The very first time it was original. After that, there was nothing new under the sun.
What?
Oh, it's going George Berkeley here as well. Quote.
Never mind. Forget what I just said.
Thomas Hood.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go have a smoke.
I gotta go get a cigarette myself.
This is from the London Review of Books.
What is?
Oh, I'm looking up that saying.
No, one of my favorite quotes is by Mark Twain. And he said, "It is easier to fool people than it is to convince them they have been fooled."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can believe that's from Twain.
Well, that's who's
it sounds like something
I mean, he
he would
might
write.
not have said it first, but yeah.
Don't know. Doesn't say here. But the two names I've got are someone Hood and
Yeah, this one is saying is called quote investigator. What is matter? Never mind. What is mind? No matter. It says creator, Punch, London Humor Magazine. Context: on July 14th, 1855, Punch published the following brief item containing the quotation, "A shortcut to metaphysics. What is matter? Never mind. What is mind? No matter."
Never mind is the one I had, but George Berkeley, maybe. But I mean, these are just giving me quotes. I don't want the quote thing.
Well, I mean, does it really matter who said it first?
I don't mind.
Wanderers of his light and life, purify yourself. Blessed be he is at it.
Find him within.
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the one.
No, for the 2 hours and 50 minutes that I was focusing on some of Jill's bullshit, I figured I'd had enough of it.
Oh, I had enough of Jill's bullshit a long time ago.
That's funny. Some of the stuff he was talking about is just, it's just interesting to sit there and listen to the person's, like, from a psychological, like almost from a psychological study, just listen to that guy formulate whole troughs of bullshit and just sit there and laugh at it. It's like,
yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it can be fun to sit there and beat yourself with a whip for like 3 hours. But do you really want to do that?
well,
Really?
on a slow Sunday, sure, when I got no place to be and I'm stuck indoors.
Well, the crazy thing is, for as annoying as Jill is, I would prefer to listen to one of Jill's streams, than praises.
Oh yes.
Oh no.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Praise, like at least Jill takes himself seriously. Like he thinks he's a serious Christian, that's doing the Lord's work. Praise is just a fucking troll.
Jill would
He's just a
disagree.
big kid.
He would say he's a serious Christian who's serious about Christianity.
Yeah, Jill has made statements that he's only Calvinist because it upsets atheists. So that's his only reason for being, Calvinist. That's a troll.
See, yeah, he's a troll too.
Okay, so we
Jill
got it back.
does not upset me. I go to sleep just fucking fine. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I don't think that Jill does try to be serious. He laughs and makes too many obvious blunders all the time, whereas Praise really believes himself to be erudite and educating everyone.
I do see what you're saying there, actually. But it's, I guess, and Jill will resort to ad homs and insults, but
Oh, Praise will too.
Praise has him coming thick and fast. Yeah, it's all he's got almost. So at least Jill tries to, I guess Praise does try and argue from the Bible.
Praise, Jill and Praise are both equally guilty of one major thing, and that is poisoning the well. Whenever they do a video, it's and especially when it's talked about a given topic, they always badmouth the person that's going to be making the claims before they get in on their claims. Almost always. If they are
I mean, you can attack me all you want to, but I'd rather you attack my argument. And that's the problem me and Serb had the other day. So. Go ahead. Never mind. I need to go get a beer. Y'all have at it.
What do you need? The hell?
Oh, he knows we're all friends with Serb. Serb is a troll, but he can be. But he's a friendly troll. I love Serb. If you get to know him and get past the, I think he's just cheeky. I don't think it's anything malicious and he gets seen as a shit stirrer, but it's more of a he just makes you justify what you're saying, which I like. Hold you to account.
Well, Sam, he tried to throw me into the theist box, and I wasn't having
that shit. Yeah, he did it to me too, but you can't take it seriously.
Yeah,
I'm like, righto. By your loose ass definition that I don't agree with, then yes, I'm a pantheist. But by my definition of God and stuff, no, I'm not a fucking anything.
Yeah, I said I don't know, and somehow that got under his skin, and so he had to try to get under my skin, and he did aggravate me. He did aggravate the shit out of me.
That's good for you, though.
Well, I kept saying I don't know, and well, what if there was a God? What if I could present you with evidence of a God? Well, present me with the evidence. No, I'm not going to present you with the evidence.
Well, you have to turn over so many stones till you figure it out.
I was about to throw rocks at him. I was seriously about to throw rocks at him.
That is not the way to go about it. Although that might be a little dramatic.
Well, yeah,
so I'm
it is.
guessing he didn't convince you of a God then.
No,
You never got to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted hard evidence, but his evidence is an argument.
But we're also
No, it wouldn't even
hard-headed.
get to evidence. It was the definition itself that they couldn't get past. And clearly, Clockwork is an ichtheist. So once they try
No,
to...
I'm not. I do not know. How many times do I have to say I do not know before it fucking sinks into your skull?
That is what an ichtheist is. So that's like saying, I'm not
No,
ice,
it's not.
I'm water. I'm frozen water.
Agnostic is someone who says I don't know, and ignorant is says someone you can't know.
Agnostic.
No, if you heard his argument, you'll hear what he said.
No, you backed me into a corner, and I said, okay, well, maybe trees and plants are gods because if we can't live without them, and they can't live without us.
I didn't back you into any corner. He was the one doing all that.
No, you did. Because I kept saying I don't know, and you kept saying
You were picking his argument apart.
No, I told you, just don't engage. I said you could quit answering at any
Well,
time.
fuck, I did. I did quit. I was like, I'm fucking done, and
I
left.
told him just accept your answer. You don't know, and that's it. But you kept engaging.
But you kept asking me, well, if I could give you an example of a god, would you accept it and be a theist?
What'd you say to that?
That's what you said. Go back and look at the stream.
Who, me? I think you're
I don't
confusing
know.
our
Is this
voices.
Hillary or is this
No, this
Sir?
is Hillary. This is Hillary.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Well, we were on your stream, so
Right. That's how I knew because I was there, like listening in, and every couple of times jumped in. Like, he says you don't know, just accept that as an answer.
If someone could present evidence, like if a god appeared to you, what would you do, Rex? Would you worship it, or would you tell it to go fuck itself, or?
well, it depends on what it
Would you
says.
say?
God,
Would you say which god are you? Yeah. Like, are you responsible for all this shit?
is this all your fault? If you're God, if this is all your fault, then fuck the hell off. Yeah.
I've always been the heavy.
You?
Me.
You've been the heavy.
Like in my childhood and in my marriage, and
She's the tough guy.
yeah.
Well,
I don't necessarily want to be the tough guy, but I am.
Well,
I would
sometimes you got to do what you got to do. You know.
I would just ask if we can get a discount on the rates to go to heaven. That's what I'd ask.
Only if you pay in gold.
Please.
Yeah. Discount. I figure that would probably go down quite well with somebody who's made a covenant with the Jews. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe
Say no
instead of
fucking more.
forever, maybe like there's a like cutoff.
It's a time with no end.
Like maybe there's a cutoff instead of infinite time. Maybe
It goes beyond
That's
that.
a good
It's
point.
like-
Is the ticket non-refundable?
The ticket is non-refundable. Yeah. You don't have to do anything.
No, in that case, no.
Just
Okay.
live.
or you could make it refundable, but per god, depending on which god it is.
Depending on which god, yeah.
Some
I mean,
conditions apply.
that is actually, Gio, that is the salient point. You know, it's which god is it? That would be which god are you? And then You know, what are the benefits? What are the fringe benefits?
Exactly. Now, if you had proof and there was actual, evidence of such thing, I would believe it, right? And there would be no question that it would be so. But would I worship it? Now, that's a whole nother thing entirely, right?
Well, you need to define worship.
Well, go to church and
That's not
pray,
worship.
and and do
Oh,
all
yes,
that.
it is. What's it called?
Not what
Do
you
all that.
think it is.
Oh,
all that
okay. What is it then,
Worship
please?
means like say you really love lobster, and all you can do is think about lobster when you start thinking about it. I'm not saying you think about it all the time.
Okay.
But lobster is kind of not equatable to God.
No, I'm trying.
No, it
to,
is.
I'm
Not a
trying to give
lobster
it a.
laughter.
It is. If you perform some sort of ritual action or hold it in some sort of esteem, that is worship.
Lobster God.
Yeah, you hold value in that lobster. Like that lobster means something to you.
Yeah.
Oh, she did say lobster. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, she did. She's
The
saying
lobster.
I'm just using a random.
Yeah, lobster is a type of archetype. If that's what you're saying.
I could worship lobster. Put some garlic butter and use the
lobster is a
hammer.
bottom feeder.
Yeah,
Oh,
crab.
right.
I can do the same thing.
I had a girlfriend like that.
Yeah.
I
guess you
nearly
could.
married her.
Husband like that.
I
Oh,
nearly
my.
married her. Yeah.
Glad you dodged that. Whew.
You're kidding me. Oh,
No, he
I've never
really
had such
he
a good
wasn't
time.
that bad.
Oh, that type of bottom feeder.
Well,
I got
yeah,
you.
he was messing around behind my back,
Oh,
making a baby with
ba-dum,
another fucking
tish.
woman without my knowledge,
She's the best fuck of my life.
and he hasn't mentioned it once to me. So he didn't even know about this baby. He just found out. This baby is
Oh, well.
26 years old.
Right.
And that fucker never told me that he messed around on me. He didn't even know he was a father. Tell me how fucked up that is.
That's fucked up. Yeah.
That is
Man.
fucked up.
Man.
But I'm the one that walked out on him.
Well, there you go then. Doing it to
I
each
know.
other, weren't you?
Everybody
Doing it
was
to each
mad
other.
at me because I destroyed their father. And then he came out with this bombshell, or I should say
A baby
his
shell.
girlfriend came out with this bombshell that they had a 26-year-old baby together. Or I mean a
Yeah.
26-year-old man together. You know
Not
what
a
I
baby.
mean.
Not a baby, but yes, we know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we all have choices in life, and the choices we make depends. Depends. We have to live with the choices we make, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how do you live with yourself and not tell your wife that you cheated?
Well, it comes down to what you.
I don't know. You're a woman. You tell me.
It comes down to some kind of morality that people want to present or have for themselves, right? And if my morality is such that I would go and sleep with as many women as I choose to stick my penis in,
Yeah.
I mean, then where are my morals at as a person? If I'm going to do that and not think there's going to be any consequences whatsoever from it. What kind of morality is that?
Well, you know what he's got to live with? He's got to live with the fact that he missed 26 years of that man's life.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's got to live with all of his kids wondering who the fuck is their father because he was fucking around on me behind my back. And they never imagined he could be that person, quote unquote.
But I think that's a little naive, though, I've got to say.
No, my kids really did think he was faithful to me. They knew he cheated on me because he admitted it to me. But he promised me that he was done with that.
Yeah, okay. Well, there we go then. He's got form, as we say in this country.
But he really wasn't. He made a baby after that.
Right. Well, he's got form. That's what form is. That's what form is. Form is doing something and then saying, I'm never going to do it again, but you do.
Oh, that's true.
Before he cheated, did he tell you he was going to cheat?
No. Well.
Okay, so Oh, he might have.
He did.
This
Why
is
would
the thing.
why would you
You
would
know
you go
that
out with
father
somebody
like
who told
son?
you?
That's my point. You know, he didn't tell her that he pretended like he wasn't going to cheat on her before. So now that he's going to say it again, he's just repeating the same lie. So.
Well, I mean, look, let's just be.
Yeah, but
again,
what about now?
Yeah, well, what about now? I'm just saying, look, this is human nature, isn't it? Both men and women. Right?
Sure.
Well, I can be real with him. He can be real with me. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean,
but he's not there yet. I get that. He still wants to kill my boyfriend, like literally.
Okay, well, he's an asshole. That's all I'm saying.
No, he's mad that I ended
Don't
it.
make
I just
excuses.
walked out.
If he's threatening someone's life, he's an asshole. I mean, that's how the
So you
facts
know how
are.
you flip a switch and you turn a light on in a room? Well, I did that with our marriage, but I flipped the switch off and I walked out. I didn't talk it over with him. I didn't do anything. I just told him that I cheated on him.
Yeah.
The day after I did it.
Right.
And then I just said I'm not willing to keep the marriage going.
Yeah.
And so he's still really angry.
Sure.
That it went that way.
I know. It's small dick energy. That's what that is. But I mean, look, this is human nature.
If I was in his shoes,
look,
Jody.
I don't know. I'm like, I don't know, 58, right? Yesterday or today in your language, but I'm 58. I honestly know now, looking back through my life, right, that there are certain girlfriends which were always going to cheat. That's just the fact of who they were, right? And I knew it at the time. I may have fucking tried to be blind to it.
So wait a minute, you were saying you're
But
naive.
I was naive, yeah, because it's human nature. Right? There's a certain amount of why are you with me? Oh yeah, is it the great sex?
Oh,
no.
so you're saying
Oh,
that I have
okay.
this expectation.
Yeah. Did he fulfill your needs? No. You're always going to fucking cheat then.
Yeah.
That's it. Did you fulfill his needs? No. He was always going to cheat then. It's going to happen sooner or later.
Yeah, I kind of knew what you just said, but
You're
I
not
didn't want to
fulfilling
say it out.
You're not fulfilling each other's needs. I mean, this is just life. This is how it goes. I mean, I feel sorry for young people that don't get this lesson, right? I really do. I mean, it's really fucking sad. You need to pick very, very, really carefully if you're going to want to have a completely monogamous relationship. It's a very rare thing. Very rare thing.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry. That's just the facts of life. You know what
Hey,
I mean?
you know, I've
I
been
don't think I've
chasing-
ever not cheated. In fact, but
well, because I want to be friends with him because
Okay.
we were really good friends.
well, there you're just nailing that fucking stake in more.
No, we
into
were
the
best
heart, aren't you?
friends.
Yeah,
We
but
were really
you
good
can't
friends.
tell a guy that thinks that it's a romantic relationship that you just want to be friends. Right? That's called the friend zone.
But we
Right.
were intimate for many, many years, like a
Sure.
decade.
Well, hopefully he's old enough to understand what that means.
I mean, we
Right.
were intimate, but more like on an emotional level.
Okay.
It wasn't like sexual at all.
Okay. Well, there you go then. You were always going to cheat.
Well, you know what? I've been chasing that dream my whole life, and it's never worked out for me. I've always been cheated on, and I've always tried to not. And I've never cheated on any of the people I was involved with romantically, and I was always cheated upon. And I tried and tried and tried, and it never worked. And Simos is right. It's just part of the way people are.
Well, so I told my husband when I left that there was a point when I didn't feel he needed me, so I didn't need him. And Gene, my boyfriend, needed me, therefore I needed him. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
Sure.
It's a mothering instinct. You know what I mean?
Mothering? Is
That's
that
what
that
that's
is?
called. That's called a mothering instinct. Yeah. He needs me, so I have to be there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an adult,
I mean, I could do more psychoanalysis if you want, but you know.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not nothing at all wrong.
Yeah, but I'm not getting what I need.
Yeah,
Well,
I know.
that's
I
the
get
problem.
that.
Is that where you were going to go with that?
Well, no, I mean, I get what that is, right? Because obviously you don't get what you need as a fulfilling human being from somebody who is your son, effectively, or who is a dependent. One of the big problems with relationships is codependency, right?
Oh, there's no doubt I've been that way.
Yeah.
You keep
Me
someone
too. Me
around
too.
because
I'm
they're
not saying I
comfortable.
haven't.
You know, a lot of people keep someone around because they're comfortable and they really can't stand them. That makes no sense, but it happens a lot.
Yeah, but is that the opposite attracts?
Maybe.
Is it opposites attract? No, I don't think that's the case in that
Like
particular
in
instance.
magnets. I'm talking about magnets.
Right.
Like you have a magnetism.
Yeah.
I have a magnetism.
Yeah.
There's the law of attraction. We can't deny that.
Right.
We are only being naive if we do.
Yeah, no, I think when you're opposites, the sex is pretty good, but you know the relationships aren't, and I think there's a problem both ways. Like
But
I said,
maybe-
like you know, the one woman that I would want to have had a longer relationship with, if not a lifelong relationship, I didn't because the sex was so good, and I didn't want to become that emotionally entangled, because then the sex wouldn't have been as good. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Well, if you're afraid of getting hurt, yeah.
It's not
But
that I was afraid
mean,
of getting
to me-
hurt. I just didn't want to lose the. I didn't want to lose the frisson
Now,
that
do you-
made it very exciting. You know.
Would you attribute to that to thinking at the time? Your thinking at the time, or is
Yeah,
that?
yeah, absolutely. I was
okay.
younger than her, and you know.
Because it was kind of like a drug. Like you're afraid you're not going to keep getting it.
I don't know. I mean, I just felt like.
So therefore, you make yourself, you fulfill your own prophecy because of fear.
Maybe.
You didn't mean it, but.
I mean, she wasn't intellectually stimulating enough, so I didn't think I would have a long time relationship in that way. But physically, she was amazing, you know. So, and it turns out actually that she would have been intellectually stimulating had I given her the chance. But you know, that's just my regret of ending things the way it did, you know.
But it is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah, yeah. You know, I mean, it's a classic situation of ending, I've got to say, because like in her trying to please me and trying to get me to commit, she introduced me to, like, you know, some of her friends. Right. So, and of course, as soon as I'd had a taste of like several different threesomes, then one is probably, you know what I mean. Okay, I've done that, and then you know, I had the chance. Like she said to me, you know, why don't we just go and move in with whatever her name was? And she's got a big house, you know, and I thought, well, that's quite tempting, but I'm not sure I could. I'm not sure that's me right now. You know, I've got other things I want to do.
Okay, this has gotten weird.
Not really. Not really.
It sure has.
Oh, is it? Okay. I found it quite normal. I mean, you know.
What's so weird about it?
She has.
Well,
I've been out with a lot of
for
girls.
me, I've just
no,
been
not a
with
lot.
one man. I'm one man woman, I suppose you say. All right, you guys are calling me a man, but I don't feel like I'm a man.
No, I don't think you're a man at all. But and I mean, I've been out with girls
There
which
goes
are
the state trooper.
which are bisexual, and they want to express the bisexual nature, and I don't have a problem with that, of course. So that's fair. You
Well,
know?
I'm not saying I haven't.
Bisexual.
How do I know that? I mean, you know, what can I say? I have female intuition.
Female intuition.
You have female intuition?
I've been with a
that?
lot
Don't
of
you?
been with a lot of women. You know, let's just say that.
Yeah, that's supposed to be one of my superpowers.
There you go.
Superpower.
That sounds strange.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Isn't that in conflict with your male intuition?
Not really, because I don't think there's such a thing. You know, it's just intuition.
What am I looking at?
What the hell is DT doing?
I don't know.
Oh, it's a pool. Some sort of a pool with water shooting out.
Oh, that's the hot tub.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, very nice.
Where is this?
That's DT in the hot tub.
It's on my deck.
Broke
Your
your neck.
decks, you DJ as well now.
Did you say you broke your neck?
No, I said the hot tub is on my deck.
Oh, it's on the deck.
Oh, okay. Well, make sure
Oh,
you
this
don't
on the deck.
spill any water into the mixing desk.
There's a joke there. I
There
know
is
it.
a joke there, yeah.
Yeah, hot tub just barely fits on my deck.
There's a guy. His name is Johnny. You know Johnny Hot Tub? Ever hear of Johnny Hot Tub?
No.
I just made it up. I don't know if it's an actual person.
I gotta go.
You need a bigger dick. A dick. Hillary's.
Yeah, let me Google Johnny Hot Tub.
Yeah, I said you obviously need a bigger dick.
Most people think it's
Oh,
really
yes.
good size.
Johnny Hot
That's
Tub.
that's what we call small deck energy.
Well, they said if it was any bigger, it wouldn't fit in the yard.
The neighbors always want to come over and get on the deck.
Yeah.
Hey, there you
eventually,
go.
I had to put a fence around mine eventually.
Peter, I'm not sure if fathering instinct's the same. A father wants to instruct people and then let them make it on their own. So that wouldn't lead to a codependent relationship the way that mothering might.
At least it's your neighbors that want to come around on yours. My family want to come around on my deck.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Well, anytime you want to come to the American South, let me know. I can help you out.
You had to go there, didn't you? Your family want to come round on your deck. There's a guy in Formula One who's a chief engineer of Aston Martin, whose name is Mike Crack. And I fucking love it because I have a segment occasionally I do in my show, which I call it Mike Crack Says.
There was a NASCAR driver named Dick Trickle.
Of course, yeah, I know the famous Dickie Trickle.
Yeah, I know Dick Trickle.
Ah.
I know Dick
Happy
Trickle
birthday
well.
song.
I'm going for Dick Trickle
Thank
now.
you very much, mate. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. 58 today.
Happy
I'm about
birthday.
a month older than you.
Wow.
I know, right?
Yeah.
There's a channel called Johnny Hot Tub.
I've heard of it actually. Now you say.
Actually,
What's
no,
that?
it's called Hot Tub Johnny.
Hot
and
Tub
he's got,
Johnny.
He's got 2 subscribers.
Does he wear
One of them
like
Simos.
Does he wear like a micro bikini in it? It goes on.
I do not.
Instagram.
I do not.
Not the same.
TikTok. No. Oh, okay.
Different. It's a YouTuber. Hot Tub Johnny.
Dude, he's back again. I'm gonna have to fucking time him out.
Who's that, Jill?
No, I don't know. Well, I don't know who it is. It's some twat.
Oh, blessed be he.
Blessed be. I think that is Jill.
Oh, he's on the other channel.
No, he's
The fuck? Why do
his
people
grass-
keep saying that?
his
I
grass
don't
roots.
drink, you fucking rude cunt.
He's not on your channel. I think he must be on Williams. If you're still streaming on Williams.
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Somebody chimed up.
Is Sammy drunk again?
Sammy's
Do I
drunk on
sound
life.
drunk?
You're drunk on life, right, Sammy?
Exactly.
There we are.
Oh, I mean, I say I don't drink. I'll have a drink, if I'm at a party or go out or something, but I don't. Like, I'm not a drinker,
Yep.
I'm not either any longer. I once was.
Nah, too old for that shit now.
Too old.
I love when I say that shit. I'm like one of the youngest in the room.
Yeah, I was
Or-
gonna
or
say.
I hear all the older fellas go, they either laugh or groan.
Absolutely. I'll tell you, Sammy, you got more spunk than the rest of us put together.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah,
Doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, it's true.
Squanderer of his life.
Yes, I'm a squanderer.
I'm a squanderer. I squander around and around and around and around.
I'm back.
Hello.
I like
Welcome
that
back.
song.
You're
I'm
back.
here.
Oh.
Good.
You know,
Have a
I'm
good
going to
night.
hear that song every time now he comes into a chat
Oh.
and starts.
I'm the squanderer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a squanderer.
I squander round and round and round and round and round.
I'm a
That's
bounder.
it.
I'm a bounder. I'm a squanderer. I'm a bounder.
You're a bounder.
Yes.
That's a camper. A camper is called a bounder.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I can be pretty camp.
Well, it's just a model.
Well,
You a happy
Well,
camper?
We have a
A
bounder in
camp model.
a bounder in the country. He's called a cad.
A cat is a bounder?
Yes, an absolute shah.
No, she's working her sister. Blessed be he.
Not a cat. A CAD. CAD.
I don't know what a cad is.
Computer
A
edited
bounder.
A bounder. Yes. Someone of
Irrepute.
irrepute. Thank you very much.
Irrepute.
A man of irrepute. Yes.
Okay.
I think they call them bad boys these days.
Bad boys.
What you gonna do?
Yeah, I married one of those.
And there you go.
What you gonna do?
And he also married one of me.
Yeah, exactly.
I was
Wow.
definitely.
It was
Shoot a
written.
tango.
Should have
Yes.
You should have just
It
gone
was
to
a
swing.
force to be reckoned with.
Should have just gone to swingers parties. You'd have both been happy.
I was going to set him free, but I didn't know how to have that conversation with him.
Okay.
That he was okay to do what he was going to do, and I'm okay to do what I'm going to do. It just didn't seem right in that current time frame.
Oh, bullshit.
No, it really wasn't.
No bullshit.
Well, because we have two disabled kids. They're 18 and 21. And
Okay.
I was the main, heavy for that.
Yeah.
Because it was too much for him.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So I left him to be a father.
I think you need to join and rejoin because you're breaking up.
All right, I can do that.
I'm looking around at Blessed Be He, and I don't see William here anywhere.
No.
Your metal is weak. You have forgotten where William is.
What? This William is on his own channel.
Yeah, William's on his different channel.
Yeah,
Don't
but he's
tell
not
Blessed Be
in the
He
chat
that.
lot channel though.
Work with me.
Yeah,
for
but
fuck's sakes.
I don't know. I can't work with you if I don't know what you fucking working as, you know.
Fair enough. I'm not even sure what I'm looking at half the time.
Plus,
William-
your
I can't see
your
William
metal is
online
weak.
though. Doesn't look like William's
No,
alive.
he's not. He is mirroring this
Where?
Yeah.
Not on his channel.
on his channel.
Doesn't look like it to me. Oh, maybe if it's down here somewhere.
Yeah, it's there somewhere. It's still alive. Oh, Jody went out the back.
Oh yeah, there it is. Got it.
Jody.
Yeah, Jody's rejoining.
Yeah. It's quite a
Almost
name,
had my
isn't it?
bird on camera there. Sorry.
Seems better.
Yeah. Kind of dark.
Okay. Well, we're all in the dark.
You want to hop on my deck, Jody?
On your deck? Trying to find my internal lights.
Oh, you got a message, Sammy.
It's in
Praise
where?
Praise I Am is private chat. Praise I Am is premiering now.
Yeah, but check out the title.
At 4:20.
Whoa.
Oh no, he didn't call you a fairy soy boy fluff coward. Oh my, what are you gonna do?
No.
Sammy,
My
you look all
life is over. Whatever shall I do?
Hey, Sammy, if you don't mind, well, you could tell me off air sometime. What part of Australia are you in?
I am 2 hours north of Sydney.
Right.
But you know, you're cracking up as well for me. I don't know if you're doing it for
Am
anybody
I?
else.
Okay.
Well, just for me, I don't know, but it could be my
That
end.
sounds fine to me.
Okay.
Don't crack up on my.
It's probably just me. Look, I'll rejoin. Hang on a sec, Sammy.
I'm gonna go and have a look at his stream here.
Well, if his light exposes everything, blessed be he, isn't he in the clouds as well?
Yo, everybody sounds like they're breaking up.
Breaking up is hard
Yeah,
to
people are still
do.
breaking up for me.
What the hell?
Doubting is just a little bit scratchy, but not breaking up for me. Everyone else sounds great to me.
Okay, well,
I
you
can
sound
hear
alright
you
to
just
me.
fine. Can you hear me?
I am
Yep,
on a
you
high
sound
quality
fine, Jody.
handheld device with an earbud.
Yeah, you're fucked. Do you know, speaking of decks, Thomas,
Yes,
your sister's been on my deck.
I heard. She was less than impressed. She said you need a remodel on your deck.
Well, I don't know, man. It's not the way it seemed, because, like, my deck got pretty wet.
Who wants to see?
So did hers.
You ready?
Yep.
How's he?
Give me a second, mate. Just need to put my chapstick on. But this is my normal voice. This is what I sound like every day. I don't know. I was born with it, but it comes in handy. Like whenever I've got if I go out with girlfriends and stuff, and they're like,
what?
You know, they've got a guy around them that they're not interested, and I can just like, yeah, you mate, yeah, it's nice to meet you. Yeah, it's my
That
missus.
looks
yeah,
and sounds just like you.
last night. Yeah. But, yeah,
Oh, I know.
Fucking
Are you serious?
Is that who they invest? I don't know. I think so. Anyway, yeah, it really comes in handy. Or if I go back to my hometown in Mackay, just like, yep. Anyway, kids, yep, fucking, she'll be right. So yeah, that's the voice.
He's a soy boy. He's a pathetic little fluff coward. He's fairy floss. What do you call it in America? Cotton candy or something? He's just fluffy sugar.
We call your
There's
sister
nothing
cotton
to him.
candy in America.
But it's fluffy sugar with arsenic in it. Oh, God, so mean and evil. Oh. He doesn't want to believe in the biblical God because he loves his sin. But you can't talk to him about it. He says, no, that's not what we're talking about. Well, it's the fundamental issue. The fundamental issue for why you reject God is that you hate him and his standard.
Oh, fucking straw man again. Okay.
Oh, brother.
Wow. That was
Who was
possibly the most pathetic attempt at a burn I've ever seen.
Yeah, a great display.
Praise. If that's all you've got, my friend, then
Shame,
this
isn't
is going to be fun.
Yeah, just
Because me and Will haven't even got started.
that's the problem with you atheists. You just hate God.
Yeah, we want to sin, whatever the fuck sin is.
We love our sin.
Oh yeah.
Fucking love it.
Yeah. Especially the anal type.
Yes, that's my favorite type of sin.
There is no sin like anal sin.
Anything but stuff.
Well, you know,
that reminds me.
Crack a joke.
Yes. Speaking of crack a joke.
Yeah, Mike Crack says.
if you worried about sin, you'd be worrying for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Therefore, fuck me in the ass, cause I love Jesus. The good Lord would want it that way. Give me that sweet sensation of a throbbing rationalization. It's just between you and me. Cause everyone knows it's the sex that God can't see. Oh, fuck me in the ass, cause I love Jesus. The good Lord would want it that way.
Can't see
Give me
it.
that sweet sensation of a rock hard rationalization.
Wait,
Yeah. Okay.
I can't.
I've got a question for Sammy.
Hey, I can't see that.
Got a question for Sammy.
Yeah.
Blonde or brunette?
Yes.
Probably.
I know you too well.
Either.
Yeah,
equal
I knew.
opportunity.
I'm
Either or
going
both.
blonde. I know you're going brunette. Don't lie to me.
Yeah. All right, you can have the blonde. See, I'd be the best wingman.
Yeah, it's true.
Be like, which one don't you want? I'll have that one.
Hey, that makes it real simple, right?
Yeah, no, just Sammy loves the crazy. And clearly
I
the brunette was
do.
the crazy one. And not that
Yeah,
I
but
haven't had
not-
my fair share
not
of
all
crazy.
the- Crazy's okay every once in a while, but not like
Exactly. Small doses.
okay. Gotta space it out.
It's okay for weekends. Is that what you say?
Well,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unless you're in bed, then crazy.
You wouldn't want to wake up to it. That's the only problem.
And
You're
that's when
keeping my
crazy
boyfriend
counts.
awake, though.
Exactly, Sammy. Exactly.
Yeah, right. We just want to sin. That's all we want to do.
Well, the crazy chicks aren't afraid to just let go, and they know what they like, and they usually know what you like.
Yeah, but how many God's sins are you worrying about? Or you're just worrying about one God's sin? The sin
Yeah,
against one
well-
particular God.
Oh,
What
one at a
about the
time.
sins about all those other gods? What about those sins? Are
Yeah.
you worrying about those? Or are you just worrying about the one God's sin?
Well, I don't want to crush him. He's like at the end of his life.
Yes.
Oh, your boyfriend.
Well,
I think he is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I
I
know.
feel like he might be okay if I can get him out of his recliner.
Well, that's
what about-
that's what
God.
prolongs life.
It's
Yeah.
I'm momming him, and he knows it. I know
Yeah.
it. He knows it.
That's fuck all you can do when you're in that condition. I mean, if you
Well,
can't afford if you can't afford a lung transplant, there's nothing you can do. I mean, what you can do, of course, is get up, use oxygen, and keep moving. That's really what you got to do.
So he thinks that sex is going to heal him.
Well, it'll prolong his life a little bit for sure, because he gets his heart going and he gets his lungs working.
But it's also hurting him.
Well, no, what it really is, in all seriousness, Jody, is it's about the legs, right? When the legs give way, then the heart gives way. So the actual thing you need to do is get him to exercise on his legs.
Yeah, that's like leading a horse to water that doesn't
Well,
want to go.
just that's then it's a one-way journey, isn't it? That's what I'm saying.
That even makes sense. You cannot lead a horse to water unless they want a drink.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fair enough.
I
but-
can't make him get out of that recliner
Yeah, you can.
unless
Yeah, you can.
to get
You sit on the other side of the room. Sit on the other side of the room or house.
Yeah.
Naked. And say, "I'm ready.
Legs akimbo.
Here I am." Yep.
Come and get it.
I've already tried that.
Okay. Well, there you go then. So.
Well.
And it ended with him having swollen hands.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. That's because he's been in the chair too long.
Arthritis.
I mean, does he use oxygen or not?
He does.
Right. Okay. So that's it. So you just need to small steps, as it were. And there's like, if he just like gets up, sits down, gets up, sits down.
All
for a
that
minute.
noise.
Just saying. That's all. I go for physiotherapy once a week, and I literally do an hour worth of exercise on oxygen.
See, I wanted him to do that.
It keeps me going. I can,
What is
keeps
all
me
that
going.
noise?
I don't know. Somebody else.
I think it's
DT.
It's circling back on him.
There you go. Dang, Thomas. Okay.
What's happening?
You're making a lot of noise.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anytime
Stop
someone else speaks,
stop
it goes
masturbating
15
on your deck.
The hell are you doing down there?
Yeah. Anyway, that's what I do, and it keeps my condition constant rather than just diving.
What was that about diving?
Well, if I don't do that, then my condition.
Well, I've tried to reason with him.
Well, you can't reason with somebody that wants to die.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I was his last hurrah.
There you go. Well, you made it a good one, I dare say.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's cool.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
To blessed
Having
be
a-
he. No, I don't always think about anal sex. I think
he's
about vaginal sex at times.
He's a lucky man.
Who's that?
Blessed.
I was just responding to blessed be he. Live chat.
I'm having a debate on mathematics or maths, I think you call it. And I'm thinking about sitting out on my deck to do it. I'm going to have a maths debate on my deck.
Maths debate, yeah, good. I mean, I'm into math. I don't mind if you want to. I can help you with a math debate if you want.
You can help him masturbate. All right.
Yeah.
I like to masturbate.
Maybe we should have a stream and have like a big maths debate all together.
Yeah.
I don't know what
a
that
communal maths debate. Is that what
Will
you're
you
saying?
join us? Will you join us to masturbate, JD?
I would. I have no clue what I gotta do.
You're making a lot of noise, Daphne.
That's the spirit, saying yes before you know what you're in for.
That's how you know. That's how you know.
So you know she's a keeper.
This isn't gonna end with the state troopers getting called, right?
The state troopers.
I'm serious. I can't handle another one of those.
Never call men with guns.
Yeah. Well, it depends if they know how to use them, Gio. Then the bigger the
It's
better.
what?
Gio said never call a man with a gun, and I'm saying if he knows how to use it, the bigger the better.
Yeah, I
It's not.
feel
It's
like
not
I
about the size. It's how he uses it.
That's a different question.
Said every small penis man ever.
What does this involve? Give me the rundown.
Okay. This involves like probably what's the word I should use here? Oh, this involves probably getting arrested. In which
What?
case, yeah, that's right. So you need to spread your cheeks and put your hands on your buttocks.
Okay.
Oh.
I think I remember this.
Nope.
Oh, Jenny, you are too good. You're so funny.
You remember that?
You remember? I think I remember this.
If I make it through my operation, then I'll put you down to someone to visit when I come to America.
Oh, I need another beer.
What do I know about death? What does anyone know about death? Well, I know that when you die, you usually stay dead, right?
Usually.
That's the best thing, from what I've heard. Causes problems if you don't.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I'll let you know. Yeah, it's no problem.
All right.
When I go under the operating knife, if I see the other side, I'll come back and tell you guys and go, okay, yeah, never guess what.
Oh.
Yeah.
Send me an email, Silas.
Yeah, no problem. 72 virgins, yeah. Let's have some fun.
I hope you're not showing your kids that video. What, the one that Praise made? Why the fuck would I show my kids anything Praise made? Fuck, you say some dumb shit. What's this one? Wow, is that all you think about? Anal sex? You people are sick. Bye. Poor kids. What kids? Why are you hung up about kids? Dude, she's more Christian than you'll ever be.
Well,
Blessed.
I was going to say, blessed, I don't think thinking is your strong point, so I wouldn't be doing that too much.
Didn't Houdini? Didn't Houdini promise his wife that if he could give her a sign of the afterlife, that he would do it?
Yeah, that's right.
And he
That is
never
correct,
did it.
Yeah. He never did it.
Damn.
Yeah.
What if he got to heaven and there were 72 virgins waiting and he was like, fuck that old bitch?
although weirdly, she died slipping on some water in a bathroom.
What?
Houdini died. How did Houdini die?
Houdini died?
From a punch.
Peace be with you, space
Wasn't from a
Jesus.
punch, was it?
It was a punch.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Who punched him? And what for?
Some guy he used to go around letting people punch him, and some guy just walked up to him and punched him without any warning,
Yeah, I wasn't ready.
and it killed him.
Do you know whereabouts he punched him?
Yeah.
It's like in the stomach or head or?
In the abdomen.
Yeah.
If your muscles aren't tensed up, it can damage your organs.
Abdomen.
Oh, appendicitis. He died from appendicitis after getting punched. You're right.
Yeah. But he held strong. The guy punched him.
Sorry,
and
it was
the
a
guy-
peritonitis.
he died from it regardless. But the guy punched him and he didn't even fucking flinch. But it hurt him. But he wasn't even ready. That was the thing, and it hurt him bad. That was the accounts that I read.
Yeah. Okay.
Also in the movie that I saw.
And did the guy go to prison?
Oh, you saw there was a movie on that? I didn't know.
Yeah, there was a movie by the same name. Yeah. No, at least in the movie account, the man doesn't go to jail because it was an open invitation to the public.
Although
anybody
in the movie,
could come and punch him.
In the movie, he should have done because that acting was terrible.
Should have gone to jail just for being a bad actor. Speaking of bad actors, is Heretic still here?
No. Didn't you notice how quiet it was, Richard?
Oh, okay, my mistake. I just want to do the play on words carryover from bad actor to bad actor, like a disingenuous
Yeah,
argument.
it was well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know.
He's arguing for and against.
That was my joke. Yeah.
Yeah, I've always done that.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I
I
always accuse him. I mean, I have done for years. I accuse him of being a contrarian, and he goes, "No, I'm not." And then he says something, and I go, "Well, there you go again."
No, I'm not.
Yeah, because I like to see both. I like to see both perspectives.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
don't know, Simon. I think that's unnecessarily combative.
Unnecessarily.
And your response, sir, is?
No, it's not.
Yeah, but it's fun.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Um,
I won't even play it.
I mean, I love making jokes where people don't know that they are giving the punchline. You
Right.
know, that's my favorite kind of joke.
But it's not so funny that it was just today in this stream that I ended up calling him a contrarian.
Yeah, I heard that, and I was like,
You
"Ooh,"
heard?
because he is. I mean, he really
He is.
like going way back. You know,
So how do you guys do that?
do what?
Call out a contrarian.
Well,
Just say it to his face.
You just notice that they're doing it. I mean,
Unfortunately,
I mean, like when he first started
can't do
talking
that
about
stuff
Ukraine.
unless I'm
When he first
unless
started
I'm
talking about
angry.
Ukraine, it was the
You have to
Ukrainians
be
that the bad.
angry.
Yes.
When he first started talking
Otherwise,
about
it
the
stinks.
Ukraine war, he said that the Russians were in the right.
Now what's he say?
Now he says that the Ukrainians are in the right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He flipped.
Yeah, he flipped.
Because I remember the Russian. I remember when he was pro-Russia. I didn't know he was now.
Yeah, no, he's pro
Right.
Ukraine now. Russia, the bad people.
I'll
I
take
had to
contrarian.
carefully explain to him that it was the Russians that invaded the sovereign territory of another nation. Hence, definitionally, they're in the wrong.
Yeah.
And then they went, "Oh, okay, well," and then found a load of reasons why the Russians
I need
were
to
wrong.
put this gum down. Hi, Pixie.
Hey.
Oh,
But isn't it now that the Ukrainians are bad because they lured the Russians into attacking by treating the ethnic Russians in southeast Ukraine poorly?
You could look at it that way, or you could say that the Russians shouldn't invade a sovereign territory.
No, I'm going off of what he's written. I think
Well,
that's
I don't know.
what he's written.
Oh, I don't know. Really don't know. I mean, I do think that that is the case, right? That there are a load of, like, you know, National Socialists in Ukraine. I mean, that's fairly clear. But then, you know, that doesn't mean that you should invade someone's territory.
Right.
You know, and like the whole thing is so, it goes back, you know, like a long way.
what is that
But I
noise?
wasn't muted. Sorry. And you know, if there was any fucking truth whatsoever to that they were going into get the Nazis, they wouldn't be indiscriminately bombing fucking children and hospitals and whatnot.
Are you trying to trigger me?
Going in
Possibly.
to get the Nazis, going in to get the Nazis was excuse number 2, right? And that's because
Yeah.
excuse number 1 failed, because before they invaded, they said that they were going to go in because Ukraine wanted to join NATO. And so Ukraine said, no, never mind, we won't do that. Then they invaded, then they blamed it on Nazis. So
I think it goes a lot further back than just Ukraine trying to join NATO.
oh, it goes way further back, way further
And
back.
it is a fact that there are National Socialists in the Ukraine, and it is a fact that they've been discriminately picking on the Russian contingent in the east of Ukraine. But like I said, I don't know, I said this a long time ago, Russia has a habit of doing this when part of their population is in another country.
Well, even when it's not, right? I mean, I think it's easy to try to give Russia points if you look at it as an isolated incident. But if you look at it with their other military escapades, I guess you'd say, in other countries, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to thank all of you for adding to my experience, and I want to assure you that it actually means quite a lot to me. And Sammy, thanks for letting me on your show.
Peace and respect.
Pleasure, Richard. Love you, brother.
Love you too, guys.
Good night, Space Jesus.
Love
Good
you.
night, Space Jesus.
Good night.
Later, Jay.
Love you,
peace
Downey.
and respect.
Good night.
Later days.
I think he wants the USSR back together, and always has.
Of course. He's made public statements about that.
Yeah.
Who's that?
And who his favorite philosopher is, who thinks that the biggest tragedy of the 20th century, please keep in mind all other tragedies that have happened in this century, but the biggest tragedy that happened in the 20th century was, quote unquote, the dismantling of the USSR. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously that's he's going to think that, isn't it? I mean, just saying, that's the Russian Republic.
Tear down that wall.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think one of the things that often gets overlooked is the price that Russia has paid for being a neighbour to Europe. So I think that's something which is the reason why USSR was keen to hang on to the grounds, because it defeated National Socialism, which tried to destroy communism. So, I mean, they had more, you know, Russia had more deaths than any other country in the Second World War.
So you're saying that communism shouldn't be destroyed?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying that one of the goals of National Socialism in Germany and Poland and Czechoslovakia and several other places, including UK and France, was to destroy communism. Yeah.
I don't think that's bad. I just think that anytime, okay, like being under something that functions as a corporate oligarchy, i.e. my country, is bad enough, right? But anytime you put a country under a dictatorship, I don't care if you're calling it communism, I don't care if you're calling it socialism, I don't care if you're calling it fascism. Anytime you put a country under a dictator, like, you automatically drop in my book. You're like, no dictators. These are not good things.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. It's much more nuanced, I think, and yeah, I would tend to agree. You know, but going back to the 1800s, the problem of the Crimea, for instance, has been going on for like nearly 150 plus for 200 years.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to get sorted out in this generation either.
Well, my favorite speaker in the UN was actually, where is he from? He's from an African country. And he was like, you know, I understand the arguments of nationality because we were also invaded by someone else who came and drew artificial lines that have divided us from our brothers and people of our tribe. And he's like, but that being said, you know, we are still free to travel to see these people. And I don't think that, and he's like, in these artificial lines, we've agreed should be protected, that we should stop moving them, right?
Do you mean Boutros Ghali, or do you mean Khufu?
I don't know.
Okay.
But he was a great speaker. He was just like, but we have to respect the sovereignty, basically.
Are
Like,
we
these are where the
speaking
lines
about
are now.
Mandela?
Leave it alone. No.
What are we talking about?
I assume you mean
I'll
the
look him up.
president of
Hold
the
on.
UN, do you?
Pop me.
Kofi Annan or Boutros Ghali are the two that come to my mind. I think Kofi Annan is the African guy, and he was he was a hell of a diplomat, very smart man. It's a shame in some respects that America doesn't put its weight behind the UN. You know, that's always been a problem, and it allows the Israeli problem to carry on. Right?
I want to say
It allows Palestine to exist for that reason, and the war to carry on. I mean, that could have easily been sorted out by now.
Yeah.
You know.
I want to say he was Kenyan. He was Kenyan. I want to say that.
Kofi Annan, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
Or Kofi Annan. Don't know how you spell it, though. UN former Secretary General. Thank you, John. John Stee, yeah. Oh, Ghali. Yeah, it's Boutros Ghali, yeah. Maybe. It's one of the two. I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What was that? You get over the shit and wonder why you made him act that way. Russia finishes. Well, Bao in China is next.
For Jody about half an hour ago.
What was that?
Oh, I see, Tafreak. You're kind of making an American argument. Okay, that's fine. As I said, it's just a shame that you couldn't get behind the UN at the right times. You wanted to put America above the world. It's a shame.
Somebody has to be on top.
There's a lot of
Yeah,
things.
America would have been on top anyway, but it's a matter of international diplomacy.
Until they're
not. There's a lot of American-centric arguments, right? Like, it's a habit in this country, and sometimes it doesn't even make sense, right? Like,
Sure, that's what I'm saying.
Despite the fact that the whole globe had COVID problems, apparently
I'll be right back.
This was some hoax from the Democrats, right? Despite the whole world having issues with it, this was some hoax from the Democrats. Or, you know, like, but they do this with all kinds of issues. They just make it like an America thing.
Yeah, it's a shame. That's what I'm saying.
It is a shame. It is, and it's also the weirdest thing ever.
330 million people thinking that they can hold the world to hostage.
Hey, I'm American. Don't put me in that box.
Well, just saying. I mean, I'm British, so I'm no better, you know. You know. And it's a hard thing to do. That's the reason. It's a hard thing to do. And if America had been on the side of world peace, then they could have used their influence in much better ways to try and deal with Putin a lot earlier. You know, to try and deal with Georgia crisis and, as you say, the Palestinian crisis, Libyan crisis. I mean, all of these things could have been dealt with. You know, Saudi wouldn't be such a power that it is today. There's just many things.
we tiptoe when it comes to Saudi Arabia. Well, I guess at least one regime within Saudi Arabia, but I think that has to do with the petrodollar, doesn't it?
It did. Yeah.
Yeah, it has to do with the petrodollar agreement.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's a shame.
Yeah, indeed.
You know, could have removed the monarchy and dealt with a republic.
Well, I never said we were less than short-sighted.
Well, again, same thing, right?
Yeah.
Same thing here. We had British Petroleum in Nigeria, for instance. But when we complain about people like Putin, it just, that's what makes me laugh, because that could have been dealt with.
Indeed. But here we are. Unfortunately, I couldn't have done anything about it then, and I have an opinion on the asshole, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Again, as I say, I'm not trying to lay the blame at on the individual, and I would lay the blame at my government just as much.
Oh, my government has definitely stirred up unnecessary bullshit on a global scale.
Yeah, well, more than most, obviously, because
Yeah,
of the
indeed.
because of the wealth that the country has. Like you got to keep trading, and you need people to trade with. So you make dirty deals. That's how the British Empire worked.
Such a sad thing. People are a mess.
Yeah, well, people are greedy, especially those that are powerful. You don't get into positions of power without being greedy.
And if you do, you don't go very far.
Well, there's a few that do, like like you're saying, Kofi Annan, for instance.
Yeah.
He wasn't a greedy man.
True.
And he got into a position of great power. He just didn't last.
Right.
Because he wasn't taking backhanders,
I guess it's well, and that's kind of how it is here, right? Like you can maybe make it to Congress, but you're going to be stuck there because if you're not making the dirty deals, you're not getting the funds it takes to run for presidency or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. No. That's why your system of democracy is more evil than quite a few others, even though the others are evil.
It didn't start out that way, and it actually got there in a very convoluted manner, right? Like I think they wanted to hold businesses liable for damages and things that they were causing, and they decided that in order to hold them liable legally, they had to be considered a legal individual. Well, then there was this whole mess about these lobbyists arguing that if they were legally individuals, then they should be able to spend funds politically as their voice. And for some reason, we not only allowed this, we increased, like we made their caps higher than the cap of the average individual donor. And we allowed them to donate to super PACs that don't have to be traced. And then those super PACs will donate the funds to the candidates they want, right?
Yeah.
So we basically like handed it over in a weird way. Like it wasn't always that way.
No, I mean, and that isn't even the least of the problems, to be honest.
No, well.
I mean, the biggest problem for me is like what over there you call Reaganomics. So
you don't like Reagan?
I don't mind Reagan. I just hate his economic advisors, which just fucked up the world. I mean,
well, trickle down. Reagan pretty much invented trickle down economics, right?
No, I don't think so. But yeah, okay.
Well, not invented it, but isn't that what his proposal pretty much was? It's the tax. They justified big tax cuts for corporations and the wealthy based on the idea that these corporations and these wealthy people would use it to expand and employ more people, therefore helping the economy, even though we've proven over and over and over again that this bullshit never works.
Okay. No, I don't think it's that. I think it's the allowing the reserve to allow commercial banks to make money or to create money, I should say. That's the real sin.
Oh yeah, that's another one. That's yeah.
And I think
okay, well that goes back to Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah.
Well, it's not about creating money through the reserve, which is fine. It's allowing the banks not to tether their reserves to assets.
Yeah, that was the point. Fiat currency and 8-to-1 loans.
Yeah. Well, there's no limit for banks in Reagan's time, right? They can make as much credit. They can give as much credit. They don't have to have a reserve of money at
Are
all.
you sure they didn't have to have 1/8 of the? My understanding was for every dollar that they had on deposit, they could loan it out 8 times.
No, that's what changed. That's the central part of Reagan economics. Is the banks no longer have to keep reserves.
Interesting.
I mean, they're allowed. You know, they will, according to Reagan, because they don't want to go bankrupt, right? And so if there's a run on the bank, right? But we know what happened in 2008 when there was a run on the banks. Eventually, they just got bailed out because they didn't have the reserves. They didn't have anything like the reserves needed to pay off their debts.
You missed the entire point. It is a problem. It is a problem because it means our politicians are bought and not by the people. That they're not representing you ever if they're bought. It is a very, very big problem. And the problem isn't that they're quote unquote well funded. It's that it shouldn't take that much money to run in the first fucking place. But
yeah.
Okay then.
That's all an issue too. Granted, absolutely. I mean,
I'd rather have
that isn't even it. Going back, like you said, to Woodrow Wilson, it's defunding of unions, right, and taking away workers' rights. That again is the issue with trickle down economics, if you like, right? Because unions ensure that there is at least a decent trickle, right, or a decent amount of funds coming down from taxation and the rich. But once that was taken away, then literally trickle down is just not even a trickle anymore. So, and that happened during the 80s and 90s, where workers' rights were revoked to such a degree that keeping a full-time job was almost impossible.
Night.
Night,
Geo.
So
See you
you get this like change from having like everybody in full-time working whatever it was 38 hours or 40 hours a week to full-time jobs going to 45 48 hours a week, plus most or at least half of the economy being part-time employees, so people would have 2 part-time jobs. What happens? Well, part-time jobs don't have the same rights as full-time jobs, so it's cheaper to employ 2 people to do 1 job.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to give them the same benefits. You don't have to give them healthcare. You don't have to give them all of the extra benefits you can get from having a full-time job.
Correct.
That just saves the employer money. Then they are literally making more money just by taking away workers' rights.
So my father was always self-employed, and my husband was self-employed, and I've always been self-employed. And you don't get benefits. There are no benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are, but in an indirect way. Except you always have the IRS on your ass.
Yeah. Indeed. You have to pay for them yourself.
Yeah. So my husband had a corporation.
Although you can tax deduct some of them, I guess.
Yeah, my husband had a corporation to protect his own personal assets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he ended up owing $40,000 because he didn't pay his taxes. He didn't even see why it was important. I guess I didn't either. I mean, I was to blame too. That's another whole story. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, what ended up happening in this country as such is a lot of companies decided that they just wouldn't make money, so they wouldn't have to pay tax.
Well, okay, so in order to do business in New York State, you have to carry workman's comp. So we were paying $30,000 just for workman's comp. That was without labor. That was without.
Sorry, for what?
My husband getting an income.
Workman's compensation. That if someone gets hurt, even if you're the owner.
Insurance. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
If you're the owner.
All right.
Yeah.
Of course,
The
you got to
owner
pay
isn't
insurance.
covered.
Yeah.
The owner is not covered.
Yeah, you got to pay insurance. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to pay. So they
But
base it on your previous year.
again, if you don't declare a profit, then you don't have to pay tax on your profits, right? So what you do is you say, I'm just going to buy assets, and then those are tax deductible. Wages are tax deductible.
Not with New York
right?
State Comp. They don't let you do that.
No, he's describing something
New York
else.
State Comp is like God. You don't get to work unless you pick up workman's comp.
Sure, but the money you spend on that as a business, is that tax deductible or not? Is that a business expense?
It is, unless
It
the
is.
housing
Okay.
industry
Okay.
is not going strong. If the
So that's what happens.
housing industry
Sure.
is not strong, then you basically go out of business. And that's what my husband did.
Sure.
On and off for the last 35 years.
So that's kind of what happens in this country.
And I grew up around that. My father did the same thing.
Is people just make the profit zero so they don't have to pay tax on it. I mean, there's a certain amount of profit you can make.
So there's an ebb and a flow. So when the housing industry is up, you're making all kinds of money. But when it
but what you can do, what you can do is then invest that money into the business, right, and increase the payment to yourself and your employees, right, and there you go. That just wipes out the profit.
No, but listen, my husband and my father did the same thing. They wouldn't let their employees go without a full-time wage. So in order to keep that workforce going, when there was the ebb and the flow, you know, there's no balance, is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
It's feast or famine. It's one or the other.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's New York State. I don't think
I'm talking about accounting. I'm only talking about accounting and having to pay corporation tax.
I'm saying
okay?
it's
Listen. I'm only talking about paying taxes to the government by a business.
I am too.
Okay, good. Right. So you can declare what your investment in the business is, and you have a certain amount you can invest in the business towards assets which don't count as taxable.
I know that.
Right. Okay. So if you make that big enough, that can swallow your profits.
I know that.
Okay. So then on the years where you don't make as much money, okay, that's fine because you have all of these assets which you can liquidate.
There isn't all these assets.
There is if you've invested in them with previous year's profits.
Not when you're having a big family in this day and age.
Well, okay, if the business isn't very profitable, fair enough. But I'm talking about businesses that are profitable enough that have overheads.
Like you're running a business and it kind of becomes burnout because you're always trying to pay Peter, you know, you're always paying.
Sure.
You're catching up is what you're doing because the income isn't there when the bills are there because of the housing industry fluctuating up and down.
Sure. Yeah.
Being self-employed, you don't have like a steady stream. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. That business is tough and etc.
New York State.
I'm just saying this is what we did back in the 80s when this first started happening.
Kodak
is we just gave people rises,
Are you
right?
listening?
And then I'm not listening, no, because I've heard what you said.
IBM moved out. Xerox moved out.
Yeah, that's because they were liquidating their assets.
Because New York State taxes are fucking astronomical.
Right. So can you get rebates on your taxes if you're a business?
All right. So I don't live there anymore, but we lived in the lowest paying
As a business, did you get tax rebates?
No.
Okay, well there we go then.
I thought you were talking county tax.
No, I'm
Because
talking
we
about
owned our own
businesses declaring for tax rebates. And if you have a particular amount of investment you have to do into your business in this country, you don't pay corporation tax on that money.
We have business write-offs, yes.
If you're a corporation?
Yes, if you're a corporation, you have business write-offs. Your business expenses are not, there's something tax exempt.
Normally, it's like fixed investment or fixed assets investments. Normally, it's things like wages. Normally, it's
Well, it depends on the trade. So my
yeah,
husband
can do. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying it's not what I was particularly talking about, and the way businesses, self-employed people,
So
got
that's why
round.
Trump was so popular, is because he was going to get rid of not necessarily just New York State, but all the states. They were going to get the regulations removed.
Right.
Well, he pretended he was gonna. And then when he started removing regulations, he started removing environmental ones.
So it does take time to undo like years of shit.
Right.
It doesn't happen in 4 years. Especially when the election is rigged.
Yeah, again, that's not what I'm talking about. But yeah, okay. I mean, that's fine. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I think Trump was pretty laughable and didn't do anything he said he was going to do, and did a bunch of shit. He was a whole mess, and I don't like the guy at all.
I think
but that's my opinion.
I think we as a nation got what we wanted.
I sure as hell did not. Unless you mean Trump out of office. Yep, I got what I wanted. Trump out of office.
There you go.
Fuck yeah.
I'm saying, 6 years ago when he was running, we wanted somebody like Trump.
Well, I did not. No, there's no we there.
I'm saying like the majority.
No, he did not win the popular vote. He won the Electoral College, and good for him, whatever, he was president, but he didn't win the popular vote. So even if you're going with the majority, it was not a we. Still not a we.
Didn't he win by 81 million votes?
No, he won the Electoral College. He did not win the popular vote. Hillary did. Sorry, still not a we.
Yeah, but it only counts if it's electoral.
I think he lost the popular vote by about 8 million.
He did.
Votes.
He lost the popular vote.
It was very close.
Yeah,
it was
but
very
popular
close.
vote doesn't count.
No, it doesn't. But you said majority, and I said no. It's not the majority. It's still not a we.
But majority of electoral, not of populist.
Yes. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah. That's fair enough. I mean, he won. He got elected. He was in office. He is an ex-president. Let's not rewrite history on this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
the whole thing's a shit show anyway, right?
All of it.
Indeed, he was.
It's all a shit.
Well, not that our new one's much better.
No, not at all.
I wouldn't say.
Or your next one, to be honest. But there we go.
Well, no, true. I can't. I think every year I'm just more and more disappointed by my choices, and I don't know how to stop that. Unless we all just start writing independence in and stop voting for either of the fucking parties.
I agree.
Who knows? I got disillusioned with it a long time ago. And I just started spoiling my vote every time, and then they stopped counting the spoiled votes. So
you're just basically going through motions.
Well, when it was all right for a while, because as the spoiled votes got bigger and bigger, it became obvious that the government was getting elected by smaller and smaller votes.
You know what I found disheartening? What I find really disheartening is watching the primaries, because it's like the ones that have half a chance at being somewhat decent are always knocked out early. And then at the end of the primaries, it's like some assholes is just like, yep, we're going to take the worst one each side has to offer, and now you get to pick. And
Yeah, I mean,
I'm like, what the fuck is
same
this?
thing in Germany.
know.
You get so many parties or so many groups that need to compromise, that you get this, like, you know, this kind of, I don't know, mishmash of different ideas trying to be put into one person who can't possibly hold them
Yeah.
all, you know. So
Because
it's a bit
really,
silly.
the one
Anyway,
in
I'm out
power.
of here as well. So thank you very much, Jodie. Been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Pixie. Thank you,
Later,
Hillary.
Dave.
Good night, Thomas.
Yeah, take
Enjoy
care,
your
buddy.
night.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah.
Sammy's still here. I haven't heard him speak in a while. I didn't think he was here. I was wondering if he let me in or Hillary's let me in because they've both been silent.
I'm at the office.
Ah, that makes sense. Did you get any sleep?
Yeah, sure did.
Good. You
What does
lied to me,
sleep
didn't
mean?
you?
Sleep.
You only get to sleep
Sleep's
when
for the
you're dead.
tired.
That
no?
means you lied to me.
Are we dead?
You lied?
I think I'm alive. I'm watching traffic go down the road.
I didn't
Oh
lie.
no, I was picking on Sammy. I said, "Does that mean you lied to me?"
Oh.
Because he
No,
said
I
sleep
slept.
is.
Sammy
He said
doesn't
I
lie.
slept, and then he laughed, and then he said sleep is for the tired, and I said, "Does that
Oh,
mean you lied to me?"
no. I missed a huge chunk of the stream.
I did too. I left. I went to go visit some family. Went and saw my mom and my uncle. Gonna see my godbrother, but he wasn't there. Well, I mean, he's going there, but he didn't get there before I left, so whatever.
Was it good?
Yeah. I feel kind of bad because, like, when I worked in the office, my work was halfway between my mom's place and my place because we live like, I live on one side of town and she lives outside of town but completely in the other direction. And so, but I used to go over there every single day at lunch and right after work before I'd go home, just to visit with everyone. And now I'm working from home and I've been working like these ridiculous hours and I feel like I never go out there and it made me feel bad. So, yeah. Well, and for other reasons, but I'll talk about that another time.
Wow. Oh my lord.
What time is it for you guys?
It's only 9.
For me, it's 8. It's 8. It's 8:19 here.
Where are you at? Texas? No.
Mhm.
Oh, you are in Texas.
Yeah.
Me too. Same time zone.
And what time is it?
We're 1 hour earlier than you.
Only 1?
Yes.
So, do you live in the town that starts with or the city that starts with an H?
Yeah.
Hillary's?
Oh, just north of there, yes.
Just north of there. Okay. You should eat at this restaurant called Zochi's.
Okay.
And their almond mole specifically is fantastic.
All right.
Okay.
And then there's a park that's close to there. After I ate at Zochi's, there's a park that's close to there.
What's
and
the
they
name
have
of the
like
park?
I don't remember, but they had an outdoor skating rink,
Uh-huh.
and I went ice skating outside in the summer.
Okay.
It was fun.
You went ice skating at that park in Horseheads?
No, the town start. It was. I didn't want to like say where
It's
he lived.
Houston. Yeah, I've said it all the time. Houston.
Yeah, I was asking him if he lived near Houston. Yeah, Zochi's is a restaurant in Houston, and it's really, really good. It's like an Aztec Mexican food restaurant. And I say Zochi's. It starts with an X. You know.
Mm-hmm.
With an X?
With an X. Like different languages pronounce things very differently. It's like there's this one place that I went, and it's this isn't in Houston. This is in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a Mayan thing. And so even though it's spelled X-C-A-R-E-T, like how would you think that was said, right? It's actually it's Esh. It's Esh Karet. Anyway, that's a good restaurant. I highly recommend it. It was fantastic. I was there on a work trip. That's the work trip where my boss and everybody laughed at me a lot. In a good way. I guess they thought I was weird and they couldn't figure me out because like I make friends quickly sometimes, and so we were staying at this hotel that had valet because the parking garage was like across the street in Caddy Corner. Club Quarters Hotel. That's where we were staying. And so so we had to see the valet people a lot. But anyway, it was like day 2 or day 3. I'm downstairs and I'm waiting for everybody so we can carpool. And I start walking out and like everybody starts talking to me, the hostess, everybody, and like some other guests were like, "Oh, hey, how was work yesterday? Blah blah blah. Are you going to be here this evening?" And I'm trying to get out the door. My boss keeps looking at me. So we get out the door and we're waiting for the valet, and like all the valet people were like, "Hey," they're all giving me hugs, and my boss is looking at me. And we get in the car and like everybody's laughing, and like the whole way there they're just laughing at me, and she's like, "How do they all know you?" And I'm like, "I don't know." She's like, "Do you know all their names?" And I'm like, "No, but they're very nice to me, and they let me call them by their countries or sometimes cities." And they just thought it was the funniest thing ever because like they would greet me every day, and I don't know why. They were lovely people, fun to chat with. I also made friends with like half the construction crew on accident. It's because I was downstairs in the restaurant bar and they happened to be there too.
I'm heading out. I'll catch y'all later.
Okay, well, no. If you're heading out, then you should shut it down because Sammy's gone and you have control.
I don't
Sammy's
have.
back.
I don't have the keys.
Oh, okay. Then Sammy should shut it down and we should reconvene later because he's at
I'm
work,
back.
right?
Yeah. No worries.
See you later.
Oh, yeah, you do have keys, Hillary. Check your email.
No, oh, you sent it again?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I see it. All right, thanks.
No worries. We're doing the payroll.
I was on mute the whole time. Sammy,
What were you saying?
I was saying if you're working, you should shut it down.
Oh, who's left?
We can be here later. It's fine.
No worries. Yeah, I will. All right. Thanks for everyone who's out there. I shall go and do my work and yeah, pick this up later.
Maybe rest.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I probably should rest.
All right, later, Dave.
All right. See you.
Bye.
Bye,
Ending.